Daredevil, Born Again is set to air worldwide in March 2025, bringing the Devil of Hell's Kitchen back into the spotlight. From the 2003 movie to the critically acclaimed Netflix series, every adaptation of Daredevil owes its roots to one man, Frank Miller. The Big Daddy of comics, Miller revolutionized storytelling with Batman, Year One, The Dark Knight Returns, Sin City, and, of course, Daredevil. He redefined the character, blending noir, crime, and brutal realism to create the legend we know today. To celebrate, Long Reds presents Frank Miller's Daredevil saga in its entirety. Join us for an action-packed deep dive into the man without fear, exploring his greatest battles, darkest struggles, and what makes him truly unstoppable. Hell's Kitchen has a devil, and he's out for justice. Arms of the Octopus. Daredevil, the man without fear, stood atop the Manhattan skyline, his radar senses guiding him through the bustling city. He reflected briefly on how his plans with Natasha had been disrupted by an urgent lead. Business came before pleasure as he turned his attention to the city below, determined to track down a stolen shipment of adamantium. At Josie's sleazy bar, Daredevil confronted Pike, a pool hustler and small-time criminal tied to the smuggling operation. Pike, already on edge, tried to brush Daredevil off, but the mention of the stolen adamantium shattered his composure. Daredevil pressured him for information, warning that adamantium's value and its potential for danger was too great to ignore. Pike panicked, pulling a knife in desperation, but Daredevil disarmed him effortlessly and demanded answers. Fleeing in terror, Pike ran through the city streets, trying to find refuge among his associates. He planned to warn his crew, including Flapjack and others, about Daredevil's pursuit. However, his fear grew as he realized the lengths Daredevil would go to bring him down. Despite his attempts to regroup, Daredevil's relentless pursuit left Pike's crew scrambling to adjust their plans. At Glenn Industries, board members debated a deal involving their Jersey electronics plant, orchestrated to lift the company out of financial trouble. Heather Glenn, the chairwoman, grew suspicious of the proposal, but was reassured by her peers, who withheld key details about their secretive client. Daredevil, lurking nearby, listened intently and connected the scheme to the adamantium theft. He confronted Heather during a board meeting, accusing her company of being involved in illegal dealings. The accusation stirred painful memories for Heather, recalling her father's unjust imprisonment under the Purple Man's influence. Despite Daredevil's efforts to protect her and uncover the truth, Heather felt betrayed by his actions, distancing herself from him. As Matt Murdoch, Daredevil dealt with the fallout in his legal practice, snapping at colleagues while piecing together the case. Meanwhile, his suspicions about Glenn Industries deepened, leading to a discovery that the plant's sale was a front for nefarious activities. Daredevil vowed to expose the culprits and bring justice to those responsible. That night, Heather Glenn investigated Matt's accusations about her father and discovered compelling supporting evidence. However, she was captured by Dr. Octopus and restrained by his mechanical arms. At Matt Murdoch's townhouse, Natasha Romanoff, also known as the Black Widow, was reviewing public records of Glenn Industries. A call interrupted her, revealing Heather's disappearance after visiting Glenn Industries. The caller, Rico, voiced his frustration, but Matt quickly deduced that Heather was in danger. Natasha offered to accompany him, but Matt insisted on going alone. Natasha became increasingly concerned as she realized Matt's feelings for Heather, acknowledging their unspoken connection. Determined, Matt donned his Daredevil suit and set out. At a foggy New Jersey wharf, criminals were preparing crates of adamantium for transport. Daredevil intervened, landing in their midst and using his agility to subdue the henchmen with precision. He incapacitated them one by one, delivering sharp advice and decisive blows. The fight escalated when Dr. Octopus revealed himself, berating the criminals for their incompetence. Octopus declared the adamantium shipment as his, wielding his mechanical arms with menacing precision. Daredevil evaded the attacks and attempted to disable the arms, but Octopus's strength and reach proved overwhelming. As the battle intensified, Octopus ensnared Daredevil in his crushing grip. Unable to escape, Daredevil feigned unconsciousness, forcing Octopus to release him into the river. Believing he had won, Octopus shifted his attention back to his plans. Resilient, Daredevil resurfaced and briefly confronted law enforcement before departing to continue his mission. In Octopus's lair, Heather remained captive as Octopus gloated about his successes, recounting his battles and near defeats. He recalled when Spider-Man had pinned one of his arms to a sinking submarine. Although he pulled with all his strength, the arm broke. His remaining arms saved him, and later he upgraded them using adamantium. His obsession with dominance drove his plans to create unstoppable weapons. Daredevil infiltrated the lair and confronted Octopus again. Heather, realizing the severity of the situation, tried to free free herself with glass shards. As Octopus intensified his assault, Daredevil strategized, relying on his radar sense to counter Octopus's unpredictable attacks and determined to end the threat before he was worn down. Daredevil continued battling Dr. Octopus, who used his mechanical arms to attack relentlessly. Despite Daredevil's agility, Octopus's multiple limbs overwhelmed him. Daredevil endured numerous hits, his heightened senses struggling to keep pace. He used his billy club to strike Octopus repeatedly. Octopus declared his superiority, taunting Daredevil for daring to challenge him. Momentarily ensnared, Daredevil rolled with the punches to clear his head and regain his footing. However, Octopus pinned him against the wall and shouted at him to beg for his life. Heather, restrained and desperate, worked tirelessly to free herself. She managed to cut through her bonds with a glass shard, driven by the fear of being too late. Octopus, consumed by his gloating and focused entirely on Daredevil, failed to notice her. Heather seized her opportunity, grabbing a glass shard and pushing it forcefully into Octopus's face. Distracted, Octopus lost focus on Daredevil and turned his attention to Heather, pinning her down and preparing to strike her. Daredevil, using his resourcefulness, spotted exposed high-voltage cables and formulated a plan. He used his billy club to tie Octopus's neck from behind, forcing him into action. Octopus struck wildly, his mechanical arms coming into contact with the live wires. A surge of electricity incapacitated Octopus, his mechanical limbs sparking violently as he screamed in pain. Though tempted to let Octopus fry, Daredevil shut off the power, refusing to stoop to his enemy's level. Heather, injured but relieved, reunited with Daredevil. She asked why he had risked so much for her despite her mistakes. Daredevil, visibly affected, reassured her of her worth. Natasha Romanoff, watching from a distance, decided to leave New York, understanding Matt's heart belonged elsewhere. The next day, headlines announced Natasha's departure, along with mentions of Foggy Nelson's wedding and the return of Gladiator, signaling new challenges for Daredevil. Till death do us part. Daredevil pushed through a rigorous training session in his gym, demonstrating remarkable acrobatics and strength. Despite his blindness, his heightened senses allowed him extraordinary precision. Heather Glenn arrived, her presence unmistakable to Daredevil even before she spoke. She teased him for his dedication, urging him to get ready for Foggy Nelson's wedding. Daredevil responded with light-hearted banter, joking about their relationship and her impatience. Heather, amused yet determined, dragged him out of his training, reminding him of the day's importance. Heather reflected on how much she had grown in recent months, her maturity shaped by recent challenges. She recognized the changes in herself, even as she kept Matt grounded. Meanwhile, social worker Betsy Beatty guided a group of underprivileged children on a museum field trip. She tried to manage the chaos while maintaining enthusiasm for the exhibit, which showcased historical weaponry and armor, including pieces linked to Melvin Potter, the former gladiator. Melvin appeared suddenly, donning his gladiator armor. He confronted a guard aggressively, believing everyone was out to betray him. Betsy, shocked to see him, learned that Melvin had misconstrued her kindness as romantic love. Melvin, overwhelmed by his emotions, refused to let others interfere, brandishing his razor-sharp weaponry. Guards rushed to intervene, escalating the tension. As Melvin's delusions deepened, Betsy struggled to reason with him, but her attempts fell on deaf ears. Gladiator lashed out, throwing razor blades and cutting through the crowd. He hurt them severely, but left them alive only because Miss Betsy had asked her to. Amid the chaos, Melvin asserted his strength, his obsession with Betsy fueling his erratic behavior. At his apartment, Foggy panicked over his parents' late arrival for the wedding. Matt tried to reassure him, while Foggy's fiancée, Candace, kept the situation lighthearted. The Nelson family finally arrived, bringing warmth and humor to the moment. Matt's quick wit and interactions with Foggy's family showcased their strong friendship, adding a touch of levity amidst the day's brewing chaos. Foggy's friend from college, Porkchop Peterson, enthusiastically greeted him with an old fraternity cheer. Amidst the banter, Foggy entrusted Matt with Debbie's wedding band, but he soon panicked, realizing he had lost it. Meanwhile, the gladiator held hostages at the museum, including children, and delivered an ultimatum to the authorities. Send a champion to face him in combat within an hour, or he would start killing the children. Betsy Beatty, trying to reason with Gladiator, was struck by him after rejecting his romantic advances. Gladiator demanded a fight to prove himself worthy. In a taxi, Matt and Peterson made their way through heavy traffic, anxious to get to the wedding. Matt overheard news of Gladiator's hostage situation through the taxi radio and became visibly impossibly tense. Despite Foggy's concerns about missing his wedding, Matt realized he had to act, silently vowing to stop Gladiator before it was too late. Daredevil reached the museum, skillfully navigating the rooftops to avoid endangering the hostages. Using his heightened senses, he located Gladiator and assessed the situation. Inside, Gladiator, feeling betrayed by society, continued to threaten the children, declaring his strength would not be denied. Daredevil knew that he had to get the Gladiator away from the kids. Daredevil confronted Gladiator, taunting him to release the children. Gladiator, fueled by his delusions and anger, charged at Daredevil, engaging him in a fierce battle. Daredevil matched Gladiator's brute force with agility, using his billy club and the villain mannequins to counter Gladiator's powerful armor and weapons. Although Gladiator's strength and resilience were overwhelming, Daredevil's determination remained steadfast. Daredevil and Gladiator continued their fierce battle, with Gladiator using his overwhelming strength and saw-like weapons to keep Daredevil on the defensive. Daredevil narrowly dodged attacks, his agility and combat instincts preventing devastating injuries. Gladiator taunted him, calling Daredevil the Jackal, and claimed superiority as the Lion. Despite being knocked off balance and slammed through a display and landed inside a makeshift arena. As their struggle intensified, Gladiator became consumed by his delusions of grandeur, imagining the museum's Roman-themed exhibits as an ancient gladiatorial arena. He declared himself a warrior, hearing cheers from imaginary spectators urging him to finish Daredevil. However, Daredevil struck back, using a trident, leveraging Gladiator's growing instability to gain the upper hand. Stripping Gladiator of his helmet, Daredevil exposed his vulnerability and exploited pressure points to weaken him. Daredevil delivered a decisive kick, ultimately subduing Gladiator without killing him. Realizing Gladiator was a deeply lonely and bitter man seeking love and validation, Daredevil offered him understanding rather than cruelty. Betsy Beatty, who had been Gladiator's perceived source of affection, offered to help him, recognizing his emotional struggles. With Gladiator restrained and the children safe, Daredevil left to attend Foggy Nelson's wedding. Arriving just in time, Matt helped Foggy resolve the last-minute panic over his misplaced wedding ring. It was on Foggy's finger all the time while he searched for it. The ceremony concluded successfully, marking a moment of triumph and joy amidst the chaos. Elektra. Matt Murdoch, blind but possessing extraordinary senses, navigated the city as Daredevil. A blind man begging for change with his dog, Brutus, reflected the grittiness of the East Side. Daredevil approached and confronted the man, revealing him to be Turk, a thug working for Eric Slaughter. Daredevil interrogated Turk about Alaric Wallenquist, who had witnessed a murder. A man had been falsely accused of that crime, and Daredevil needed Wallenquist in court the next day to prevent an unjust punishment. Turk tried to fend him off with Brutus, but Daredevil subdued him. Realizing he was cornered, Turk reluctantly agreed to cooperate. While Daredevil was extracting information, another of Slaughter's men, Bilge, tried to ambush him with a Molotov cocktail. Using his radar sense, Daredevil dodged the attack as an explosion shook the area. He acted quickly to shield Turk, but the blast caused significant damage, plunging the situation into chaos. Though shaken, Daredevil pursued Bilge, determined to get answers. Catching up with Bilge, Daredevil confronted him. Bilge pulled out a gun, but Daredevil struck him down with a swift kick. Already weakened from the explosion, Daredevil pinned Bilge down to the ground. Bilge confessed that Wallenquist was hiding in a loft on Mercer Street. As Daredevil pressed forward, a mysterious woman struck him from behind with a psi blade, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. Regaining some composure, Daredevil heard her declare her intent to claim a bounty on Wallenquist, warning him not to interfere. She left with Bilge in tow. Recognizing her voice, Daredevil realized the woman was Electra, a figure from his past. Daredevil lost his senses and dreamt of years gone by. Years earlier, Matt had met Electra at Columbia University during his college days. While helping Foggy Nelson after he had fallen and dropped his books, Matt encountered Electra, her father, and her bodyguard, Athos. Electra had joked that Matt should take better care of his friend, while Athos brusquely moved them aside. Matt remembered her scent, presence, and kindness, admiring her with both fondness and pain. Electra, accompanied by her father and his bodyguard, walked through the university campus one day when Matt secretly called out to her. Distracting her bodyguard, Matt approached with a rose. Electra prepared herself, assuming a threat, but realized Matt meant no harm. He offered her the rose, nervously explaining his intentions. They began a light-hearted conversation, where Electra shared her isolation as the daughter of a Greek ambassador, constantly under protection due to her father's political position. Matt invited her to a college game, expressing his admiration despite his blindness. Elektra, initially hesitant, softened at his vulnerability and agreed. They bonded further as Matt explained his enhanced senses, the result of a radioactive accident. Elektra marveled at his abilities, but noticed his guarded nature. Before parting, Matt asked for another meeting, and Elektra playfully accepted. Their connection deepened that evening, leading to a year-long romance. They shared moments of happiness and trust, forging an intense relationship. However, one fateful day, Elektra and her father became the target of a violent hostage situation in the university administration building. Matt, donning a makeshift disguise, intervened using his acrobatic skills and heightened senses. Inside the building, Matt carefully neutralized the armed attackers, prioritizing Elektra and her father's safety. He moved silently, relying on his abilities to disarm the criminals while remaining undetected. He jumped right in the middle of them and shouted, "Hit him low! Olive oil!" Elektra, even tied up, helped as best as she could. Matt knew that there were snipers outside and they were ready to shoot. Elektra kicked some of the assailants out of the window. The police outside thought that the assailants were killing the hostages. They issued a fire order and the snipers got ready to shoot. Matt heard it and shouted at Elektra's father to stay down. However, he stood up and the snipers shot multiple shots at him. The ambassador succumbed to his injuries, leaving Elektra devastated. After the tragedy, Elektra's demeanor changed. She decided to leave the United States, unable to reconcile her loss. Matt pleaded with her to stay, confessing his love, but Elektra felt broken. She expressed her inability to remain tied to a world that had caused her so much pain. With a heavy heart, she departed, leaving Matt with a deep sense of loss and regret. Daredevil came back to his senses as his dreams shattered. He reflected on his past with Elektra while recovering from their recent encounter. His emotions were raw as he recalled their shared history, realizing the pain her current actions caused. Elektra, now a bounty hunter, represented everything he despised, but was also the first woman he had ever loved. He acknowledged the complexity of her character, a ruthless warrior shaped by tragedy and loss. Meanwhile, Alarich Wallenquist, holed up in a tenement during a raging storm, expressed frustration over his precarious situation. Eric Slaughter admonished him for being a coward and reminded him that his associates were the only thing keeping him alive. Slaughter received a call from Bilge, who had been held captive by Elektra. Bilge assured him that their plan for escaping via seaplane was still on and informed him to arrive at the dock an hour earlier. This message served as a code to warn Slaughter that Bilge was compromised. Slaughter seized the opportunity to set a trap for Elektra, instructing his men to arrive an hour early to catch her off guard. Daredevil, using his heightened senses, tracked down one of Slaughter's henchmen, Mickey, who had been sent to fetch cigars for his boss. Intercepting Mickey, Daredevil used intimidation to extract information about Wallenquist's escape plan. Mickey hesitated, aware of Daredevil's reputation for non-lethality, but Daredevil's persistence forced him to comply. At the waterfront, Elektra confronted Slaughter's men as they prepared Wallenquist's escape. Outnumbered but undeterred, she launched into combat with remarkable skill. Using her psi blades, she quickly incapacitated several of them. Her lethal precision left the remaining men apprehensive as she ordered the next one to face her. Elektra stood defiant as Eric Slaughter attempted to recruit her, offering her a position within his organization. She refused, asserting her independence. Serving neither law nor any man, Slaughter signaled his associate, Charles, who fired a tranquilizer dart into Elektra, rendering her unconscious. As she collapsed, Slaughter ordered his men to tie her up and weigh her down to dispose of her in the river. Before they could act, headlights from an approaching seaplane illuminated the dock. The seaplane, intended for Wallenquist's escape, crashed into the pier, causing chaos. Amidst the flames, Daredevil leaped into action, taking on Slaughter's men. He quickly incapacitated several of them, declaring his determination to clean up their mess. Slaughter, retreating from the chaos, was confronted by Daredevil, who demanded answers. Slaughter turned the tables by using Elektra as leverage, holding her hostage with a gun. He threatened to kill her if Daredevil disobeyed his instructions. Forced into compliance, Daredevil played along, walking away as instructed. However, he monitored Slaughter's heartbeat, waiting for the moment it would spike, a sign of intent to shoot. He could also sense Elektra coming to her senses, and decided to leverage her skills. As Slaughter's heart skipped, Daredevil ducked and threw back his billy club. It struck a wall and hit Slaughter in the neck. Daredevil screamed, "Hit him low! Olive oil!" Hearing Matt's voice after all these years brought back Elektra's senses completely. She kicked Slaughter and subdued him. Elektra's sudden intervention saved the situation, and Daredevil joined her in dispatching the remaining threats. In the aftermath, Elektra recognized Daredevil as Matt, her former lover. The two shared a brief, tender moment amidst the chaos. Elektra, overcome with emotion, cried for the first time, mourning the life and love they once shared. Daredevil left her behind as sirens approached, each walking away from the encounter with their own burdens and unresolved feelings. Devils. Matt Murdoch appeared as a guest on Good Evening New York, engaging in a discussion with the host, Tom Snyder. Snyder began with a blunt question, addressing how a blind lawyer like Matt manages to navigate courtrooms. Matt was about to respond when a special news bulletin interrupted the show. The bulletin revealed that Bullseye, the world's deadliest assassin, had escaped from Midtown Hospital, where he was supposed to undergo surgery. The news anchor warned the public about Bullseye's dangerous nature, emphasizing that any object in his hands becomes a lethal weapon. As the broadcast resumed, Snyder turned to address Matt again, but he found the chair empty. Matt had disappeared. Transformed into Daredevil, Matt pursued his mission. He met with Lieutenant Manolis, who briefed him about Bullseye's history as a deadly assassin and his pathological obsession with defeating Daredevil. Dr. Gloss then summoned them to her chamber, where she explained Bullseye's medical condition. On the other hand, Bullseye had already begun his violent spree. Witnesses later reported Bullseye's actions and his delusional mutterings about devils while attacking random civilians in Times Square. Matt vowed to stop him, fully aware of the assassin's deteriorating mental state. In Times Square, Bullseye's psychosis escalated as he saw his victims as multiple versions of Daredevil. The crowd transformed into a sea of devils in his mind. Bullseye, armed and unhinged, targeted everyone in sight with his lethal precision. Daredevil strategized his approach, knowing he needed to act swiftly to prevent further casualties. Meanwhile, Bullseye confronted his mental torment, consumed by the belief that Daredevil haunted him at every turn. He broke into a costume store, where he frightened and injured the tailor, forcing him to create a costume adorned with his signature Bullseye emblem. When a customer entered the store, Bullseye assaulted him as well before leaving with his newly made costume. Meanwhile, Der Gloss revealed that Bullseye had a cancerous brain tumor, which was causing agonizing headaches, hallucinations, and erratic behavior. The tumor, she explained, had likely been responsible for Bullseye's emotional collapse and violent outbursts. Dr. Gloss warned that if the tumor was not removed, Bullseye would die soon, but his deteriorating mental state had already turned him into an uncontrollable threat. An officer barged in to report the Times Square massacre. Daredevil buckled up to face him. In the movie theater, Bullseye sat amidst the audience, trying to focus on the film while his worsening headaches intensified. The pain caused him to lash out, his psychosis convincing him that Daredevil was haunting him. Enraged and unhinged, he turned violent, accusing random patrons of being Daredevil, initiating a chaotic brawl. One patron complained, only for Bullseye to attack him, yelling, "You won't get me, devil!" His paranoia left the other moviegoers terrified as he continued his spree. Meanwhile, Daredevil scoured the city for Bullseye, relying on witnesses and his heightened senses to track him. Determined to end the assassin's terror, he asked passers-by for information about Bullseye's whereabouts. As Daredevil moved through the city, Heather and Becky shared a light-hearted moment about Matt's enigmatic double life, with Heather joking that he might moonlight as a lion tamer. Back in the theater, Bullseye finally subdued the patrons he attacked and declared his triumph over Daredevil, convinced they were one and the same. His mental state further deteriorated as he ranted about Daredevil's omnipresence. At that moment, Daredevil arrived, interrupting Bullseye's tirade. He confronted Bullseye, declaring his intent to save him despite the assassin's resistance. A fierce fight ensued, with Daredevil trying to subdue Bullseye while avoiding harming innocent bystanders. Bullseye's psychosis fueled his aggression, but Daredevil's skill kept him on the defensive. As the battle intensified, Daredevil revealed Bullseye's brain tumor, emphasizing it was killing him and contributing to his paranoia. Bullseye refused to believe him, escalating the fight. Eventually, Bullseye gained the upper hand and took a man hostage. He screamed at Daredevil to stay still and give him a chance to kill him, else he would kill the hostage. Daredevil, ever the hero, stood still, while Bullseye threw a knife at his chest. As the knife hit his chest, Daredevil fell back. Elsewhere, Elektra infiltrated Matt Murdoch's apartment, reflecting on their shared past. She discovered a statue that was gifted by Heather to Matt. It mentioned, "To Matt, all my love, Heather." It reignited Elektra's old emotions. She threw the statue at a mirror and broke it. Just as she contemplated their connection, Heather woke up, asking if it was Matt. Elektra silently jumped out of the window. At the theater, police secured the scene, but Daredevil criticized their noisy approach, which had alerted Bullseye. He explained how he had had barely deflected a knife Bullseye had thrown. Among the evidence collected, they found throat lozenges, indicating Bullseye was with someone suffering from a bad cough. Meanwhile, 2 blocks away, Bullseye hid in an apartment with 2 hostages, a man and his coughing companion. He mused on his childhood fascination with movie villains, acknowledging that in real life, being nasty enough meant the bad guy often wins. A brief flashback to his boyhood love for James Cagney and Humphrey Bogart highlighted his skewed admiration for cinematic anti-heroes. Outside the theater, Daredevil pieced together clues, noting the lozenges were medicated and prescribed, which meant the hostage had a bad cough, and Bullseye was a heavy smoker. With his heightened senses, he began to focus his hearing, sifting through the cacophony of city noise to locate the sound of coughing, and he did. Inside the apartment, Bullseye berated his hostages, growing increasingly unhinged as the sound of coughing grated on his nerves. His torment escalated as a sudden migraine overwhelmed him. One hostage considered using a heavy statue as a weapon, but hesitated, fearing it wouldn't be effective. Bullseye seized on their fear, preparing to kill them. Daredevil arrived just in time, crashing through the window to interrupt the execution. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging brutal blows as Bullseye's madness pushed him to fight with reckless abandon. Eventually, Bullseye retreated into the subway, knowing he couldn't overpower Daredevil. Despite the overwhelming noise and sensory overload, Daredevil pursued him underground. The sound of the train horn messed up Daredevil's radar sense. A quick kick to the ribs from Bullseye got him off balance. The reverberation of the iron beams further attacked his senses, and he hit them instead of Bullseye. Finally, Bullseye had him in a chokehold, and Daredevil could hear the sound of the incoming train. Daredevil struggled to overcome the pain and disorientation caused by his surroundings, but he refused to let Bullseye escape. Gripping Bullseye tightly, Daredevil pinned him to an iron beam and repeatedly struck him despite the chaos. He declared that he would never give up and did not let Bullseye escape his grip. After a relentless assault, Bullseye finally collapsed, unconscious. Daredevil checked his pulse, ensuring he was still alive, and declared victory. As Daredevil caught his breath, he realized the tracks were vibrating. A train was approaching. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Daredevil grappled with a moral dilemma. He acknowledged his weakness, both physically and mentally, and debated whether Bullseye deserved to die for his crimes. Despite his hatred for Bullseye and the danger the assassin posed, Daredevil chose not to abandon him. He dragged Bullseye off the tracks moments before the train arrived. Later, at the hospital, Lieutenant Manolis berated Daredevil for saving Bullseye, arguing the killer would likely go free due to his brain tumor. Daredevil countered, explaining that taking a life undermines the structure of society and that he was not above the law. The surgeon informed them the operation was successful, leaving Daredevil to walk away silently, hoping he made the right decision. Kingpin must die. Daredevil sprinted through the city, leaping across rooftops, his senses guiding him as he moved effortlessly. On a bridge, a health-conscious elderly man recognized Daredevil and playfully challenged him to a race. Daredevil declined politely, explaining he had pressing matters. The man boasted about his nightly 5-mile runs, which amused Daredevil. The vigilante pushed forward, leaving the man impressed by his agility and speed. Daredevil reflected on his enhanced senses, granted by a radioactive accident years earlier, making him more than just a man. Reaching a high point on the bridge, Daredevil hurled himself into the air, relying on his skill and trust in his billy club's nylon cord to swing to safety. His flawless maneuver showcased his mastery, impressing the elderly onlooker below, who mused about the hero's reassuring presence in a tough city. Meanwhile, in a seedy saloon, Turk and Grotto discussed Daredevil. Grotto praised him as tough, while Turk downplayed his abilities, blaming his own misfortune for losing to the hero. As Turk mocked Daredevil, the vigilante appeared, startling him. Daredevil's calm approach unsettled Turk, who panicked and fled, crashing through a window and stealing a taxi. Daredevil pursued him, weaving through the streets and leaping onto rooftops. Using the city's noise to his advantage, Daredevil tracked the stolen cab and intercepted it mid-chase. He kicked Turk's face through the windshield, then crashed the taxi into a lamppost. Confronting Turk, Daredevil questioned him about criminal rumors, emphasizing he wasn't interested in violence unless necessary. Turk, intimidated, revealed a significant piece of information. A $5 million contract had been issued by the city's top crime bosses. The target? The Kingpin, a legendary crime lord now believed to be retired. Daredevil, shocked, realized the implications of the revelation. The Kingpin's return could destabilize the city's criminal underworld, setting up a dangerous power struggle. But Turk mentioned that Kingpin was not even in the city. In Japan, Wilson Fisk, formerly the Kingpin, resided in a fortress-like mansion equipped with heavy security and a personal army of skilled fighters. His henchmen discussed a plan to bring him back to New York, though they were unclear about the crime boss's motives. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Fisk issued instructions to his fighters to attack him all at once. The group of 8 highly trained martial artists launched an aggressive assault, but were quickly overpowered by Fisk's immense strength and precision. He decimated the team in just 17 seconds, leaving them all defeated. Despite their defeat, Fisk expressed dissatisfaction, calling the exercise too easy and demanding a larger, better armed group next time. The fighters admired his skill, remarking that his unparalleled prowess stemmed from his past as the Kingpin. During this exchange, one of the fighters made the mistake of addressing Fisk by his former title. Enraged, Fisk grabbed the man and tossed him violently, asserting that he was no longer the Kingpin, but an honest spice dealer. His wife, Vanessa, entered at that moment, shocked by the scene. Fisk quickly downplayed the situation, claiming the man had dislocated his shoulder during training. Vanessa introduced Mr. Harrison, a representative of the U.S. Attorney General's office. Harrison arrived to negotiate the terms for Fisk's criminal files, which held incriminating evidence against East Coast crime bosses. In exchange, Fisk expected his name to be cleared and a significant monetary payment. Vanessa, protective of Fisk's current peaceful life, insisted on avoiding jeopardy. She wanted to fly to New York to avail the services of Nelson and Murdoch. Fisk, however, remained steadfast in his intent to use the files strategically. Meanwhile, in New York, Matt Murdoch entered his office. He sensed something amiss with Foggy Nelson, detecting a subtle shift in his heartbeat. Suddenly, masked gunmen stormed in, creating chaos. Matt and Foggy were held at gunpoint until Vanessa arrived, apologizing for the intrusion. She requested Matt and Foggy's legal expertise for Fisk's negotiations, offering a significant payment. Suddenly, Matt heard the sound of a gun hammer. A barrage of machine gun fire shattered the windows, sending everyone into panic. Matt jumped right in time to get Vanessa out of the line of shooting. He asked them to wait while he changed into Daredevil and jumped to the opposite rooftop, where the assassin, Bruno, was getting ready to fire again. As he saw Daredevil, he unleashed a flamethrower on him, which Daredevil easily dodged. As flames engulfed their surroundings, Daredevil expertly maneuvered to avoid the fire, taunting Bruno about his age and lack of agility. He struck Bruno with a series of precise attacks, sending the man stumbling backward. Daredevil immediately threw his billy club and caught Bruno with its wire. Bruno, in a desperate attempt to steady himself, grabbed the flamethrower's controls, but accidentally caused the flame to cut the wire. Bruno pummeled to his death. Daredevil tried to save him, but realized Bruno had already perished from his own mistake. Reflecting on the incident, Daredevil concluded that the crime lords were growing desperate, employing washed-up assassins like Bruno. He speculated that their desperation might make them hire Bullseye, recently released from prison after a brain tumor surgery. With this thought, Daredevil rushed to investigate further, donning his civilian guise as Matt Murdoch. Meanwhile, at his law office, Matt found himself in an intense conversation with Foggy Nelson and a police officer about the Kingpin's wife, Vanessa, who had been kidnapped. The officer demanded answers, believing Matt might have a lead. Daredevil went to talk Bullseye out of the Kingpin business, but the crime bosses had already hired him. Later, Bullseye prepared for his next assignment at a high-rise meeting with the crime bosses. They sought to lure the Kingpin back to New York by threatening his wife, promising Bullseye $10 million for his involvement. Daredevil confronted Bullseye in the skyscraper's ominous upper levels, engaging in a brutal fight. Bullseye employed a series of deadly weapons, including throwing stars, guns, and various gadgets, but Daredevil countered with agility and strategy. Despite Bullseye's claims of being faster and more skilled, Daredevil maintained control of the fight, disarming and outmaneuvering him. The battle culminated in Bullseye forcing Daredevil out of the skyscraper window. Using his billy club's cable, Daredevil anchored himself, but Bullseye shot through it and broke the line. Spotting an American flag hanging nearby, he aimed for it as a potential lifeline. He grabbed it, but the fabric tore, sending him into a perilous fall. As he plummeted, he used his radar sense to identify a gargoyle jutting out from the building. He used the torn flag to narrowly grab its neck to break his descent. I offered him a moment, but then it broke. With no secure handholds left, he fell into a passing garbage truck. He was battered and unconscious, but alive. Word of the Kingpin's rumored return spread quickly across the criminal underworld, inciting fear and chaos. A group of criminals criminals interrogated a man named Louis, believed to know the Kingpin's plans. Louis resisted for hours, but eventually revealed that the Kingpin was arriving the next morning at a Staten Island farm. The criminals prepared an ambush. At dawn, the gang set up heavy weaponry, including machine guns and helicopters, to intercept the Kingpin. However, their setup was a trap orchestrated by the Kingpin himself. The farm was rigged to explode, and as the ambushers moved in, the buildings erupted in flames. A helicopter crew confirmed the ambush's destruction, praising the Kingpin for the flawless execution of his plan. The Kingpin reflected on how he had renounced violence out of love for his wife, Vanessa, but the danger to her life forced him to revert to his old ways. Determined, he vowed to dismantle his enemies piece by piece and reclaim his criminal empire, ensuring anyone who threatened Vanessa would meet a brutal end. In the Kingpin's clutches, Daredevil regained consciousness in the back of a garbage truck, piecing together that Bullseye had thrown him out of a window. Shaking off the disorientation, he used his strength to leap out of the truck and swung into the city, contemplating rest before meeting Heather the next morning. Meanwhile, a late-night disc jockey set the somber mood as Daredevil prepared for what lay ahead. Elsewhere, Quinn, a criminal, made a desperate call to his bosses, explaining that their attempt to destroy Kingpin's plane had failed due to the use of a decoy. Lynch, stepping out of Kingpin's car, shot Quinn in frustration. Though Quinn survived, Lynch asked Kingpin if they should interrogate him further. Kingpin declined, suspecting Quinn's superiors were withholding the critical information. Instead, Kingpin instructed Quinn to deliver a message. He wanted his wife back and was willing to negotiate. In Central Park, Matt Murdoch explained the situation to Heather. He detailed how Kingpin had gathered incriminating evidence on his former associates to use as leverage with the Attorney General. These files had become a coveted prize among the criminal underworld, leading to the kidnapping of Kingpin's wife, Vanessa. Matt viewed this as an opportunity to cripple organized crime, but was met with Heather's frustration over his strategic focus rather than personal concerns. In a tense underworld meeting, the criminals discussed their next steps. Fearful of Kingpin's retaliation, they pinned their hopes on their leverage, Vanessa. Despite her pleas for release and warnings of her husband's wrath, the group decided to offer her in exchange for Kingpin's files. Bullseye was tasked with arranging the trade, but resented the role of a mere messenger. Daredevil, disguised as a criminal, entered Josie's grill to seek information about Vanessa. Posing questions about Kingpin's search for his wife, he soon provoked a violent confrontation. Effortlessly, Daredevil overpowered his attackers, hurling one through a window as he pressed on in his relentless pursuit of answers. The resulting fight saw him subduing multiple patrons, ending with him facing Turk and Grotto. The pair, wary of Daredevil's determination, decided to take him to the Kingpin. They led him through a labyrinthine sewer system, speculating about his background and how he navigated so well despite being blind. Upon arrival at Kingpin's headquarters, they handed Daredevil over to Lynch, the Kingpin's trusted enforcer. Daredevil, disguised as a hitman calling himself Shades, finally stood before the imposing figure of the Kingpin. The sheer size and aura of the crime lord left a powerful impression, with Daredevil noting how Kingpin's presence commanded fear and respect. Kingpin gave him a single minute to justify why he shouldn't be killed. Daredevil, staying in character, claimed he wanted to work for the Kingpin due to an impending gang war. He declared his allegiance, citing Kingpin as the inevitable victor. Skeptical but intrigued, Kingpin tested Daredevil by ordering Lynch to shoot him, ensuring his loyalty. Daredevil cleverly disabled Lynch's gun by throwing a pen into the nozzle and blocking it. He earned Kingpin's approval. In a moment of tension, one of Kingpin's men delivered a message from Bullseye, who had caught up with Kingpin's rivals. The note revealed a demand to meet at a construction site to exchange Vanessa's life for the Kingpin's files. The bearer of the message succumbed to a slow-acting poison, orchestrated to prevent loose ends. Later, Kingpin vowed to reclaim his wife while maintaining his empire. He dismissed Lynch's suggestions of reclaiming his criminal throne, making it clear his only concern was Vanessa's safety. Lynch thought about giving him a shock treatment to get the Kingpin back into business. At the same time, Nelson and Murdoch's office buzzed with inquiries about the case. Meanwhile, Daredevil found himself unable to access Kingpin's vault. Despite his strength and persistence, the massive door remained impenetrable. Frustrated but determined, Daredevil continued to pull, refusing to give give up. Daredevil gripped the heavy vault handle, straining every muscle in his body to pull it open. The effort was excruciating, with his arms trembling and shoulders aching, but he managed to succeed. Weary, yet determined, he secured the files from within and prepared to leave. But the sound of Kingpin's heavy footsteps approaching cut through his focus. Kingpin entered the room, quickly exposing Shades as a fraud. Mocking the futile attempt to deceive him, he declared his intent to destroy the intruder. Blocking the exit, Kingpin scanned the room with a flashlight, unaware that Daredevil was hidden in the shadows. Daredevil struck the flashlight with his billy club, plunging the room into darkness and creating an advantage. A brutal fight followed. Daredevil unleashed a series of calculated attacks, leveraging his speed and skill to strike the massive Kingpin. However, when Daredevil kicked him in the back, he realized his mistake. Kingpin's muscular frame was unyielding. The blow hurt Daredevil more than his opponent. Pivoting, Daredevil delivered another strike to the back of Kingpin's neck, briefly disorienting him, but causing Daredevil further pain. He relied on his billy club to continue the assault, but grew increasingly fatigued. Kingpin seized the opportunity, landing a single, devastating punch that left Daredevil incapacitated. Later, at a construction site, Kingpin confronted the criminals holding Vanessa hostage. They demanded the files in exchange for her freedom, displaying her as leverage. Despite his calm demeanor, Kingpin concealed his true intentions. Lynch, his henchman, expressed concerns about the unguarded situation, but Kingpin assured him he had a plan. As the trade unfolded, a cloaked figure infiltrated the scene. When the criminals opened the briefcase, a concealed sonic device emitted an incapacitating high-pitched sound. Only Kingpin, prepared with earplugs, remained unaffected. He swiftly subdued the captors but refrained from killing them, attributing his restraint to his love for Vanessa. One captor, barely conscious, fired a desperate mortar attack. The explosion from the mortar caused chaos, sending debris and fire across the construction site. Amid the destruction, Kingpin tried to reach Vanessa, but strong iron beams fell on his head. As the fires raged, he emerged from the rubble, bleeding but alive. Desperately, he called out for Vanessa, but he did not find her anywhere. He was overwhelmed by grief and rage. Lynch approached the scene, urging Kingpin to escape, as the police would soon arrive. He explained that Bullseye and the other crime lords had fled, leaving behind the chaos they orchestrated. Lynch implored Kingpin to move on, but Kingpin was consumed by the loss of Vanessa. He declared that his only purpose now was vengeance against those who had caused her suffering. Determined, he resolved to retake control of the mob and destroy his enemies, a decision driven by his anguish. Meanwhile, beneath the streets at the main junction point of New York's sewer system, Turk and Grotto prepared to dispose of Daredevil. Bound and submerged in one of the sewer openings, Daredevil struggled against Turk's attempts to drown him. Turk mocked Daredevil, claiming that a simple drowning would lack style, but he intended to make it a grimly personal affair. Daredevil fought back despite his restraints, demonstrating his unyielding strength and resourcefulness. Turk finally managed to force Daredevil under the water, believing he had succeeded in eliminating him. Daredevil submerged, writhing for air underwater, as his fate lay hanging in the balance. Gang war. Daredevil, tied and submerged in a water main, regained consciousness. He assessed his dire situation, noting the muffled city noises above and the weight of the water surrounding him. With his radar senses slightly dulled, he detected a nearby pipe junction and resolved to escape. Using his heightened abilities, he quickly untied himself, remarking on the shoddy knots. He followed the current toward a narrow opening, but struggled to hold his breath, nearing unconsciousness. Just as he thought he might not make it, he burst free, gasping for air. Emerging into a dark, dank space, he found himself surrounded by vagabonds living beneath the city. Pleas for food met his ears, but Daredevil apologized, unable to help, and departed. Later, at Josie's bar, Turk bragged about his involvement in Daredevil's supposed demise, boasting about his importance to the Kingpin. His overconfidence caught Daredevil's attention, who stormed in, breaking a window and using his billy club to subdue Turk. Pinning him against a counter, Daredevil calmly demanded information about the recent gang activities. Turk, terrified, explained that the Kingpin had been drawn back into the criminal underworld due to his wife, Vanessa. He revealed that new crime lords had kidnapped her to force the Kingpin into action. These events aligned with Daredevil's own investigation into the files Kingpin was protecting. Turk recounted how the Kingpin, desperate to save Vanessa, confronted the crime lords, but was betrayed when a building collapsed on Vanessa. Enraged, the Kingpin swore vengeance and began consolidating power once again. Daredevil listened, realizing the Kingpin's motivations were now rooted in personal revenge rather than ambition. Daredevil declared that Turk was no longer working for the Kingpin, but for him. Meanwhile, in the Kingpin's subterranean hideout, he detailed his strategy to disrupt the East Coast's narcotics trade, vowing to dismantle the machinery he had once built. He planned to send his men to major delivery points and harass or kill the runners, disrupting their operations. This would make it look like the other gang members were responsible, and it would cause a gang war. Bullseye was frustrated with the chaos Kingpin caused. He gave the crime bosses a reality check about how Kingpin had played them all. Later, Bullseye interrogated and killed a lackey, ultimately discovering the Kingpin's location. Bullseye prepared for his next move, eager to eliminate the Kingpin and prove himself indispensable to the crime lords. The Kingpin trained in his penthouse gym, effortlessly defeating multiple men as a display of his physical prowess. Turk interrupted, informing him that Daredevil was alive and pursuing the incriminating files. The Kingpin remained composed, instructing Lynch to move the files to a secondary vault and arranging an ambush. His calm demeanor masked his precise and methodical nature. In the sewer tunnels, the lights went off as Lynch and his men were transporting the files. Daredevil capitalized on the darkness, using his agility and billy club to incapacitate the thugs. Amid the chaos, he retrieved the briefcase containing the evidence and vanished before the henchmen could react. Later, Kingpin revealed to Lynch and his team that he had fooled Daredevil. When Daredevil delivered the briefcase to Lieutenant Manolis, it was discovered to contain nothing but old newspapers. Enraged, Manolis berated Daredevil, mocking his blindness for failing to notice the ruse. Bullseye attempted to ambush the Kingpin's hideout but triggered a trap that caused the location to collapse. At a gathering of rival crime bosses, Bullseye vented his frustration, criticizing them for being outmaneuvered by the Kingpin. The Kingpin made a dramatic entrance, declaring that the crime boss's reliance on numbers made them weak. In contrast, his freedom to act swiftly had allowed him to dismantle their operations. The mobsters, unable to resist, accepted his dominance as he reclaimed his position. To solidify his authority, he hired Bullseye on the spot at a premium rate. The Kingpin confronted Lynch, seething with rage over Vanessa's death. When Lynch denied and said that he was in the car the whole time, Kingpin said that he was lying. If Lynch had been in the car, then he wouldn't have had the headaches that he was recently complaining of. Frightened, Lynch pulled out his gun, but Kingpin took him by the arm and broke it. Reflecting on Vanessa's love, the Kingpin acknowledged the emptiness of his relentless pursuit of power. He accused Lynch of taking away Vanessa, his one moment of joy and humanity. Overwhelmed with grief and rage, he violently slammed Lynch into the ground, killing him amidst the debris of their confrontation. Consumed by his loss and haunted by Vanessa's memory, the Kingpin seemed momentarily vulnerable. However, he quickly composed himself, ordering his men to clean up the mess and fetch a doctor. With his commanding demeanor restored, he walked away, his grief buried beneath his cold resolve. Later, Daredevil sought information from Joni, a streetwise woman connected to the city's criminal underworld. She reluctantly admitted that her boyfriends, influential figures among the city's gang leaders, had canceled their plans that evening. This sudden shift hinted at a major meeting of the criminal elite. Recognizing the significance, Daredevil deduced that this could be similar to the conferences the Kingpin had once used to assert his dominance. As Joni walked away, Daredevil steeled himself, prepared to infiltrate the gathering despite the obvious risks. The Kingpin addressed a room full of criminals, demanding their absolute obedience as he vowed to restore their organization's power and efficiency. A sudden blackout disrupted the meeting, alarming the attendees, but it became evident that the disruption was localized, signaling Daredevil's arrival. Bullseye, driven by a personal grudge against Daredevil, volunteered to handle him and descended into the building's basement where the generator was located. Bullseye navigated the dark corridors, taunting Daredevil and attempting to predict his movements. Mistaking a noise for Daredevil, he fired, only to discover a cat, further fueling his irritation. Finally, Daredevil revealed himself, ready for a confrontation. He reminded Bullseye of their past encounters, particularly how he had once spared his life. Filled with anger, Daredevil declared his intent to make Bullseye experience the pain he had caused. Their battle was fierce. Bullseye hurled shurikens, which Daredevil deflected with his billy club. Bullseye attempted to use a gun, but Daredevil disarmed him. Bullseye grabbed Daredevil's billy club and used it against him, leaving him dazed. However, Daredevil spotted Bullseye's gun and shot his hand, forcing him to drop the billy club. The fight escalated into a brutal exchange of punches and kicks. Bullseye pinned Daredevil and tried to crush him with a brick, but Daredevil shattered it with a punch. As Bullseye strangled him, claiming superiority, Daredevil retaliated, strangling him back. In moments, Bullseye lost consciousness, leaving Daredevil victorious. Daredevil stood over Bullseye, exhausted, when Kingpin appeared with armed men. Kingpin acknowledged Daredevil's interference, but offered him the files that can bring down the entire upper echelon of the East Coast underworld. He assured Daredevil that whoever he provisions to arrest with those files will be replaced by Kingpin's men, so Daredevil would be helping the Kingpin in a way to get back his empire. Kingpin appealed to Daredevil's intellect, offering Bullseye as a gesture. He said that Daredevil's side would be stronger for the time being, but eventually Kingpin would have his empire back. So it was a good deal for Daredevil to take Bullseye and the papers and leave. Knowing that Kingpin was telling the truth, Daredevil abided. Later, in the aftermath of destruction, workers searched for Vanessa's body, assuming it was lost at sea. Unbeknownst to all, Vanessa was alive, wandering aimlessly. Once refined and influential, she had become a hollow shell of her former self, driven solely by hurt and hunger. Lady Killer, Matt Murdoch, dressed in his civilian clothes, walked through a rough neighborhood. Two thugs, seeing a blind man in an expensive suit, decided to mug him. When they tried, Matt swiftly disarmed and incapacitated them using his billy club. As the thugs fled, Matt noted that his new billy club worked perfectly. He realized he was running late and hurried to his office as Daredevil, jumping the rooftops. Meanwhile, a woman journalist searched for Matt's office, hoping to corner him for an exclusive on his controversial defense. Her companion, Jeff, was strangled from behind. When she turned, Jeff mysteriously vanished, leaving her uneasy. She soon encountered a masked assailant who attacked her. Daredevil, patrolling nearby, heard her scream and raced to intervene. He arrived just as the attacker was fleeing, frightened off by a neighbor witnessing the commotion. Daredevil stayed behind to ensure the woman and the bystander received help, vowing to track down the attacker. Lieutenant Manolis arrested Melvin Potter loitering nearby, mistakenly believing him responsible for the assault. Matt, as his attorney, arrived to defend him, asserting his rights and promising to resolve the situation. Matt reassured her that he would prove Melvin's reformation and prevent him from losing the progress he had made. Betsy Beatty, Melvin's parole officer, had been helping him rehabilitate. However, a recent attack that resembled Gladiator's style cast doubt on Melvin's reform. Matt expressed concern to Betsy about Melvin's mental state, fearing he could regress into his delusional Roman fantasy. Betsy reassured Matt that she believed in Melvin's ability to change. The next day at the courthouse, Betsy met Matt and expressed worry about Melvin's mental health under the pressure of being accused again. Matt introduced Betsy's assistant, Becky Blake, to help with the case. As Becky spoke with Melvin through his cell bars, she was shocked to see Melvin's face, so much that she fainted out of fear. Matt rushed to her aid, alarmed by the unfolding events. In the infirmary, Matt confronted Becky about her fainting spell, suspecting it was related to Melvin Potter. Becky reluctantly admitted her past encounter with Melvin, describing a terrifying night 3 years ago. She recounted being attacked by a masked man who slapped and overpowered her, accusing her of being bad and needing punishment. Despite fighting back and unmasking him, she was left severely injured and hospitalized, permanently affected by the trauma. Matt was stunned to learn the attacker was his client, Melvin. When Matt asked why she hadn't reported the crime, Becky explained the humiliation and helplessness she felt, confessing she just wanted to forget and escape. In court, Matt defended Melvin against charges of violence and kidnapping. The prosecution argued Melvin was mentally competent to stand trial, citing his past museum attack. Matt countered by highlighting prejudicial media coverage, requesting a delay to ensure fairness. The judge overruled his objections, leaving Matt under immense pressure. Despite his doubts, Matt reassured Melvin, urging him to trust the process. Betsy, Melvin's parole officer, supported him, trying to ease his frustration and fear of being perceived as irredeemable. That night, Daredevil patrolled the city, grappling with his inability to find leads or resolve the mounting problems. As Matt, he visited Debbie, Foggy's wife, wife, seeking information about his missing partner. Debbie confided her concerns, revealing Foggy's erratic behavior and emotional distance. Their conversation was interrupted by Foggy's angry outburst, demanding Matt leave. Feeling defeated, Matt reflected on his lost support system. No partner, no secretary, and no answers. Meanwhile, news broke of Melvin's jailbreak, sparking a citywide manhunt. Betsy publicly defended Melvin, asserting he was no longer dangerous, though the media and police painted a grim picture. Watching the news, a sinister figure mocked Melvin's plight, exploiting the situation for personal amusement. He wanted to attack Betsy. Melvin donned his gladiator armor once more, determined to face his demons. He held his helmet in his hands, looking at it, still deciding whether he should put it on. Suddenly, Daredevil intervened, telling Melvin that it was not too late and could still be worked out. Melvin admitted he felt consumed by anger and rejected society's judgment. Daredevil, determined to reach Melvin, reminded him of the progress he made with Betsy. However, Melvin threatened to become the gladiator again, asserting his strength and isolation. But something changed when Melvin looked back at his mask. While holding the gladiator mask, Melvin lamented his loneliness and despair, asking Daredevil for help. Meanwhile, Betsy returned home, but was attacked by a masked intruder wielding a spiked helmet. Despite her screams, the man overpowered her, calling her naughty and threatening punishment. Betsy managed to fight back, using a fire extinguisher to spray him, but he regained the upper hand. Neighbors gathered after hearing her screams, but the attacker escaped through the window. Later, Daredevil arrived to question Betsy. He informed Manolis that Melvin had turned himself in. She recognized the assailant's clothing and behavior, linking him to individuals she'd encountered through her social work, who often acted out in violence. Betsy suggested places where Daredevil might find him. Daredevil followed the lead to a bar frequented by the criminal underworld. He confronted a man in the bar, demanding answers, but quickly found himself surrounded by a hostile crowd. The group attacked Daredevil, overwhelming him with numbers. As he struggled to fend them off, he was pinned down, leaving him helpless. The masked man taunted Daredevil's vulnerability. Suddenly, Daredevil remembered Betsy's predicament when she was assaulted by the same man. He could relate to the pain and fear that she went through, and a superhuman strength mixed with rage and pain overcame him. Despite being outnumbered, he fought fiercely, taking down several opponents with calculated moves. The chaos intensified as Daredevil faced off against a masked opponent who put up a strong resistance. Using his agility and combat skills, Daredevil evaded strikes and delivered precise counters. The gang leader attempted to use a chain as a weapon, but Daredevil disarmed him, sending the chain flying. The fight culminated in Daredevil targeting the leader's mask, ripping it off, and exposing his face. The leader pleaded for mercy, but received a decisive blow from Daredevil, ending the confrontation. The remaining gang members fled, leaving the leader incapacitated amidst shattered furniture and spilled drinks. The television news highlighted Melvin Potter's role in an earlier attack and reported his surrender to authorities, which further complicated the story. The next day, Matt Murdoch visited Becky, holding a newspaper with the headline "Dead Ringers," showing the similarity between Melvin and Michael Reese, the arrested suspect known as the Lady Killer. Matt, bruised from the fight, tried to connect with Becky about her past trauma. He urged her to testify against the man who assaulted her, as her testimony could be crucial in convicting him. He acknowledged her pain, emphasizing that she must prevent the attacker from walking free and causing further harm. He reminded her that Michael had taken her legs, but she shouldn't let him cripple her for life. Then he left. Becky, after a moment of emotional struggle, gathered her courage. She called the police, determined to share her story and ensure justice for Melvin. The assassination of Matt Murdoch. Elektra prepared to abduct her target on the rooftops of the city. She observed a man on a bicycle below, Alphonse de Chanteau, who was wanted for a $50,000 bounty. Before she could intervene, an assassin shot an arrow through de Chanteau's neck, killing him instantly. Elektra, realizing the situation had escalated, decided to pursue the killer. She leaped into action, moving swiftly across the rooftops. Her pursuit led her to discover that the assassin was a ninja, which caused her to pause. She recognized him as a member of the Hand, the order of assassins that had once trained her before she broke free from their control. Despite her initial hesitation, Elektra chose to follow him into the shadows, determined to learn more. She overheard members of the Hand discussing their mission. They revealed that de Chanteau's death was just the beginning and presented their next target, a man named Matthew Murdoch, an American lawyer. Elektra was taken aback, realizing they were targeting someone she once loved, though their shared past had turned into enmity. Elektra wrestled with her emotions as she remembered remembered how her father's death had pushed her into becoming a mercenary, and how Murdoch's journey had led him to become Daredevil. She hated him, but couldn't deny the lingering connection. As the hand burned Murdoch's image, declaring he and his client must die, Elektra resolved not to save him, but boarded a flight to New York, driven by conflicted feelings and a sense of unfinished business. Meanwhile, Matt Murdoch defended Melvin Potter in court, arguing his innocence. However, the prosecution gained the upper hand, and Matt felt the absence of his partner, Foggy Nelson, who had distanced himself. Later, as Daredevil, he reflected on his struggles while patrolling the city. Returning home, Matt sensed an ambush. His heightened senses detected 4 assassins hiding in his apartment. Realizing they were from the Hand, he prepared for a fight, determined to survive the deadly encounter. Using his radar sense, Matt detected the positions of 4 attackers silently preparing to strike. He bided his time and countered when they got close, engaging in an intense hand-to-hand fight. Despite being outnumbered, Matt displayed precision, taking down the assassins with a mix of martial skill. He used his billy club to fend their attacks and put them down in a matter of mere seconds. Once the battle ended, the defeated ninjas disintegrated into smoke, leaving Matt questioning the attack's purpose. One of them added a cryptic declaration: "When one of the Hand has fallen, he is no more." Investigating further, Matt discovered another assassin in the room, armed with a crossbow, but the individual had already been neutralized by an unknown third party. Matt pondered who could have come to his aid and who might have ordered the hit on him. The person who killed the last assassin was none other than Elektra. She stood on the nearby rooftop and observed Matt. Meanwhile, Kingpin explained his strategy to Flint, highlighting how he had set the Hand and Daredevil against each other, ensuring he remained untouched. His manipulation aimed to eliminate both parties as threats. Later, the Hand targeted Foggy Nelson, planning to kill him alongside Matt. The Hand assassins followed Matt quietly as he walked to his office. In his office, Matt confronted Foggy, trying to understand the strain in their partnership. Foggy confessed feelings of inadequacy, financial struggles, and guilt over losing their firm's storefront. Matt reassured him of his importance, calling him more than a partner, more than a friend. While Matt and Foggy were talking, Elektra engaged more of the Hand's assassins in a brutal fight. During this chaos, a rocket was launched into Matt's office. The explosion left Foggy and Elektra screaming Matt's name. As Matt lay unconscious, Foggy ran to his help. Matt woke up in a hospital bed, disoriented and weak. Heather was by his side, worried but trying to lighten the mood. She joked about the danger that came with dating him, but her concern was evident. Matt overheard a radio report about Melvin Potter being moved to another facility. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Potter would be vulnerable. Trying to get up, he stumbled, realizing something terrifying. His radar sense was gone. Meanwhile, Elektra intercepted the truck transporting Potter. Using tear gas, she brought the vehicle to a crashing stop and freed him. She handed Potter his gladiator armor, insisting he put it on for his own protection. Though reluctant, Potter complied, torn between his promise to leave violence behind and the reality of needing to survive. As they tried to make their escape, the Hand, a deadly ninja clan, ambushed them. Elektra fought fiercely, her skills unmatched, but there were too many attackers. Potter, unable to embrace his gladiator instincts, faltered, leaving Elektra to fend for both of them. Daredevil, despite his injuries and missing radar sense, arrived in the middle of the chaos. Relying on pure instinct and muscle memory, he dove into the fight, joining Elektra. The two worked together against the overwhelming odds, with Daredevil pushing himself to the limit despite his impairments. He relied on the faintest swish of air on his skin, the sounds of footsteps and heartbeats, in order to fend off the assassins. He felt the presence of Elektra, but struggled to accept that she was there. Eventually, their combined efforts forced the Hand to retreat. Potter, shaken and exhausted, thanked them both. He admitted he was struggling to let go of his gladiator past, but was grateful to be alive. He further told Daredevil about the woman with the psi blades that helped him. Questions swirled in Daredevil's mind. Could it be Elektra? In the aftermath, the 3 surviving ninjas knelt in a dimly lit room in front of the Jonin, recounting their defeat at the hands of Elektra and Daredevil. The Jonin chastised them for their failure and declared they should have died with their brothers. A mysterious man in purple ninja attire appeared. He was none other than the deadliest assassin, Kirigi. When the ninjas tried to defend themselves, the Jonin mocked their delusion. Right then, Kirigi raised his sword and swiftly killed all 3 with one precise stroke. The Jonin described their deaths as a mere appetizer for Kirigi's next mission. He handed a photograph to Kirigi, revealing Elektra as his next target. As Kirigi looked at the photograph, it went up in flames. Gauntlet. Elektra was meditating, reflecting on her newfound freedom from emotional and physical bonds. She remained alert, sensing a breeze where none should have been. She swiftly armed herself, demonstrating her honed instincts and formidable skills as a mercenary and assassin. When Daredevil appeared, she launched her sai at him, narrowly missing. She warned him not to catch her off guard, but Daredevil calmly stated that he had only come to talk. Daredevil recalled the previous night when a gang attacked him and his client, noting Elektra's intervention. He revealed how he tracked her down by checking the most expensive hotels. Their conversation grew tense as they reflected on their past relationship as college lovers. Daredevil shared a personal struggle. The bomb that had injured him had taken away his radar sense, his closest equivalent to sight. Electra dismissed his plight, remarking on his desperation, though her expression hinted at conflicting emotions. The tension peaked as Daredevil approached her, thanking her for saving his life and risking everything for him. As they stood close, Daredevil attempted to reconcile, but Electra pushed him away, shattering a glass window in her rejection. Daredevil, hurt but determined, swung away, brooding over her coldness. He concluded she hated him and silently acknowledged the emotional wound as the unkindest cut of all. Elsewhere, the Kirigi eliminated 3 ninjas with a single strike, impressing his subordinates. The Jonin chastised them for failing to kill Daredevil but shifted the target to Electra, who had abandoned their organization, the Hand. Kirigi clutched her burning photograph, signaling her as his next objective. Meanwhile, Daredevil examined a note from Heather, expressing frustration with his absence. He deduced that the ninjas wouldn't target her at a public party, focusing instead on his partner, Foggy Nelson. As Daredevil patrolled the city, assassins targeted Foggy, but Daredevil intervened just in time. The first assassin aimed an arrow at Foggy, but Daredevil kicked and incapacitated him. As Foggy tried to hail a taxi, another assassin leapt onto its roof, wielding a claw to strike, but Daredevil caught him and subdued him. All the while, Foggy remained oblivious to the danger, engrossed in conversation with the taxi driver. Daredevil interrogated the ninja, demanding to know the location of their hideout. Suddenly, the ninja was struck from behind with a sword, killing him. He dissolved into a foul-smelling substance upon defeat, much like others Daredevil had encountered. However, another ninja fled toward a park. Tracking him using his heightened senses, Daredevil used his billy club to stop the assailant mid-flight. This ninja did not dissolve, maybe due to his faulty costume. Daredevil discovered a business card from Ukifuni Oddities in his possession. Examining the card, Daredevil doubted its authenticity, suspecting it was a deliberate misdirection. While pondering his next steps, a sai blade struck him in the back of his head. Electra appeared, expressing that they were both seeking the ninja and acknowledging a shared enemy. Daredevil warned her it might be a trap. She noted the undissolved ninja likely wasn't part of the Hand and suggested another force could be involved. Electra dismissed Daredevil's warnings, suggesting he stay out of her way given his impaired radar sense, and leaped into action. At court, Foggy Nelson requested a brief recess, anxiously wondering about Matt Murdoch's absence. Meanwhile, Electra visited Ukifuni Oddities, posing as a customer seeking throwing stars. She purchased shurikens and threw them to tear down the curtain and reveal a door. She started infiltrating the compound guarded by ninja. Electra's assault was swift and brutal, her shurikens incapacitating several guards. Her presence alarmed the Jonin's guards, who realized she had found them. Despite losing the element of surprise, she pressed on, engaging multiple foes in combat. Electra found herself surrounded by the 4 elite guards. She adopted a defensive stance, prepared for their simultaneous attack. Daredevil joined the fight unexpectedly, working alongside Electra to overcome their adversaries. However, Electra abruptly left mid-battle, leaving Daredevil to fend for himself. Back in court, Foggy struggled to delay proceedings, worried about Matt's absence. Meanwhile, Electra ventured deeper into the compound, eventually confronting Kirigi, the legendary assassin of the Hand. She prepared for an intense showdown, setting poisoned caltrops to limit his attacks and positioning herself for a tactical advantage. With remarkable skill, she used her sai blades to fend off his attacks and landed 2 lethal blows, but Kirigi's resilience was unnatural. He paused for a moment and then pulled out the sai blades from his chest, still standing. Stories of his immortality began to feel real as Electra struggled to decipher what she was seeing. Nearby, Daredevil fought his own battle against the Hand's ninjas. He used his agility and combat expertise to counter their relentless strikes, narrowly avoiding serious injury. He observed the dwindling number of attackers and contemplated retreat, but remained determined to hold his ground. Meanwhile, in the courtroom, Foggy Nelson managed to secure a mistrial, buying time despite his growing frustration over Matt's absence. seconds. Back in the fight, Electra cleverly improvised by using her belt as a weapon to bind Kirigi momentarily and get him off his footing. However, Kirigi retaliated with a Kyoketsushugi, a deadly rope knife, entangling Electra and forcing her into a precarious situation. As she struggled against him, her determination to survive intensified. Daredevil's combat against the Jonin's guards escalated. Using his billy club, he tried to block the swords, but one sword cut the club in half. Simultaneously, Electra heard a taunting voice from her past, the Jonin, mocking her plight. She reached out for a sword stuck in a beam. Kirigi pulled her towards him. Finding the opening, Electra took the sword and inserted it into Kirigi's heart. Kirigi faltered, and Electra kicked him downstairs. She followed him, but he vanished before the landing. The Jonin cried out to Kirigi to not leave him alone, while Electra turned at him with anger. Daredevil engaged in a fierce battle against the armored ninja warriors, dodging their attacks and striking with precision. He kicked one of their swords, caught it in the air, and then cut the other's swords in half. With one guard down, the others ran for their lives. Meanwhile, Electra successfully eliminated the Jonin. With Jonin dead, the Hand would no longer pursue her. However, Daredevil confronted her, calling her a killer and insisting she was going to jail. Electra, unfazed, looked at him coldly. During their standoff, Daredevil suddenly collapsed, weakened from his injuries and blood loss. Electra stood over him, knowing that if she left him there, he would die. She hesitated, torn between leaving him behind and the history they shared. At the courthouse, Heather angrily waited for Matt, growing frustrated with his absence. She accused him of prioritizing Daredevil's work over their relationship. Suddenly, Matt arrived. Electra had indeed saved him. Heather reassured him that Foggy was handling the case. The prosecutor barged out angrily and rebuked Matt for pulling such a stunt and using Foggy to throw the case out of court. Foggy revealed to Matt that he had cited Stilt-Man versus West decision of 32 and achieved to save Potter. Reporters swarmed Matt and Foggy, where Foggy declared that Nelson and Murdoch were still in business. In another part of the city, Flint told Kingpin that his plan had worked. With the Hand out of New York now, the only threat remained was Daredevil. Kingpin saw Daredevil as a minor issue for now. He assured his men he would deal with him when the time was right. Hunters. Dawn broke over New York's Lower East Side, where a vagrant rummaged through trash. His attention was drawn to a dagger stabbed into a pile of rubble. As he reached for it, a shadow loomed behind him, and before he could react, a hand gripped his face. It was the feared ninja assassin Kirigi, the sword still stuck in his body, and he strangled the life out of the vagrant with just one hand. Kirigi's name had been whispered for centuries as a terror to even the mightiest samurai. Regarded as an immortal, he believed in his own legend. And for now, that belief was enough to keep him alive. He moved through the city, avoiding detection as he headed toward a hospital. A police officer patrolling the area caught sight of him, but before he could react, Kirigi struck him down with a swift, deadly blow. He continued toward a church, seeking refuge. With the temple's doors boarded up, Kirigi forced his way inside. The grand, darkened space became his sanctuary. He carried secret knowledge of survival, and within his bloodied robe were medicinal substances to slow death's grip. He would meditate, heal, and prepare for his vengeance. His sole focus remained to find Electra and make her pay. 3 days later, atop a brownstone, Matt Murdoch sat brooding in the rain. Heather Glenn found him and urged him to prepare for their evening plans. When he didn't respond, she realized he was lost in thought. He revealed his greatest fear. His radar sense had been taken from him by the bomb blast, leaving him more blind than ever. Without it, he felt helpless. Heather pleaded with him to come inside, fearing he would get hurt, but Matt resolved to regain what he had lost. Determined, Matt recalled his old mentor, Stick, the man who once trained him to live with blindness. If he could find Stick, there was hope. Heather, desperate, begged him not to go, but Matt ignored her, leaping from the building. His footing faltered, and for a brief moment, he nearly fell to his death before catching himself. Heather, watching from the window, was horrified. He had almost died. Alone, she wrestled with her emotions, questioning whether Matt cared for her at all. His devotion to Daredevil overshadowed everything, leaving her abandoned. The pain reminded her of her father's neglect, filling her with despair, yet she couldn't let him go. Frantic, she threw on a coat and rushed into the storm, not knowing knowing what she would do, only that she had to help him. Unbeknownst to her, Electra had been watching. She understood what had happened, but she told herself that Daredevil was nothing to her now. Still, she knew she would follow him, and in doing so, would bring death to his enemies. Meanwhile, Kirigi had waited 7 hours for Electra to return to a place she once defended. He remained patient. When the time came, he would strike. Daredevil tracked down Turk and his gang at a grimy saloon, interrupting their poker game. Turk, already deep in debt, tried to bluff his way through, but his hand was obviously rigged. Before he could react, Daredevil grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know where Stick was. Turk, panicked, questioned why Daredevil wanted the old man, but before he could answer, another thug struck Daredevil. Daredevil winced in pain, indicating something was wrong. Turk was astonished. Someone had managed to sneak up on Daredevil and hurt him. Sensing an opportunity, Turk's men attacked. Daredevil was caught off guard, struggling more than usual. As he lay dazed, Turk prepared to shoot him, only for Josie, the bar owner, to demand they take it outside. Grotto, another gang member, hesitated, recalling past beatings from Daredevil. As Turk prepared to finish him off, Daredevil regained consciousness and launched a sudden counterattack, striking with precision. The fight spilled outside, with Daredevil swiftly incapacitating Turk's men, using the rain's echoes as a substitute for his radar sense. As Daredevil left, Grotto pulled Turk out of a trash can he had been slammed into. Realizing Daredevil's reactions were off, Turk became suspicious. He suggested they start hunting Daredevil, convinced something was wrong with him. Meanwhile, in a pool hall, Heather searched for Stick. She approached a muscular man, offering money in exchange for information. He led her outside, assuming she was naive, but she quickly pulled a gun on him, forcing him to comply. At the Cord conglomerate headquarters, Turk and his gang infiltrated the facility, looking for advanced technology. Turk demanded a suit rumored to enhance strength, confident it would help him defeat Daredevil. Daredevil, meanwhile, continued his search for Stick. Interrogating 2 low-level criminals, Shiv and Bilge, he grew increasingly frustrated, but learnt that Walk-Eyed Pike might know. When he left, Shiv and Bilge observed his movements, noting how he almost slipped, believing him to be weakened. Elektra intervened, swiftly eliminating the thugs before they could act against him. In the shadows, Kirigi observed, waiting for the right moment to strike. Walk-Eyed Pike was a sleazy hustler in a roach-infested loft in Hell's Kitchen. Pike was caught off guard while brushing his teeth and barely had time to react when Elektra crashed through his window. She demanded to know where Stick was, forcing Pike to give up his location, Duke's Pool Hall on 9th Avenue. As Elektra disappeared, Pike speculated whether Stick had conned her or if she planned to kill him. Before he could think further, another intruder arrived, Turk, now clad in a powered exosuit. Turk demanded information on Stick. Pike was annoyed that his bed had been wrecked in the process. Pike, overwhelmed, admitted that Stick was at Duke's. Just as Turk left, Daredevil crashed through the ceiling. Without a second thought, Pike revealed Stick's whereabouts. Pike, realizing he was in over his head, tried to make an escape plan, considering running to New Jersey. Right then, Heather walked in with a gun. Pike sighed and revealed Stick's location, taking Heather by surprise. At Duke's pool hall, Stick was hustling a game, demonstrating remarkable precision despite his blindness. His impressive shot stunned onlookers, some of whom began doubting whether he was really blind at all. Just as Stick faced questioning, Heather arrived, gun in hand, insisting she wouldn't let them hurt him. Stick, unimpressed, told her to put the weapon away, and Daredevil made his entrance, agreeing there was no need for violence. Daredevil swiftly incapacitated Stick's attackers, despite struggling to rely on their heartbeats instead of his radar sense. Stick, however, remained unimpressed, calling him a show-off and berating him for still thinking with his fists. Before Daredevil could explain, the wall suddenly exploded. Turk, now fully suited up in his exoskeleton, came crashing through, eager for revenge. He taunted Daredevil, believing his newfound power would make him unstoppable. But Daredevil, despite his disadvantages, dodged Turk's attacks and knocked him out cold. Meanwhile, Electra was found by another warrior, Kirigi. A fierce battle ensued between the two warriors. Kirigi's sword and Electra's sai blades clashed. Electra threw a crate at him and tried to escape. She sabotaged a truck and ran over Kirigi. She jumped from the truck and it struck the pier and caught on fire. However, Kirigi was still alive. Despite being on fire, he slowly climbed up and reached out for Electra. Electra waved her sword in the air and with her brutal skills beheaded beheaded Kirigi. Standing there, before Kirigi's corpse, the only thought that could cross her mind was coexisting in a world same as Matt's. He was after her as she had broken the law, and one day she had to put an end to him. When that day came, would she have the courage? Thinking this, she stood and shivered in the cold wind. Where angels fear to tread. Daredevil, struggling with the loss of his radar sense, sought help from his old mentor, Stick. Stick reminded him that his problems weren't just physical, but mental. If he wanted to regain his abilities, he had to dig deeper into his own mind. Stick insisted on training in the cluttered basement, filled with old memories, emphasizing that Daredevil wasn't prepared for what was coming. Daredevil had been training for 3 days, exhausted and frustrated. Stick dismissed his complaints and explained that everyone had a kind of radar, a sense of awareness that could decay if not properly honed. Daredevil had lost his because of the explosion, and if he wanted it back, he had to earn it. Stick commanded him to grab another arrow and find the target using his instincts, but Daredevil hesitated, claiming he couldn't. Stick cut him off, ordering him to concentrate and reach out with his mind. As Daredevil attempted to focus, he was struck by visions from his past. Suddenly, his bow transformed into a baseball bat, one from his childhood. A voice from his memories demanded that he study rather than play. He saw a vision of his father, Matt Murdoch, who reminded him of the promise he had made to study hard and make something of himself. His father had insisted he wouldn't let Matt grow up to be an uneducated fighter like him, urging him to become a lawyer or someone important. The vision intensified as young Matt found himself ridiculed by the neighborhood kids. They mocked him for always studying, for being book smart rather than playing with them. As the taunting continued, Daredevil, back in the present, realized how deeply these experiences had shaped his anger. Stick warned him that these emotional burdens were obstacles preventing him from regaining his abilities. If he didn't overcome them, they would be just as deadly as any physical enemy. Meanwhile, Heather Glenn, feeling ignored and frustrated, played a game of solitaire in her penthouse. Angry that Matt had locked himself away without telling her anything, she decided to go out, reasoning that New York had plenty of fun and plenty of men willing to pay for it. She called her friend Rico to take her out. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson reviewed a political piece on Randolph Winston Cherry, a candidate for mayor. Ben Urich had written an expose tying Cherry to organized crime. Jameson acknowledged the article's explosive nature, recognizing that it could ruin Cherry's election chances, or backfire on the Bugle if Cherry retaliated. He ordered Ben to verify his sources, emphasizing that they had to be absolutely sure before running the story. Back at training, Daredevil hallucinated. His exhaustion triggered a vision of the accident that had blinded him. The truck carrying radioactive material, the old man in danger. He felt trapped in the past, struggling to determine if the vision was real or not. In the hallucination, he leaped forward to save the man again, reliving the pain of being struck by the canister. He screamed in agony, blaming the old man for blinding him. In the city, Cherry confronted the kingpin, furious that the Bugle's article could cost him the election. He demanded action. Kingpin dismissed his outrage, reminding Cherry that he was merely a pawn. Cherry's attempt to assert himself ended when Kingpin crushed his hand, making it clear who was in control. He assured Cherry that the Bugle would be dealt with. At Nelson and Murdoch's destroyed office, Foggy lamented the state of their business. Becky encouraged him, reminding him that Matt never gave up, and they had to stick together. As they debated their next move, J. Jonah Jameson called, requesting legal counsel. Foggy hesitated, realizing the weight of the situation. By Friday, Daredevil was still at it, exhausted but pushing forward. Stick continued his harsh methods, striking Daredevil when he faltered. Daredevil, battered and frustrated, tried again. His focus wavered, but he prepared to fire, determined to overcome his struggles. Daredevil found himself in a surreal confrontation with his father, Matt Murdoch, who was dressed in his old boxing gear. His father accused him of breaking his promise to avoid fighting, warning that he was turning into a broken-down fighter just like him. Jack's words struck deep, but suddenly he was struck by an arrow. Daredevil pleaded for his father's forgiveness before he died again. As Matt grasped the arrow, he realized the situation was wrong. His father had been shot by a gangster, not by an arrow. His surroundings shifted, and an ominous voice told him not to pray, as God wouldn't help him. A monstrous demonic creature emerged in the ring, declaring itself the embodiment of Daredevil's hatred. The beast taunted him, claiming it had come to claim him. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson met with Foggy Nelson and Becky Blake. Jameson explained that their article on Randolph Cherry had led to a lawsuit and that he wanted Murdoch to defend them. Foggy pointed out their law office was currently in shambles, but if Jameson could fund a new one, they'd take the case. Jameson grumbled at Foggy's behavior. Elsewhere, Heather Glenn attended a cocktail party, surrounded by admirers. While engaging in playful flirtation, she deflected advances with ease. Observers noted she hadn't mentioned Matt Murdoch all week, speculating she had moved on. However, her expression darkened when Rico mocked Matt's blindness. Without a word, she threw her drink at him and left the party, warning Rico not to follow her. Back in Matt's mind, he fought the monstrous entity, throwing brutal strikes. The creature relished the fight, feeding on his rage and pain. As Matt prepared for a final blow, he realized the key to defeating it. He had to let go of his anger. Resolving not to fear or hate anymore, he aimed his bow and fired, striking the creature down. As the illusion faded, Matt successfully hit his training target. Stick, unimpressed, reminded him that hitting it once meant nothing. He had to do it consistently. With renewed control, he fired another arrow and hit the target dead center. Daredevil finally regained his focus, hitting the target again and again with precision. He told Stick he could feel everything again. The target, Stick himself. Stick warned him not to get overconfident, reminding him he was still one step away from regaining his full abilities. As Stick fired an arrow, Daredevil instinctively dodged, visualizing everything with his returning radar sense. Meanwhile, in a midtown skyscraper, a man discussed photographs of dead assassins from the hand. He acknowledged Daredevil wasn't responsible, pointing to Electra, a mercenary and former ninja. As he talked about Electra's background, the Kingpin ordered him to find her. Paper chase. In a city she despises, Electra remained focused on her mission, unwilling to leave until her work was done. She carried a deep connection to Daredevil, her former lover turned enemy. Preparing for battle, she armed herself with her sai, breaking through a window to ambush a group of enemies. She moved with precision, cutting down her attackers, striking with deadly efficiency. A brutal fight unfolded as she and her opponents exchanged blows, weapons clashing. She dispatched them swiftly, proving her lethal skill. During the chaos, she eliminated a thug by stabbing him through the chest before tossing another out a window. The remaining enemies fell quickly to her relentless attacks. Later, she found a letter from the Kingpin, offering her a place in his organization, acknowledging her deadly reputation. Meanwhile, Daredevil moved across the rooftops, embracing the thrill of the city. He reflected on his past, remembering the accident that granted him enhanced senses. At the same time, Kingpin Cherry watched the TV, where the news of Cherry suing the Daily Bugle for damage of $5 million was running. Kingpin was happy, but Cherry reminded him of the young informant who was blackmailing him. Kingpin was not worried. He assured the informant would soon be erased from existence. At Nelson and Murdoch's office, Matt and Foggy discussed the corruption surrounding Cherry's campaign, linking it to Wilson Fisk. The young informant, Sheldon, held critical evidence, signed checks proving Cherry's ties to the Kingpin. Sheldon, however, was being hunted, and before Matt could question him further, armed men entered, posing as truant officers. Sensing danger, Matt blocked their path. As chaos erupted, Sheldon bolted, and Matt, pretending to fumble as a blind man, used the distraction to move. As Sheldon ran, Matt followed, using his agility to anticipate his movements. Sheldon was fast, but Matt had experience. He planned to intercept him at the lobby, preparing to meet him in his other identity, Daredevil. Daredevil intercepted the young informant, Sheldon, just as he was about to be captured by Kingpin's men. The thugs hesitated, realizing they were outmatched, and quickly decided to flee rather than engage in a fight. Sheldon, however, bit Daredevil's hand and managed to escape. Matt considered chasing him, but decided it wasn't worth the effort, choosing instead to return to his office, where Foggy was likely worried. The next day, Foggy approached Luke Cage, aka Power Man, and Danny Rand, aka Iron Fist. He was hoping to hire them to protect Matt. He explained that Nelson and Murdoch were working a dangerous case, and he was concerned about his blind partner's safety. Luke and Danny weren't interested at first, with Iron Fist complaining that bodyguard work was boring. However, they decided to do the job. That night, Matt was working late when Kingpin's goons burst into his office, demanding to know where Sheldon was hiding. They revealed that the real target wasn't Sheldon himself, but the checks he had stolen. Checks that tied Kingpin to a corrupt politician. As the thugs pressed him for information, Luke Cage and Iron Fist arrived just in time, engaging in a brutal fight. Iron Fist took down one gunman with a swift kick, while Luke absorbed gunfire, mocking the shooters before knocking one of them out. With the office nearly destroyed in the fight, Matt sarcastically remarked on how beautiful the whole situation had become. Later, at the courthouse, Matt barely made it in time for a case. However, the prosecutor turned out to be Jaren, the same man Luke and Iron Fist had taken the job from. Jaren publicly humiliated them, calling them thugs hired to intimidate the court. Realizing they had walked into a trap, Luke and Iron Fist regretted taking the case. Matt later slipped away, navigating an empty corridor. He realized he needed to shake his allies and focus on his work as Daredevil. Using his billy club, he maneuvered through an elevator shaft, evading potential pursuers. As Luke and Danny arrived, they realized the elevator car was gone, meaning someone might have kidnapped Matt. Luke Cage and Iron Fist confronted Councilman Cherry at his campaign headquarters, demanding to know where Matt Murdoch had been taken. Cherry denied any involvement, but Iron Fist threatened him, warning that his partner was strong and unpredictable. Cherry, unimpressed, dismissed their intimidation tactics, calling them a poor attempt at a good cop, bad cop routine. With no useful information, Luke and Iron Fist left empty-handed. Cherry answered a call from Sheldon and agreed upon an exchange of diamonds in return of the checks that Sheldon held as evidence. The next day, the parade on Fifth Avenue was in full swing, with massive balloons and floats filling the streets. Turk and Grotto, dressed in ridiculous costumes, discussed their latest job for the Kingpin, while Luke and Iron Fist scouted for Cherry, their only lead to Murdoch. Cherry, playing the role of a generous politician, handed out bags of candy to children. When Sheldon approached to receive a bag, Cherry discreetly tried to slip him the diamonds. However, a kid unexpectedly snatched the diamonds from Sheldon and ran. Sheldon kept the checks with him and ran behind the kid. Turk and Grotto spotted Sheldon and followed him. As the chase unfolded, Daredevil, now back in action, moved quickly through the crowd. Luke and Iron Fist recognized Murdoch and pursued him, confused by his behavior. Matt changed into Daredevil and jumped out. Daredevil dodged their questions, insisting he was in a hurry. Iron Fist, sensing something suspicious, refused to back down. The two engaged in a swift but precise fight, each testing the other's skill. Meanwhile, Sheldon's situation worsened when the kid accidentally swallowed the jewels he was carrying, breaking a tooth in the process. Turk and Grotto realized they had lost their advantage and scrambled to climb a massive frog balloon after Sheldon, who was attempting to escape. Daredevil and Iron Fist continued their fight, exchanging blows as confetti rained around them. Eventually, Luke intercepted Sheldon, saving him as he fell from the frog balloon after losing his footing. With the dust settling, Sheldon revealed that his actions were motivated by a desperate need to help his sister, Tammy Lou, who had lost her chance to become a dancer due to a medical condition. He had hoped to raise money for her surgery, but he failed. When asked for the checks, Sheldon realized they had been lost in the chaos, drifting away in the wind along with the parade's confetti. Late at night, a guard outside a skyscraper boasted about his luck with women while another relieved him. Another guard noticed something suspicious, but dismissed it as nerves. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure moved across the building undetected. As one of the guards recalled an old heist, the lights suddenly went out. A sharp noise interrupted his monologue, and his partner, Mick, went silent. In the darkness, a guard panicked as Mick failed to respond. A blade flashed, and Electra emerged from an elevator armed and ready. She moved swiftly through the halls before entering a room where the Kingpin, expecting her arrival, calmly invited her to sit, stating they had much to discuss. Spiked. Ben Urich promised his wife he'd be home early, but got sidetracked following a lead on Councilman Randolph Winston Cherry. He entered a dive bar, where an informant told him he'd missed an important event. The informant, nervous about crossing the Kingpin, hesitated, but eventually revealed that the mob had heavily invested in Cherry's political campaign. Before he could say more, he was suddenly killed, leaving Urich shaken. A masked woman held a dagger to Urich's throat, warning him to stop investigating Cherry and his ties to organized crime. She made it clear that Cherry was going to be elected mayor and serve her employer's interests. Urich was forced to sit and watch a movie, left to contemplate his own vulnerability. Afterward, he cooperated with the police, but the experience left him rattled. Hours later, he returned to the New York Daily Bugle, the shadows around him feeling heavier. He called Matt Murdoch, needing his help. Reflecting on Murdoch's story, Urich recalled how he had been blinded as a child by a radioactive isotope that heightened his other senses to superhuman levels. Though he became a successful lawyer, his relentless pursuit of justice led him to become Daredevil. It was a story worthy of a Pulitzer, but Urich knew it would never see print. Daredevil arrived, warning Urich about his smoking habit before Urich revealed that he had just been threatened by a woman working for the Kingpin. When asked for a description, Urich admitted he hadn't seen much but noted her European accent and a distinctive weapon, something like a 2-foot-long fork. Immediately, Murdoch recognized her, Electra. Urich was surprised to learn Murdoch knew her, but Murdoch admitted they had a past. She was no longer the woman he had loved. She was now a mercenary and an assassin. If she was working in his city, he had to stop her. Saying this, he disappeared. The next morning, Urich received a call from Cherry himself and met him at a gym, where Cherry spoke about his vision for a strong and healthy city. He lectured Urich about his health, mocking his smoking habit and warning he wouldn't make it to 50 if he didn't take care of himself. Cherry insisted he was offering good advice, but Urich saw through the veiled threat. A bodybuilder nearby agreed with Cherry, then suddenly grabbed Urich and forced him onto a weight bench. Laughing, they encouraged him to lift a 400-pound barbell, pinning him down as he struggled to breathe. Before Urich could suffocate, Daredevil intervened. He easily lifted the barbell off Urich and used it as a weapon, knocking aside one of Cherry's men. Shocked by Daredevil's strength, another bodybuilder urged his colleague to stop him, but the man hesitated, watching Daredevil handle the massive weight like it was nothing. Cherry and his men realized they were outmatched. As the chaos subsided, Daredevil and Urich left the gym. Urich, still rattled, thanked Daredevil for saving him, admitting he thought it was over back there. Outside, Daredevil's heightened senses picked up Cherry making a phone call to the Kingpin, loudly arranging a meeting for the next day at a cafe in Little Italy. Urich saw this as the perfect opportunity. They needed pictures proving Cherry's ties to the Kingpin, but Murdoch, as a lawyer, had a court hearing he couldn't skip, leaving Urich on his own. Ignoring Daredevil's warning to stay put, Urich spent hours outside the restaurant, growing impatient and hungry. His patience paid off when a limo arrived and the Kingpin himself stepped out. Urich snapped photos as Cherry arrived, mentally celebrating his Pulitzer-worthy scoop. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a disheveled woman trying to push her way through a window. She seemed like a random vagrant, but something about her caught his attention. As she stumbled through the alley, Urich instinctively followed. His journalistic instincts told him this could be something important. He watched her disappear into the shadows, uncertain if he had found a story or just a lost soul. Still, he took a picture, just in case. Ben Urich was in the shower when his wife Doris confronted him about how little time he spent at home. She expressed her frustration, wanting them to move to a better home and spend more time together. He assured her he would stay home that night, but when the phone rang, he immediately answered, receiving a tip that required him to leave within 20 minutes. He met an informant at a Times Square diner who mocked his smoking habits before offering information for a price. The informant revealed that Cherry, the mayoral candidate, was secretly seeing a woman at a hotel twice a week, discussing everything from his marriage to his job. He hinted that she might be willing to talk. Meanwhile, Daredevil confronted a thug who threatened to slice him, making it clear that information on Cherry's mistress was circulating. Daredevil suspected it was a setup by the Kingpin, meant to lure them into a trap filled with armed men. Daredevil decided to check out the hotel himself, telling Urich to stay put. Urich, watching from a window, noted that Daredevil was anything but subtle, moving like a one-man SWAT team. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the building, then silence. Urich grew nervous, pleading for Matt to show a sign that he was okay. Inside, Daredevil crashed through a window with another woman. Daredevil knew that she was Electra. She was now the Kingpin's chief assassin. The two engaged in a fierce fight, leaping and dodging across the rooftop. Urich, struggling to keep up, documented everything. The battle escalated as they tumbled off the building, both using acrobatics to stay in control. Their fight carried raw emotion, hinting at a painful past between them. Daredevil hesitated, but Electra showed no mercy, striking him down before sending him crashing through a brick wall. Daredevil managed to land a powerful kick, but Electra quickly retaliated with a strike of her own. As he tried to reason with her, Electra coldly told him she had tricked him and trapped him instead. She swiftly stomped down, triggering a trap that clamped onto Daredevil's leg, immobilizing him. Electra smirked, telling him he should be grateful she hadn't set the trap to sever his foot completely, though she admitted it would have made him even more helpless. As he struggled, she prepared to end things by kicking a wall down, sending a cascade of bricks onto Daredevil, burying him beneath the rubble. He desperately called out her name, but she was already walking away. Meanwhile, Bee and Urich watched the scene unfold from the adjacent roof. His breathing labored from stress and cigarette smoke. Electra turned her attention toward him, realizing he was documenting everything. With deadly precision, she hurled her sai. Ben's eyes widened in horror as the weapon sped toward him and struck him down. His last thoughts focused on the fact that the cigarettes would kill him. The Damned. In a grim underground tunnel, there existed a different world where people were suffering, cold, and barely alive. A deranged man, seemingly their leader, ruled over them. He declared that his last queen was dead because she didn't please him and now sought a new one. The people huddled closer, kneeling in pain, as he took a wedding ring from a terrified woman and claimed it as his own. The others worshipped him as he claimed ownership over his new queen, body and soul. Above ground, Daredevil surveyed the city, using his heightened senses to detect crime. He picked up the sound of paper rustling and racing heartbeats, recognizing a nervous group of criminals exchanging money. Inside, Turk, Grotto, and Zeke divided their earnings, with Turk suggesting they cut the kingpin out of his share. Turk pondered a bit and chickened out from his decision. As they argued, Daredevil crashed through the window, catching them off guard. Grotto immediately surrendered, but Turk pulled a gun, reminding Grotto that Daredevil got his foot stuck in a bear trap weeks ago. Daredevil swiftly took Turk out with his crutch. With the criminals subdued, Daredevil asked if any of them had learned their lesson. Grotto clearly hadn't, and Daredevil knocked him out too. Zeke sarcastically called himself smart for staying out of the fight. Later, Ben Urich reflected on his run-in with Electra and how close he had come to dying. After he was hurt by Electra, he had to spend 2 weeks in the ventilator. He admitted that he had abandoned the Cherry story, despite its importance, because he no longer wanted to risk his life. If Cherry won the election, New York would have a gangster for a mayor, but Urich decided it wasn't his fight anymore. However, while developing photographs, he noticed something odd. A woman who seemed to have a connection to the kingpin. He dismissed it at first, but a second glance changed his mind. He urgently asked for his kingpin file. Soon after, Daredevil took a cab and arrived at his next destination. The driver joked about Daredevil having a Dare Mobile, but Daredevil paid him, refusing a free ride. Meeting Urich, Daredevil confirmed this was where the woman had been spotted. Urich admitted he wasn't sure if it was really her, but her resemblance to Vanessa Fisk, the Kingpin's wife, was undeniable. Her body had never been found, leaving the possibility open. Daredevil recounted how the Kingpin's love for Vanessa once kept him restrained, but after she vanished, his criminal empire had grown more ruthless. As they searched the underground tunnels, Urich wondered if finding Vanessa would make the Kingpin go straight. Daredevil dismissed the idea, saying it didn't matter. She was an innocent victim, caught in a power struggle, and he had to find her. They noticed movement nearby, realizing they were being watched. Urich nervously pointed out the abundance of rats, but Daredevil detected human heartbeats among them. They found a large pipe descending deep underground. Urich pointed out that it was unusually well lit, but Daredevil, despite sensing warmth, found it eerily cold. He told Urich he was going in alone. Daredevil, still injured, made his way through the underground, determined to find Vanessa Fisk. Meanwhile, Bee and Urich worried about Matt's safety, joking about exposing his secret identity if he didn't make it out. As Daredevil descended, Urich found himself surrounded by diseased, desperate figures. They clawed at him, forcing him to drop his flashlight. At Nelson and Murdoch's office, news reports revealed that J. Jonah Jameson had retracted his accusations against Randolph Cherry, who now led in every district. Foggy, Nelson, and Becky Blake were frustrated, realizing Cherry's election would hand the city to the mob. Becky wondered where Matt was, while Foggy noted how he often disappeared for days at a time. Daredevil went deeper into the tunnels and encountered a woman crying in pain. She screamed that the king had taken her leg. Daredevil let her have his crutch and then walked deeper. However, deranged, plague-ridden people attacked him. Daredevil let himself to be carried away by the horde. He wanted to see what lay ahead. At the same time, Kingpin confidently acknowledged Cherry's win as the mayor, declaring he would soon control both the government and the underworld. He acknowledged Elektra's role in suppressing the Bugle's investigation and assured her that her services would remain valuable. In the tunnels, Daredevil discovered that the people who worshipped a grotesque figure as their king, a woman with a crown, Vanessa, was among them, barely coherent. Daredevil confirmed her identity, but the king's followers refused to let her go. They declared that everyone who came into their domain belonged to them. The so-called king relished his control, treating the captives as his subjects and potential meals for the monster that lurked in the shadows. Urich was among those held, now at the mercy of the sewer dwellers. The situation grew dire as Daredevil fought to maintain control. Daredevil and Ben Urich were tied together, dangling above a water body. The bloated king smugly explained how he raised a monstrous crocodile after it had been flushed down from the city above. Now fully grown, it was his pet, and it was hungry. To demonstrate, he chose a woman, tossing her down the steps as an appetizer. She fell into the murky water below, vanishing beneath the surface as the beast claimed its meal. Daredevil sensed the thick scent of blood in the air his heightened senses processing the horror. Above, the rope suspending Daredevil and Ben was suddenly cut. The two plunged into the water below, submerged in the domain of the crocodile. Daredevil, despite his injuries, held onto Yurik as they sank. His focus sharpened as he detected the massive reptile approaching. Its gaping jaws lunged at them, but Daredevil maneuvered, narrowly avoiding its lethal bite. He used his agility to dodge, trying to keep himself and Yurik from becoming the next victims. The struggle intensified as Daredevil fought to keep Yurik safe while the crocodile pursued them. He grabbed a piece of cloth floating nearby, a sash left behind by someone else who hadn't been so lucky, and wrapped it around the reptile's snout in an attempt to control it. Using the leverage, he forced the creature away, managing to escape the deadly jaws. Meanwhile, Yurik resurfaced, gasping for air as he crawled out of the water. He coughed and looked back, only to find the grotesque underground dwellers staring at him, their king grinning at the sight. Daredevil emerged from the water and climbed onto solid ground. With no hesitation, he launched himself at the self-proclaimed king. His punches landed hard, driving his opponent backward, but the monstrous man retaliated with surprising strength. He swung a club at Daredevil, striking him with a heavy blow that sent him reeling. The fight escalated, with Daredevil taking more hits but refusing to back down, determined to bring an end to the madness ruling this underground hell. Daredevil landed a final, crushing blow on the bloated underground king, knocking him unconscious. The onlookers, uncertain of what to do, hesitated. Vanessa, weak and disoriented, knelt beside the fallen man and searched his hand until she found a wedding ring. She removed it and held it out to Daredevil, her eyes filled with recognition and gratitude. He accepted it, understanding its significance. The underground dwellers then turned their admiration to him, raising their hands and chanting, recognizing him as their new king. Meanwhile, Randolph Winston Cherry delivered a triumphant speech, celebrating his landslide victory. As he spoke, the kingpin sat in his office, spinning the same wedding ring on his desk. Daredevil entered, and the crime lord immediately understood Vanessa was alive. His hardened demeanor briefly softened before he focused on Daredevil, demanding to know what he wanted. Daredevil's answer was clear: Cherry. Hours later, Cherry appeared on television, shaken and resigned. He publicly withdrew from the mayoral race, confessing his crimes. Watching the broadcast, the kingpin remained composed but resolute. Retaliation was necessary. He dismissed targeting Jameson or Murdoch, instead ordering Electra to assassinate Franklin Nelson, a target with no protection and little consequence. Last hand, Bullseye was consumed by hatred for Daredevil, fantasizing about killing him. Locked in prison, he stewed in resentment, reliving his humiliations. He recalled every time he had clawed his way back to the top, only to be beaten down again. It wasn't enough that Daredevil had defeated him. He had saved his life, leaving him to rot in a cell while the world mocked him. He swore vengeance, determined to reclaim his reputation. Despite his confinement, Bullseye trained relentlessly. The warden, hoping to rehabilitate him, granted access to a personal gym. During a workout, he was approached by a television host offering an interview. Bullseye refused and continued exercising until a sudden pain struck. His headaches, a side effect of brain surgery, incapacitated him. Guards restrained him, mocking his suffering as they administered his medication, a red pill. As he endured the pain, he seethed with thoughts of revenge. He imagined Daredevil training, believing the hero was preparing for their inevitable rematch. Meanwhile, Bullseye got his first afternoon in the prison yard where inmates feared him. But when the Punisher appeared, Bullseye recognized a new threat. The Punisher coldly warned him his enemies were waiting and he might not leave the prison alive. Bullseye's televised interview began with the reporter addressing him as Mr. Poindexter, but Bullseye immediately rejected the name, demanding to be called by his alias. The reporter bluntly called him a remorseless killer and asked how he felt about it. Bullseye responded coldly. He felt nothing. However, before he could finish, a searing headache struck, a lasting consequence of his brain tumor. Guards rushed in to give him his medication, but he used the moment to his advantage. Spitting the red pill into a guard's eye, he took another by surprise and struck hard. A gunshot rang out, and in the chaos, Bullseye manipulated the situation, making the bullet hit his chains and freeing his hands. Moving with lethal precision, he swiftly took down the remaining guards and used the reporter's microphone as a weapon to seize control. He forced the guards to open a cell, locking them inside before executing one of them without hesitation. As the alarms blared, he fought through the prison yard, dodging bullets and taking out anyone in his way. Reaching the outside, he saw an incoming helicopter. With his last bullets, he shot out the floodlights, momentarily blinding the guards. Using the reporter as a human shield, he moved toward the aircraft. A sniper aimed at him, ordering him to surrender. Instead, Bullseye threw his gun with pinpoint accuracy, knocking out the sniper. Seizing the moment, he climbed into the helicopter and sabotaged it, ensuring it wouldn't be used against him. As the city skyline stretched before him, Bullseye's thoughts turned to Daredevil. He imagined him hearing about the escape, preparing for the inevitable showdown. Hidden in the shadows, Bullseye was ready to strike. Later, Bullseye lurked outside Slaughter's hideout, watching and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Inside, Slaughter's men discussed an assassination order from the Kingpin, who viewed Bullseye as a liability. The men hesitated, but Slaughter made it clear they had no choice. Just as he spoke, Bullseye struck, taking out his cigar and catching him off guard. Bullseye swiftly dismantled Slaughter's men. He took advantage of the confusion, disarming one opponent and using his weapons against the rest. Slaughter, seeing Bullseye's capability, decided to give him a lead. An assassin named Elektra had been hired to eliminate Franklin Nelson. That was all Bullseye needed. Later, Bullseye sat in a hotel, examining files on Nelson and his law partner, Matt Murdoch. As he pieced things together, an unsettling realization hit him. Murdoch and Daredevil looked too similar. The deeper he read, the more he laughed. Murdoch was blind. The idea struck him like a joke, too insane to be true. Meanwhile, in court, Murdoch defended a paralyzed mother, making an impassioned argument about her ability to care for her children. The jury was moved, and he won the case. As the courtroom cleared, Bullseye followed Nelson, listening in as he made himself Electra's target. Nelson caught a cab, unaware Bullseye had planted a bug on him. Bullseye killed another cab driver and took his cab, following Nelson's ride. Inside the taxi, Nelson suddenly realized that it was a lady who was driving the cab. She was none other than Elektra. She calmly told him she was hired to kill him. His panic rose, but she told him to be silent and assured him he would feel no pain. She told him to get out of the car in a parking lot. Fearing for his life, Nelson pleaded for an explanation, insisting he didn't even know her. But as she loomed over him, he finally recognized her from somewhere before. He finally recognized her from college as Matt Murdoch's former girlfriend. She remained cold and unreadable, ordering him to leave. Foggy, confused and afraid, pleaded for an explanation. She only repeated her command, eyes intense with restrained conflict. As he stumbled away, she turned and walked toward a nearby car, her mind heavy with unspoken emotions. Unbeknownst to her, Bullseye lurked in the shadows, watching. The moment she sensed him, Elektra struck first. A fierce battle erupted between the two assassins, both moving with lethal precision. She knocked his gun away and forced him into a brutal, close-quarters fight. Bullseye countered with raw aggression. She kicked. Bullseye dodged. She kicked back and hurled Bullseye away. Realizing she was using the shadows to her advantage, Bullseye anticipated her next move. He struck at the right moment, catching her off guard. Elektra used her sai to cut him. Bullseye retaliated, hurting her back. As she tried to use her scarf to strangle him, Bullseye banged her head into the ground. As she recuperated, Bullseye used his razor card to cut open her throat, leaving her bleeding profusely. Then he used Elektra's sai blade and drove it through her chest. He watched gleefully as Elektra staggered away from the scene. Bullseye watched as Elektra, wounded and barely standing, reached Matt Murdoch's doorstep. She gasped his name before collapsing. Matt rushed out, catching her in his arms, as shocked onlookers stared. Later, in the morgue, an examiner confirmed her death, listing her injuries, bruises, a slashed throat, and a punctured heart. Matt, standing over her body, quietly acknowledged her name, Elektra Natios. Bullseye, disguised as a morgue worker, observed Matt's reaction and grew more convinced of his theory. When Bullseye spoke, Matt visibly reacted to his voice, as if recognizing it. Bullseye saw this as confirmation that Matt and Daredevil were the same person. He threw a sharp object at Matt, which he deflected with his cane. Certain in his theory, Bullseye slipped away. Later, Bullseye met with Kingpin, claiming that Matt Murdoch was Daredevil. Kingpin, skeptical, dismissed his theory but gave him one last chance. Kill Daredevil, and he would be reinstated as Kingpin's top assassin. That night, Bullseye broke into Matt's home, moving stealthily. He found Matt studying in his room. As he advanced, a sudden strike sent him flying. Daredevil had been waiting. Bullseye had not noticed that it was a dummy in Matt's room, made to appear like Matt. Realizing he had been set up by Daredevil and Matt Murdoch, Bullseye leaped through a window, challenging Daredevil to follow him outside. Daredevil and Bullseye continued their intense fight across the city, leaping from rooftops. Bullseye taunted Daredevil, saying it would mean more if he were Matt Murdoch. He wielded Elektra's sais, ready to face Daredevil's billy club. Daredevil countered with a swift aerial kick, knocking Bullseye off balance. The fight escalated, with Daredevil landing a powerful punch before they both crashed through a skylight into a building. Inside, the battle turned brutal. Bullseye slashed at Daredevil, who evaded and retaliated, forcing Bullseye to retreat. Their struggle spilled into the train track, with Bullseye trying to escape. Daredevil pursued, climbing after him as Bullseye attempted to gain the upper hand. They fought on the moving train, each trying to outmaneuver the other. The relentless battle led them swinging between buildings, their agility tested in midair. As they fought on a cable, Bullseye lost his footing. Daredevil seized Bullseye's wrist. Bullseye, panicked and furious, screamed that Daredevil wouldn't save him like before. He slashed at Daredevil with a sigh. Surprisingly, Daredevil released him, saying that he would not hurt anyone ever again. Bullseye crashed onto the street below, left broken and unable to move. Later, Kingpin learned of Bullseye's fate, smirking as he burned Bullseye's file, likely already seeking a replacement. As Matt stood heartbroken in front of Elektra's grave, Bullseye lay in a hospital bed, his spine shattered. He seethed with hatred. He vowed revenge, promising that no matter how long it took, he would recover and come for Daredevil again. She's alive. Matt was overcome with a sudden certainty. Elektra was alive. Though he had felt her last breath, smelled the blood in her lungs, and heard her death rattle, something inside him refused to accept it. Sitting in his apartment, he wrestled with the contradiction, torn between what he knew and what he felt. Desperate for answers, he tried to remember if there had ever been a clue, some hint that her death might not have been real. Reflecting on their past, Matt recalled their younger days when he had trusted her with secrets no one else knew. They had loved without burdens, without duty. But something had changed. He wondered if he had failed her, or if something darker inside her had driven her toward a life of violence. She had trained with the ninja, learned their ways of killing. Had they also taught her how to fake death? If so, she owed him answers. Determined, he donned his Daredevil suit and leaped into the night, vowing to find her. Meanwhile, in Rikers Island, Frank Castle, the Punisher, was approached by 3 inmates seeking revenge. They accused him of putting their friend in the infirmary. Castle remained unfazed, calling their leader stupid for getting in his way. When they attacked, he effortlessly countered, using brute force to put them down. One man, desperate, drew a hidden blade, but before he could strike, Castle dealt with him efficiently. Later, Castle, restrained in his cell, was visited by an agent. The man noted how Castle had already killed 3 men that week, making him a constant target in prison. The agent revealed intel on an upcoming narcotics shipment and offered Castle a deal. He would arrange an escape in exchange for taking out the criminals behind it. Castle, intrigued, told him to keep talking. Heather Glenn was at Glenn Industries, reviewing documents presented to her by an older man named Spindle. She noticed the legal language seemed like something Matt would write, and decided to have him look it over before signing. Spindle feigned politeness, but after she left, he conferred with a group of shadowy figures, discussing how Glenn Industries would soon be under their control. At a grimy saloon, Daredevil crashed through a window, taking out a thug inside. A brawl erupted as gunfire rang out. He overpowered the men, demanding answers. One of them finally broke, revealing that the Kingpin was organizing a secret meeting of the Big Six, the top crime lords of the East Coast, set to take place at midnight. Meanwhile, Matt Murdoch was at his office, reviewing legal documents while Becky dictated a coroner's report. He was looking for any inconsistencies regarding Electra's death, hoping to find proof she might still be alive. He insisted all he needed was a sliver of doubt that Elektra was dead. Becky reminded him that the autopsy was thorough, including dental records. Matt argued that records could be altered, and if Foggy misidentified the body, it could mean Elektra was still alive. As he wrestled with this possibility, Heather arrived, interrupting their conversation. Heather greeted Matt flirtatiously, reminding him of their date. Matt was distant and dismissive, saying he was too busy. Heather, hurt, asked why he was ignoring her, but he focused on Becky, pressing for details about the corpse's lungs. If they weren't filled with blood, then the body wasn't Elektra's. Heather, realizing Matt was obsessed, stormed off, frustrated. At Rikers Island, Turk and Grotto were attempting an escape, using makeshift suction cups to scale a wall. As they failed to climb in the dark, an explosion rang out nearby as a distraction. The prison alarm blared. Grotto then noticed something unexpected, a ladder from a helicopter, indicating someone else was breaking out. It was the Punisher. Turk climbed behind him, while Grotto planned to stay back, afraid. As the helicopter flew over the river, the Punisher cut the ladder off and let Grotto fall fall in the river below. At Kingpin's tower, Daredevil fought his way through a group of thugs, swiftly taking them down with precision strikes. He knocked one attacker aside with a brutal punch, dodged another's swing, and countered with his billy club, striking down another opponent. As the last man lunged at him, he delivered a decisive blow, leaving them all unconscious. Daredevil then confronted the Kingpin, who remained composed despite the chaos. The Kingpin, unfazed, asked Daredevil what he wanted. Daredevil accused him of protecting Electra, stating that she had once served as the Kingpin's chief assassin, and now he was hiding her. As Daredevil observed, he sensed the Kingpin's heartbeat change, questioning whether it was fear or astonishment. The Kingpin calmly asked if Daredevil was ill, but Daredevil demanded the truth, threatening to beat him senseless if necessary. The Kingpin, amused, remarked that the Daredevil he knew would never resort to unprovoked violence just to test a theory. Daredevil, realizing he had no proof, reluctantly withdrew his weapons and left. The Kingpin watched him go, then summoned his associates, assuring them that Daredevil was chasing phantoms and would not interfere with their narcotics operations. Meanwhile, at 4 a.m., Foggy Nelson received a phone call from Judge Coffin. He informed him that Matt had woken the judge in the middle of the night, demanding an exhumation order to dig up Electra's grave. Foggy, shaken, relayed this to his wife, admitting that Matt's actions scared him. He resolved to find Matt before he did something reckless. Elsewhere, the Punisher prepared an ambush for a narcotics shipment in Long Island. He took position in the trees, targeting the approaching criminals. A hidden wire trap sent one of them flying, and as the truck continued forward, he fired, shattering the windshield and causing a crash. Tear gas filled the air as he advanced. A firefight broke out. The criminals retaliated, but the Punisher fired back mercilessly, gunning them down. One man tried to surrender, but the Punisher coldly stated, "This is war. I don't take prisoners," before executing him. The Punisher stood over the bodies of fallen hand assassins, troubled by the realization that his last shot had taken down a child. He barely had time to process it before a government agent aimed a gun at him, explaining that his orders wouldn't allow him to let the Punisher escape. Before the agent could fire, Punisher incapacitated him with a brutal strike. As he looked at the chaos around him, he reflected that the war had gotten dirtier. The enemy was using children, and he was needed more than ever. Meanwhile, Daredevil arrived at Electra's grave, determined to prove she was alive. He dug up her grave, his thoughts consumed by his need to know the truth. When he finally opened the coffin, the stench confirmed the corpse inside was decaying. He reached out, feeling the face with his hands, unable to see. As his fingers traced Electra's features, he knew she was truly dead. Overcome with emotion, he let out an agonized scream. Foggy found him moments later and tried to lead him away, but Matt could only repeat that Electra was gone. He clung to the last thing he could say about her. He had loved her. As Foggy guided him away, the grave remained open and added to the chill in the air. Child's Play. A 12-year-old girl, Mary Elizabeth O'Corin, experienced a terrifying hallucination in her civics class. She believed snakes were pouring from cracks in the walls and floor, slithering toward her. Panicking, she saw them crawl onto her, writhing through her hair and down her throat. She screamed for help, but no one reacted, leaving her to wonder why Sister Helen did nothing. Her hallucinations worsened, and she convulsed, overcome with fear and poison from the imagined snakes. Elsewhere, Matt Murdoch, observing through the classroom window, wondered about Sister Helen's inaction. Mary continued to struggle, imagining the snakes whispering dark things to her as she thrashed. Suddenly, she crashed through the window, sending books flying as she fell to the ground below. Matt rushed after her as Daredevil, finding her severely injured. A crowd formed, including her coach, who pleaded for help, revealing she was only 12. With an ambulance too far away, Daredevil carried her to the hospital, praying he arrived in time. He sensed her life slipping away as he moved. At the hospital, doctors confirmed she had died on the operating table. They revealed she had overdosed on PCP, or angel dust. Daredevil listened as the doctor explained the drug's effects, including hallucinations and violent reactions. Billy, Mary's brother, arrived and demanded to see her, but a doctor stopped him. Devastated, he swore revenge on the dealers responsible, vowing to kill them. Daredevil, now in disguise, began his own search. Meanwhile, Billy secretly grabbed a gun from his father's drawer, determined to act. Daredevil, disguised in street clothes, followed a lead on Hogman, but instead encountered one of his associates, Flapper. Joey, a dealer, arrived late for a transaction, handing over money for a bag of PCP. Flapper took a cut for himself before giving Joey the drug. drugs. Nearby, a group of young users discussed their next fix and prepared to fight. Daredevil, observing them, realized they were high and unpredictable. Joey and his friends confronted Daredevil, mistaking him for a threat. Though he tried to avoid conflict, they attacked, forcing him to defend himself. He noted their erratic breathing and rapid heartbeats, clear signs of drug use. One of the boys swung a club, but before the fight escalated, he was suddenly impaled, shocking the others. Daredevil, weakened from the scuffle, sensed the presence of a powerful, deadly figure, Frank Castle, the Punisher. Castle ruthlessly attacked the drug dealers, demanding they remember his face before sending them to their graves. Daredevil struggled to intervene, knowing Punisher was far deadlier than his usual opponents. Punisher identified Daredevil and greeted him, but before they could talk, a shot rang out. Flapper, one of Hogman's men, had been gunned down, and Daredevil suspected Billy was responsible. He raced toward the rooftop, hoping to stop him. On the roof, Daredevil confronted Billy, urging him to hand over the gun. Billy admitted he wanted revenge, but had only fired over the dealer's head. Later, in court, Billy was charged with attempted murder, and Matt Murdoch fought to defend him. Matt managed to get another date for the grand jury. Until that time, Billy had to stay with Coach Patrick Donahue. Later, Daredevil met Urich and learnt about the ways of the Punisher. Despite Urich's warning, Daredevil believed it was his job to stop the Punisher. He continued investigating the circumstances of Flapper's death, analyzing the scene from where Billy had supposedly fired. He considered the difficulty of Billy hitting a moving target with his unreliable handgun and noted that a shooter from a higher vantage point would have had a much clearer shot. He knew Billy was telling the truth, but lacked the proof to clear him. While searching, he discovered a recently fired shell casing and questioned why the real killer had chosen a more difficult angle unless they had physical limitations. Meanwhile, Punisher interrogated a drug addict, demanding information about Hogman. Before he could escalate his methods, Daredevil intervened, kicking him away. The two clashed violently, with Punisher insisting his brutal tactics were necessary. He tried to convince Daredevil they should work together to eliminate criminals, but Daredevil refused, condemning his methods as murder. Their fight escalated until Punisher fired his gun, prompting Daredevil to subdue him. Punisher, however, had secretly loaded his gun with a tranquilizer dart and managed to weaken Daredevil momentarily. He turned his attention back to his target, brutally attacking the junkie, determined to make him suffer. As the man collapsed, Daredevil noticed his heartbeat failing. Acting quickly, he performed chest compressions, trying to undo the damage. As the man regained consciousness, he weakly uttered the name Papa's, giving Daredevil a lead. Later, Daredevil confronted Hogman at Papa's restaurant, implying he knew the truth. Hogman tried to dismiss him, but panicked when Daredevil pointed out his inability to climb rooftops, further solidifying his suspicions. 2 weeks later, in court, a witness testified that Billy had only fired his gun into the air and identified another man as the real shooter. Billy's case was dismissed, but Daredevil realized too late that Hogman, the true killer, had been falsely accused. At night, the Punisher listened to a news broadcast reporting on his recent violent crackdown on street crime. The report also covered Billy O'Corrin's acquittal in the murder of drug dealer John Flapper Phillips. The broadcast then switched to a live report outside the Manhattan Criminal Courts building, where Jane Hansen revealed that Matt Murdoch had agreed to represent Peter Hogman Grunter, who had been charged in the murder. When asked for a statement, Matt simply insisted his client was innocent. The Punisher watched intently, his expression dark. He believed criminals deserved the best possible punishment and was determined to ensure it. Meanwhile, Matt remained resolute in his commitment to Hogman's defense. Later, in Central Park, Heather Glenn met Matt to discuss her concerns. She believed the board of directors at Glenn Industries was trying to push her out, but Matt questioned whether she was suited for the role. He suggested she resign and live on a stipend, telling her she lacked the business acumen to run the company. Hurt, Heather accused Matt of seeing her as a helpless girl and insisted she needed to find purpose in her life. Matt admitted he needed her, claiming she filled a void inside him. He took her hands and asked her to marry him. Good guys wear red. Punisher observed Hogman from a rooftop, listening as he bragged about his luck and his lawyer Murdoch getting him off his murder charge. Punisher had his rifle trained on Hogman, ready to strike, but someone interrupted him with a whispered call. As Daredevil confronted Punisher, the two clashed violently. Punisher attacked first, knocking Daredevil back, but Daredevil recovered quickly, dodging gunfire and landing a blow. Punisher insisted Hogman was a murderer and deserved to die. Daredevil countered that killing was what Punisher knew best. During the fight, Punisher managed to escape, leaving Daredevil frustrated. He hoped Hogman had told the truth about his innocence, but his doubts remained. At Glenn Industries, Heather Glenn was pressured into signing documents by Mr. Spindle, who subtly suggested that she step down. She resisted, stating she was staying despite his condescension. She dismissed the discussion by sarcastically commenting on her future with Murdoch. In court, Murdoch defended Hogman, arguing that he was being used as a scapegoat and that the real murderer was a well-respected man secretly dealing drugs to children. He promised to present evidence within a day. This visibly unsettled Coach Donahue, who feigned composure as Billy questioned him. Later, at Nelson and Murdoch's office, Foggy invited Matt out for barbecue, but Matt was waiting for an important call. He admitted to bluffing in court about having evidence, hoping it would force the real killer's hand. When the phone rang, Matt picked it up instantly, surprising Foggy, who jokingly speculated if Matt was psychic. Heather called Matt, but he was distracted, still focused on his case. When he got another call, he put her on hold, much to her frustration. It was Coach Donahue on the other end. Matt confronted Coach Donahue over the phone, accusing him of selling angel dust to kids, including Billy O'Corin, who idolized him. He pointed out that Billy's sister had recently died from an overdose and suggested Donahue had a motive to kill Flapper. When Donahue asked to meet privately, Matt agreed to meet him at the school gym in an hour. As Matt switched back to his other call, he realized Heather was no longer on the line. An hour later, Matt arrived at the dark gym, calling out for Donahue. He recounted what he had learned from a bagman named Smitty, who had told him Donahue was Hogman's connection and had been unhappy with his share of the profits. Matt suspected Donahue had killed Flapper to take over the operation, but Donahue remained silent. Suddenly, an animalistic growl echoed through the gym. Matt realized it wasn't an animal. It was Donahue. The coach, now out of control, charged at Matt, screaming. Matt dodged, recognizing the man was on drugs. Donahue wasn't just a dealer. He used, too. His heart was racing, his breathing erratic. Matt knew he had to stop him before he hurt himself. He attempted to subdue Donahue, but the man was violently strong. Something wasn't right. Matt hadn't figured Donahue for a user. If he had taken something, it wasn't his choice. Strain him with a full Nelson, forcing him down. Donahue screamed in agony before finally passing out. Matt noted he was likely filled with enough drugs to drop an elephant. He needed an ambulance. Something about the whole situation unsettled Matt, who had drugged Donahue, and why. Elsewhere, a desperate addict named Marky begged Hogman for heroin. Hogman manipulated him, reminding him that snitching to the cops had made scoring drugs difficult. In exchange for changing his testimony in court, Marky was given an uncut dose, too pure. As he overdosed, Hogman and his men watched, amused. In court, the prosecution was forced to drop its murder charge against Peter Hogman Grunter due to the lack of evidence and the death of their key witness. After the verdict, Matt assured Billy that justice would find the real killer. Hogman smugly confirmed that he was guilty, knowing there was no chance of another trial. He even tried to bribe Matt, but Billy, furious, ran off. Later, Daredevil intercepted Hogman, stopping him from escaping. He accused Hogman of being a pusher and murderer, exploiting others for his benefit and tricking an innocent man into taking the fall. Hogman remained cocky, reminding Daredevil that he had a pacemaker, something that would have kept his heartbeat steady even while lying. Realizing his mistake, Daredevil rushed off to stop Billy before he did something reckless. Meanwhile, Hogman received a call warning him that Billy had seen them kill Marky. His men decided to eliminate the kid. At Billy's home, his father was distraught. Realizing Billy had taken his gun, fearing the worst, Daredevil deduced that Billy was heading for Hogman. Billy confronted Hogman in a schoolyard, pointing a gun at him and blaming him for his sister's death. Before he could act, the Punisher intervened, taking out Hogman's men. Hogman tried to use Billy as leverage, but Punisher wasn't one for negotiations. He shot Hogman in hand and leg, incapacitating him while he pleaded for life. Punisher, fully intending to finish Hogman, was stopped by Daredevil, who dodged his shots. Daredevil called out Punisher's tactics, noting he had never killed an innocent man. Punisher proposed a truce, intending to deal with Hogman later, but Daredevil rejected it, knocking Punisher down and holding him at gunpoint, determined to take him in. Punisher swiftly turned, ready to shoot Daredevil if the situation came down to it. But before Punisher could act, Daredevil shot him in the arm and incapacitated him. Billy, overwhelmed with anger and grief, picked up the Punisher's discarded gun and aimed it at Hogman. Daredevil, recognizing the danger, pleaded with Billy not to throw his life away by committing murder. He assured him that justice would be served, vowing to make Hogman pay for killing Marky and poisoning Coach Donahue. Billy hesitated, torn between vengeance and Daredevil's words. Days later, the prosecution moved forward with an indictment against Peter Hogman Grunter, supported by Daredevil's evidence and Billy O'Coran's testimony. Matt reassured Billy that he had done the right thing, but Billy questioned whether justice would truly prevail. Matt admitted that laws were imperfect, but they were all that kept society from descending into chaos. Billy wasn't entirely convinced, but reluctantly accepted it and walked away. Meanwhile, Heather Glenn accessed confidential company files and uncovered a troubling connection. Atreus Plastic was involved in manufacturing high-intensity explosives for Glenn Industries. Guts. Daredevil introduced himself, addressing the readers, breaking the fourth wall. He explained how he was blinded by radioactive material as a child, which heightened his remaining senses to superhuman levels, giving him a built-in radar. He revealed his civilian identity as Matt Murdoch, an attorney, and stressed that his law partner, Foggy Nelson, didn't know he was Daredevil, pleading for that secret to remain hidden. Meanwhile, Foggy worked late when Heather Glenn unexpectedly arrived, appearing distressed. She admitted she and Matt weren't on the best terms and, after hesitating, confessed she was in deep trouble. Heather revealed that Glenn Industries, her late father's company, was being taken over by the board of directors, and she had discovered they were manufacturing explosives for an unknown purpose. Heather didn't want to involve Matt, believing he would urge her to let it go. She desperately wanted to handle it herself. Foggy, however, suspected something dangerous was at play. Matt arrived, but Heather left with Foggy. Feeling that Heather might be in danger, Matt followed them as Daredevil. Later, Heather and Foggy confronted Mr. Spindle, an executive at Glenn Industries, about the bombs. Spindle condescendingly dismissed her concerns, reminding her she had already signed off on their manufacturing. He implied that if the company was engaged in illegal activities, she was as deeply involved as the rest of them. Heather, shaken, spoke with Foggy outside. She refused to go to the police, fearing the fallout for her father's company, and insisted she had to make things right. Foggy, seeing the situation spiraling, tried to convince her otherwise, warning that Spindle was likely keeping tabs on her. As Heather struggled with her decision, Daredevil silently observed. Foggy promised Heather that he'd get to the bottom of Glenn Industries' shady dealings. Foggy Nelson hit a bureaucratic dead end trying to get information through legal channels. He was met with layers of red tape at every office, each requiring more forms, signatures, and delays. Frustrated, he realized the straight and narrow approach led nowhere. Determined, he decided to take a different path, diving into the underworld for answers. At night, he prowled through the city, visiting seedy bars and pool halls, looking for leads. He played tough, moving through the criminal underbelly. Eventually, he found a lead, a low-level thug willing to talk but demanding a bribe. Negotiations escalated until a careless slip exposed Foggy, leading to a brutal punch that knocked him out. Foggy woke up bound and surrounded by dangerous men. His captors, including the feared mobster Slaughter, debated his fate. Thinking quickly, he bluffed, introducing himself as Guts Nelson, claiming to be interested in bombs and hoping to buy time. Slaughter wasn't convinced and ordered him killed, but before anything could happen, the lights cut out. A fight erupted in the dark. Foggy, seizing the moment, struck first, taking out one of the men. Chaos broke loose as Daredevil entered the fray, methodically dismantling the criminals. Foggy, driven by adrenaline, held his own, recalling past moments of triumph. He felt unstoppable until someone restored the lights. With the fight over, the criminals lay defeated. Slaughter's men urged Turk to execute Foggy, promising him his old position if he pulled the trigger. Turk hesitated before deciding against it, much to Slaughter's annoyance. Meanwhile, Daredevil watched from the shadows. He recognized Foggy's grit, but knew he was playing a dangerous game. As Foggy pressed on for information, he learned the bombs were part of a larger plot, one connected to the kingpin himself. He was planning a bombing at Pier 47. Foggy Nelson, now posing as Guts Nelson, was escorted by Flint into a darkened office where he finally came face to face with the kingpin. The moment was overwhelming, filling him with dread. Meanwhile, Daredevil scaled the outside of Pier 47, closing in. One of Kingpin's men reported that the guards had been dealt with and that explosives were being planted on a ship, set to detonate soon. Kingpin, focused on business, demanded to know why Foggy was there, wasting no time with pleasantries.
As Daredevil moved into action, the ship exploded in a massive fireball, sending debris flying. Kingpin's men reported no sign of Daredevil, giving the go-ahead to continue their operation. Meanwhile, Foggy, struggling to keep up the act, hesitated under Kingpin's scrutiny. His associate, trying to salvage the moment, hinted that Kingpin was in need of a new top man after Bullseye's recent failure. Foggy fumbled, barely maintaining composure. Elsewhere, Daredevil infiltrated the burning ship, taking out armed men as chaos unfolded around him. Foggy's performance as a master assassin was put to the test, and Kingpin was immediately skeptical, questioning why he had never heard of him. Just as Foggy was being dismissed, Turk came to his rescue, hyping up his supposed abilities. Kingpin, sizing up the situation, considered whether to hire him or eliminate him on the spot. Meanwhile, Daredevil fought his way through more goons on the ship, battling in the firelit chaos. Foggy, trying to maintain confidence, warned Kingpin that he had powerful connections that could bring him down. Kingpin remained unconvinced, watching closely as his men struggled to track the situation. Daredevil was hurled into the water when one of the thugs threw a crate at him. Kingpin's men called him, dismissing the concerns, brushing it off as a minor communications failure. Daredevil managed to open the crate that was thrown at him. What came out was a blast of radioactive isotope, knocking him out. However, he regained his senses to swim out of the water and make his way aboard the ship again. As Kingpin's men reported their failure, he realized Daredevil had outmaneuvered them. Frustrated but pragmatic, Kingpin decided Daredevil's death would have to wait and focused on the matter at hand, Guts Nelson. As Kingpin summoned his enforcer, Flint, Daredevil struck. He swiftly dismantled the criminals, sending them crashing to the ground. Standing firm, he warned Kingpin with 5 words. The message was clear: don't mess with Guts Nelson. The tension shifted as Kingpin debated whether to have Nelson executed. Instead, he saw potential in him. Nelson, emboldened by his luck, pushed his bluff even further, claiming he had Daredevil in his pocket. Kingpin, unimpressed, shoved him aside, but ultimately agreed to a meeting on Monday. As Nelson stumbled away, Turk, amused by the spectacle, promised they had big plans ahead. Later, on a plane to Chicago, Turk reassured Nelson that they were about to make real power moves. However, when Nelson excused himself, Turk realized too late Foggy had bailed, leaving him stranded as the plane took off.
Stilts. Daredevil moved across the rooftops of Manhattan, the city's shadowed alleys and stairwells, his domain. Wilbur Day, aka the Stilt-Man, walked on the street and caught a glimpse of him in motion, looking in awe. He thought about the dangers lurking in the city's underbelly, but acknowledged that those lucky enough to look up might witness its champion. Despite Daredevil's heightened senses, he lacked one thing others took for granted: sight. From a distance, Wilbur watched, confirming that Daredevil was heading toward Glenn Industries just as he was. He decided to hold back, waiting for the right time and enough funding to defeat him properly. Inside Glenn Industries, Heather Glenn confronted Mr. Spindle, the company's president, accusing him of criminal involvement. Spindle dismissed her as naive, insisting that their survival depended on adapting to the harsh realities of business. Heather refused to let her father's legacy be corrupted, while another board member revealed that their actions were already under investigation, with evidence on its way to the district attorney. Daredevil, perched on the building's ledge, listened. Spindle said that whatever criminal activities that Glenn Industries was accused of included Heather, too. Daredevil intervened, saying that Heather wouldn't have to suffer for Spindle's misdeeds. The DA would make sure of that. As Daredevil left, Spindle said that he had an arrangement to take care of the DA. As Spindle opened the window, Wilbur stood there on his long mechanical legs in the garb of Stilt-Man. He announced that his price had doubled, citing Daredevil's involvement as an unexpected complication. Stilt-Man accepted an advance payment, but insisted on the remainder upon completing his job. While checking the cash, a careless mistake sent one of his gloves plummeting to the city below. Meanwhile, Turk and his companion entered Melvin Potter's costume shop. He wanted to offer Melvin a job with the Kingpin, who needed a new hitman. Melvin, now reformed, insisted he had left his criminal past behind. He made costumes. Right then, Wilbur walked in looking for a replacement glove. Turk recognized him as a super criminal, struggling to recall his name before excitedly identifying him as Leapfrog. Wilbur dismissed it, paid for his glove, and left. But Turk was intrigued. Convinced Wilbur was important, he decided to follow him and find out more. At Nelson and Murdoch's office, Foggy walked in and found Becky making copies. She explained that Matt had been duplicating financial records from Glenn Industries all day. Foggy, puzzled since they didn't represent the company, decided he needed to talk to Matt. Matt, meanwhile, was preparing evidence for the district attorney, compiling fraud, negligence, and illegal activity tied to a robbery attempt. He confidently stated They were going to take down Glenn Industries. Foggy, startled, demanded an explanation, but Matt casually dismissed his concern. Frustrated, Foggy reminded Matt that they were defense attorneys, not prosecutors. Matt, focused on justice, argued he would serve it however he could. As Foggy pushed further, he brought up Heather Glenn, suggesting Matt's actions were tied to his feelings for her. Matt, overwhelmed, suddenly clutched his head as his hypersenses spiraled out of control. Foggy, alarmed, shouted for him to respond, but Matt struggled to block out the excessive noise. He fought to regain focus and eventually stabilized, brushing it off as a headache before leaving. Later, Daredevil delivered the incriminating documents to Assistant District Attorney Maxine Lavender. She reviewed them and, unimpressed by his theatrics, sarcastically questioned his motivations. As he departed, she called him a show-off. Meanwhile, Wilbur Day reflected on his repeated failures as Stilt-Man. Determined to improve his gear, he vowed to perfect his suit and strengthen himself before attempting to kidnap ADA Lavender. However, as he prepared, Turk hit him from behind and knocked him out. The Kingpin reflected on how Elektra's death had weakened his organization, causing unrest in his ranks. He needed a new enforcer to maintain order. At that moment, Turk, wearing the Stilt-Man armor, confidently offered himself as the Kingpin's new chief assassin. The Kingpin coldly dismissed him, saying he didn't employ idiots. Angered by the insult, Turk decided he had to prove himself. He hatched a plan to kidnap Assistant District Attorney Maxine Lavender to show he was a serious threat. Meanwhile, the Kingpin canceled his appointments to visit level 60 of his private hospital, a facility he had built solely for his wife's treatment. His man Flint pondered on how Kingpin made this trip multiple times a day, despite the doctors repeatedly failing to restore her brain function. At the police precinct, Wilbur tried to report a robbery, claiming his armor had been stolen and used for criminal purposes. He demanded the police summon Daredevil, but the officers showed little interest. One scoffed at the idea of having a direct line to Daredevil, expressing his distaste for costumed vigilantes. Just then, Daredevil entered with evidence for Lieutenant Nicholas Manolis, offering to listen if Wilbur had anything useful to say. Meanwhile, Heather Glenn confided in Foggy Nelson at an upscale restaurant. She was struggling with Matt's erratic behavior, first proposing to her, then working to dismantle her father's company. She admitted she couldn't hate him, even if his actions could cost her everything. Foggy questioned whether Matt was counting on that. Back at Maxine's office, Turk struck, yanking her through the window. As she screamed, Daredevil intercepted, diving after them. In midair, Turk opened fire, but Daredevil shielded Maxine as they crashed into a building. Daredevil fought atop the towering stilts of Turk's stolen armor, while bullets fired around them. He reminded Turk that stealing from the wrong people had consequences, using Wilbur Day's anger as an example. Turk panicked as Daredevil revealed the armor's fatal flaw, the exposed gyro on his back, which kept the suit balanced. Using a device given to him by Wilbur, Daredevil disabled the mechanism. Turk's mechanical legs began to wobble uncontrollably. Turk flailed as the suit malfunctioned, throwing him off balance. Daredevil jumped to safety, with Assistant District Attorney Maxine Lavender, leaving Turk helpless as the armor collapsed. The stilts bent and sent him tumbling out of control, vanishing into the distance. Turk crash-landed onto a rooftop below, groaning in pain. Maxine checked on Daredevil, who assured her he was fine, but noticed his hearing seemed overly sensitive again. As he left, Maxine muttered to herself, calling him a show-off. Back at Matt Murdoch's office, he informed Heather that Glenn Industries was facing a 14-count indictment. He assured her their defense would prove she had no knowledge of the company's illegal activities. Spindle was the one who took advantage of her inexperience and incompetence. Overwhelmed, she gave in, agreeing to marry him, her voice filled with resignation. Overkill. Daredevil found himself falling from a rooftop, struggling to maintain control as his senses continued to fail him. He tried to grab onto a clothesline to break his fall, but his reflexes betrayed him, and he crashed into a pile of trash below. Disoriented, he realized that his hearing had gone haywire again for the third time this week, and the recurring headaches were getting worse. He wondered if the radiation he had absorbed a week ago was to blame, suspecting it might be linked to the same isotope that had originally given him his heightened senses. However, knowing the cause wasn't enough, he needed help. He dismissed the idea of seeing a doctor to avoid exposing his identity and decided there was only one person he could turn to. Meanwhile, a group of ninja operatives infiltrated the city morgue, retrieving Kirigi's body. Their actions didn't go unnoticed, as a shadowy figure clung to the ceiling, watching them. One of the ninjas spotted her. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. She swiftly engaged the ninjas, remarking that she had been tracking them since South America at the request of a UN intelligence agency concerned with their recent activities. A battle erupted, with Black Widow using acrobatic precision to fight off multiple ninja attackers. As she landed precise strikes, the ninjas realized they were outmatched and decided to retreat with Kirigi's body. One of them warned that she was following them too closely, but another assured him that it wouldn't be for long. They launched a counterattack, striking Black Widow with foot spikes, giving them the chance to escape. Black Widow contacted Nick Fury, frustrated that she had lost them. She informed him that the ninja had taken Kirigi's body from the morgue, but she had at least managed to take down 3 of them. However, she realized something was wrong. The bodies were dissolving before her eyes. Also, she told Fury she might have been poisoned. As the effects of the toxin overwhelmed her, she collapsed. Daredevil stormed into Duke's pool hall, throwing a thug through the window. Inside, he demanded to know Stick's whereabouts. The bar patrons hesitated before one finally revealed that Stick had left and was now at Josie's saloon. As Daredevil pressed further, he suddenly coughed. From the cigarette smoke in the air, he felt the smoke filling up the room, and he realized it was happening again. His senses were going haywire. The thugs noticed his struggle and saw an opportunity. One sneered that he was hurting and suggested they take advantage of it. Daredevil fought back, landing a punch despite his disoriented state, but his condition worsened, and he was forced to escape. Meanwhile, a group of ninja assassins crouched outside Josie's saloon, discussing their next move. Their previous mission had succeeded. They had retrieved Kirigi. Now only one task remained: eliminate Stick. One ninja prepared his bow, losing an arrow toward the old master, but Stick, quick as ever, caught the projectile midair and retaliated. The fight began. Stick used his bow staff to take down multiple ninjas, displaying his formidable skills. The ninjas that fell at Stick's feet dissolved into smoke, while Stick stood his ground. As the thugs followed him, Daredevil pushed forward, remembering how Stick had once helped him master his heightened senses. He believed Stick could help him again, but first, he needed to do something that felt impossible: cross the street. Standing at the curb, he hesitated. His senses were overwhelmed by the chaotic noise of traffic. He tried to time his movement as vehicles slowed, hoping the light was red, but as he stepped forward, the light changed and the sound of a blaring horn filled his head. Frozen, he braced for impact, unsure if he could react in time. Daredevil struggled through the streets, his senses overwhelmed, his body weakened. A taxi driver spotted him being attacked, debating with his rider whether it was really him. The passenger dismissed him as a fake, but the cabbie suspected he was sick or injured. The passenger told the cabbie to avoid the scene. Meanwhile, one of Daredevil's attackers, Louis, landed a powerful punch, blaming him for breaking his jaw. Before Louis could follow up, the cabbie knocked him out with a wrench. A second thug pulled a gun, but Daredevil, despite his condition, swiftly disarmed him with a kick. The cabbie asked if he needed help. Daredevil, unwell, accepted the ride, prompting the cabbie to throw his passenger out before telling Daredevil to hop in. Elsewhere, Nick Fury and a doctor discussed Natasha Romanoff's condition. The doctor confirmed that the ninja's poisoned foot spikes had attacked her cellular structure, accelerating a form of cancer. Fury, dismayed, asked if anything could be done, but the doctor admitted there was little hope, estimating she had only a week left. Fury prepared to break the news, but Natasha already sensed his arrival. She acknowledged him solemnly. Daredevil arrived at Josie's bar in the cab, thanked the driver, and entered. Josie warned him to go easy on the furniture and windows. Another patron, Pike, reacted with dread at his presence. Daredevil questioned him about Stick, revealing that he had been stood up. Pike, overwhelmed, muttered about his bad luck. Daredevil collapsed from weakness, and the bar's patrons seized the moment, ready to finish him off. One threw him out of the window Josie had just fixed. At Matt's apartment, Stick and his allies Shaft, Claw, and Stone telepathically discussed their dwindling numbers, confirming that the Hand was targeting them. They debated Daredevil's place among them, undisciplined yet skilled. As they spoke, he finally arrived, battered and barely standing. He fell down at Stick's feet and, before losing his senses, asked Stick for his help. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit temple, the Hand performed a ritual over a body laid on an ornate altar. Smoke filled the air as a robed figure watched in silence. A second figure stood near the altar, his gaze locked on the body. The dead warrior, Kirigi, was being resurrected. A voice welcomed him back, informing him that many must die by his hand. The ritual intensified as the Hand's members slit their own wrists, offering their blood to revive Kirigi. They declared him their greatest warrior, pledging their very souls to him, ensuring his return to serve in their holy war. Once the ritual was over, Kirigi stood resurrected. The priest welcomed him back, saying that there were many he had yet to kill. Widow's Bite. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, found herself under pursuit by agents attempting to bring her in. They insisted they were trying to help, but she had no interest in their offers. Moving swiftly, she struck one down and dodged the others. They warned her that she had been poisoned and that her condition was hopeless. She dismissed their concern, knowing full well what the agency thought. She was meant to quietly accept her fate. Instead, she fought back, declaring herself a survivor. One of the agents attempted to pull a gun on her, but she was faster, disarming him with a precise strike. As he stumbled, she told him she would find her own way out and leaped from the rooftop, leaving the agents behind. She arrived at an apartment where Ivan, her longtime ally, was watching an old movie, lost in thought. As she landed inside, she collapsed. Ivan was alarmed, having never seen her so vulnerable. When he asked what was wrong, she revealed that she had been poisoned by a ninja's foot spikes. The toxin was unknown, and the doctors had no cure. She had only days to live. Ivan, shaken, struggled to process the news. Natasha explained that she was now on the run, refusing to let the agency dictate her last moments. Ivan wanted to help, but she told him there was nothing he could do. He protested, but she insisted, calling him family but refusing to put him in danger. She leaped into the night, knowing he would be targeted next. As she moved across the city, she admitted to herself that she needed help. Despite everything, there was only one person she trusted in desperate times: Matt Murdoch. Natasha infiltrated Matt's home, entering through the skylight. She noted how ironic it was for someone like her to seek help from a blind man. Finding the place empty, she considered checking the basement but hesitated. Meanwhile, two of Stick's allies watched, thinking she could live if she simply left. They telepathically reflected on Stick's interest in Daredevil over others. In the basement, Matt lay inside an isolation tank, struggling with his hypersenses. Stick's telepathic voice cut through his thoughts, demanding an explanation. Matt explained that a second dose of radiation had worsened his condition, making his senses uncontrollable. The tank was the only place where the overwhelming input couldn't reach him. Stick dismissed his complaints, telling him to snap out of it. Natasha swung across the rooftops, noticing her symptoms worsening. She assumed it was due to her exertion, but she pressed on, reaching Heather's apartment. Inside, Heather Glenn sat alone, drinking and bitterly reflecting on Matt's impact on her life. She lamented how he had destroyed her father's business, leaving her with nothing but Matt himself. In a darkened temple, Kirigi's new Jonin praised his deadly legacy, stating that the souls of 4 men had brought him back. He was ordered to kill Stick, the hand's greatest obstacle, and was shown an image of his target. Natasha continued her search but felt increasingly dizzy. She went to his office. Inside, Foggy Nelson grew frustrated at Matt's unexplained absences, noting that he had missed multiple appointments. Back in the tank, Matt admitted he didn't know how long he could stay inside. Stick mocked his self-pity, telling him the hand was after them. Matt felt helpless, but Stick called him stupid, pushing him to act. He weakly called out for Stick, but the old mentor was gone. Meanwhile, Stick climbed the stairs with his staff, met with resistance from an ally who believed Matt should not be involved. Stick dismissed the doubts, asserting that he had trained them all and that Matt had the potential to be just as skilled, if only he could clear his chaotic mind. Elsewhere, the Kingpin dealt with his subordinates, violently asserting his dominance when one dared to question his cut of their profits. He reminded them that before he organized their criminal enterprise, they had nothing. As he gripped the man's throat, his fury was only interrupted by a visitor, Natasha Romanoff. She had been keeping tabs on Daredevil and, unable to locate him, turned to the Kingpin for information. His men reacted aggressively, one suggesting they kill her on the spot. Natasha fought them off with ease, knocking them aside while taunting the Kingpin about his public legitimacy that kept law enforcement from touching him. When she asked about Daredevil, the Kingpin claimed ignorance. However, before he could say more, Natasha faltered. The poison coursing through her system intensified, making her visibly weak. Kingpin observed her curiously, noting that she seemed to be dissolving before his eyes. She stumbled away, realizing she had little time left. She needed Matt. Meanwhile, in a shadowy alley, a hand operative informed Kirigi that his target was Stick. Kirigi wasted no time, moving swiftly into position. Back at the isolation tank, Stick urged Matt to leave, but Matt insisted his hypersenses were still overloaded. Stick revealed the truth. It was never the radiation. It was an ability everyone had, but never used, which was just set free for Matt. Matt called out for Stick, but he didn't answer. He realized Stick wouldn't have just left. Something must have happened. Fear paralyzed him. The outside world was too loud, too painful. He admitted to himself that he was scared, but still he got out. His senses slowly became stronger, but manageable. Stick ordered Matt to watch and learn. Matt watched Stick and his allies engaged Kirigi in battle. One of Stick's fighters, Shaft, distracted Kirigi with precise attacks, while Claw and Stone struck devastating blows. The battle escalated, with Stone swiftly countering Kirigi's sword strike, knocking him down. Stick ordered them to destroy the body to prevent Kirigi's resurrection. Suddenly, Natasha, weakened from the poison, staggered into the basement, calling out for Matt. The toxin had advanced rapidly, its effects now visible as a sickly green vapor emanated from her body. He called out for Matt and lost her senses at his feet. Siege, a group of hand operatives gathered outside Matt's apartment, acknowledging Kirigi's failure and vowing to eliminate their enemies. Inside, Matt confirmed Natasha's heartbeat had stopped. Stick dismissed concerns, allowing Stone to step in. With a touch, Stone restored Natasha to life by giving her a share of his own life energy. Coming back, Natasha was confused about how it was possible. Matt admitted he had no answer, but made it clear that someone else had saved her. Natasha recounted how she had been operating as Black Widow for a UN espionage agency. While interfering with a ninja who stole Kirigi's body from the morgue, she had been struck with foot spikes coated in a molecular poison that caused her to dissolve. She questioned why she was still alive. Matt introduced her to Stick and his allies, explaining how Stick had trained him after his accident. Stick's abilities extended beyond what Matt had learned, including resurrection, which he admitted was tricky business. Stick warned that involving Natasha and Stone was risky, but they needed all the help they could get. The Hand had them marked. Natasha dismissed Stick's condescending tone, but their conversation was interrupted when a ninja reported that they were being watched. Moments later, attackers infiltrated through the roof. Stick's men prepared for battle, swiftly eliminating incoming threats with arrows. Matt and his allies formed a defensive stance. More ninja entered through the doors and hallways, and the battle escalated. Matt, Natasha, Stick, and his warriors engaged in an intense battle against the Hand's ninjas. Natasha leaped into action, striking down enemies with precise kicks and swordplay. Matt fought alongside her, breaking weapons and dodging attacks, his senses heightened by Stick's training. The battle escalated as more ninjas flooded the battlefield, their sheer numbers overwhelming the defenders. Matt wielded a pair of sais, expertly disarming and countering his opponents. Natasha noticed his skill and asked where he learned it. He responded that he had fought someone who used them before and taught himself. Despite their efforts, the Hand's forces wore them down. Claw was lost in the battle. Stick acknowledged their dire situation, telling Shaft they had only one option left. He placed his hands together, preparing to use a forbidden technique. Meanwhile, Matt noticed something strange. His enemies were dissolving before his eyes. Stick explained that just as he had the power to give life, he could also take it. He and his warriors began drawing energy from the Hand's fallen warriors, channeling it into themselves. One of Stick's men volunteered to assist, but Stick ordered him to protect Matt and Natasha instead. As the ritual intensified, Stick and Shaft absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy. Matt and Natasha watched as he struggled to contain the souls of hundreds. Ultimately, the energy escaped in a massive burst, leaving nothing behind. Matt knelt by the aftermath, realizing that Stick was gone, his final act ensuring their survival. Daredevil, shaken, demanded Stone revive Stick just as he had done for Natasha. Stone refused, explaining that Stick was completely gone and they couldn't afford to waste the time he had bought them. He warned that the Hand would regroup, but it would take time, giving them a temporary advantage. He then retreated into meditation, while Black Widow, exhausted, asked to use Daredevil's shower. Later, as Natasha emerged refreshed, Daredevil told her she didn't have to stay involved in the fight. She insisted, reminding him they had always been more than friends. When she leaned in for a kiss, he gently pushed her back, revealing that he was getting married to Heather Glenn the next week. Natasha, masking her emotions, acknowledged it and asked what they would do next until Stone was ready. As they waited, Daredevil sensed someone entering his apartment. Recognizing Heather's perfume but also smelling whiskey, he realized she had been drinking. Heather arrived inebriated, commenting on the state of the apartment and questioning why she hadn't been invited to the party. She recognized Natasha and greeted her with slurred friendliness. Daredevil, disturbed by her condition, tried to defuse the situation, but Heather clung to him, expressing her love and submission, saying her life was in his hands. Later, Daredevil and Black Widow patrolled the city, discussing their next move against the Hand. Natasha noted how much Matt had changed, especially regarding Heather. He evaded the topic and decided they should check the docks. Meanwhile, Natasha visited Foggy Nelson at his office, catching up and asking about Matt. Foggy admitted he rarely saw him and was worried. He confided that Matt had become unpredictable, missing appointments and working erratic hours. He attributed it to Electra, explaining how she had re-entered Matt's life as an assassin before being killed in his arms. Foggy suspected that Matt's grief had driven him to self-destructive behavior. He also believed Matt had ruined Heather's career just to manipulate her into marriage, making him mean and controlling. Determined to intervene, Natasha and Foggy forged a breakup letter from Matt to Heather. Heather found the note, reading that Matt didn't love her and couldn't marry her. Devastated, she broke down in tears. Later, Matt received a similar note from Heather, stating she didn't love him and never wanted to see him again. He sat in his office, gripping the letter in silence. Later, Stone told Daredevil and Natasha that his meditation had revealed the Hand's plans. They sought to resurrect a powerful champion to replace Kirigi. With no living warriors suitable, they had chosen to revive Elektra. Daredevil, hearing this, reacted with shock, knowing the war was far from over. Resurrection. Years ago, Elektra struggled through a relentless snowstorm, haunted by thoughts of Matt and the life they might have had. She acknowledged his suffering, but also his strength, knowing his love for his world surpassed his love for her. Pushing aside sentiment, she focused on survival, refusing to succumb to hunger, pain, or the biting cold. Her destination lay ahead, a towering, unscalable wall, the gateway to a legendary order of warriors. She recalled her sensei's words, warning that true peace could only be found through directionless wandering. Determined, she climbed, battling the unforgiving elements. The wall, however, showed no mercy. Midway, she lost her grip and plummeted, crashing into the snow below. Unconscious, she was discovered by a group of warriors. Some doubted her worth, believing she didn't belong, but she regained consciousness and, despite knowing nothing about them, declared her desire to be one of them. 1 year later, Electra trained among them, proving herself a formidable warrior. Her skill impressed even those who had initially dismissed her. However, Stick, the leader, abruptly informed her she had to leave. Confused, she believed she had finally found purpose and was ready for a mission. Stick corrected her. There was no mission. She simply didn't belong. He saw the pain and hatred in her, noting that while she had learned to use it, she had not overcome it. Despite her protests, she was cast out. Despite Stone's protest, Stick remarked that Elektra's wounds ran too deep, making her vulnerable to the enemy. Stick acknowledged that while they had never truly had her, the enemy might. Elektra later sought guidance from her sensei, who confirmed she had failed Stick's test because she was too attached to her past and her love for her father. He urged her to move on, but she remained fixated on proving herself. She decided to infiltrate the Hand, vowing to deceive them and turn their knowledge against them. Her mentor warned of their dark, corrupting influence, but Elektra insisted. He did not help her, but he knew they would find her. The Hand, indeed, came for Elektra. Awakening to an ambush in her room, she swiftly incapacitated an attacker and, unimpressed, asked for her clothes. She was taken to the Hand's lair, where they acknowledged her skills, but questioned her loyalty. She confirmed her training under Stick, but dismissed his methods as weak. When the Hand demanded she undergo a test, she accepted without hesitation. She was lowered into a deep, ominous pit where she had to defeat another warrior. She fought him and killed him, but she was shocked to find that it was her former sensei. They welcomed her into the Hand, but as she stared at her fallen teacher, she thought only of a peace she would never know. At present, in New York, Daredevil and Stone discussed Elektra's past. Stone recounted how she had served the Hand for a time before breaking away, becoming a bounty hunter. Yet her contact with the Hand had twisted her soul. Daredevil struggled to believe she had been totally lost. Stone revealed that the Hand sought to unearth Elektra's body and resurrect her. As the enemy began digging, Daredevil and Stone prepared their ambush. At the cemetery, the Hand exhumed Elektra's body, but before they could act further, the trap was sprung. Daredevil and Stone leaped into action, clashing with the ninja. The battle intensified as Natasha, the Black Widow, joined them, using tear gas to disrupt the enemy. Daredevil relied on his heightened senses to counterattack, but the enemy had reinforcements. A helicopter arrived to extract Elektra's body. Despite their efforts, Daredevil and his allies failed to stop the retrieval. Stone lamented their repeated defeats in the war against the Hand. Daredevil, unwilling to give up, resolved to seek additional help. Meanwhile, in New York's underworld, an attempted assassination against the Kingpin failed. He quickly overpowered the would-be assassin, demanding to know who sent him. After knowing that it was Injun Joe, he snapped the assassin's neck. His lieutenant informed him of increasing mutiny within his ranks. The Kingpin, ever calculating, decided to remind his enemies of his power, but also considered a more strategic solution. Back at Elektra's grave, Daredevil spoke with Stone and Black Widow. He admitted he had previously failed to track the Hand alone and was now seeking allies. Stone worried that Daredevil's emotions, especially his lingering love for Elektra, could make him a liability. Black Widow defended him, calling him a good man. As they stood over Elektra's grave, Stone reflected that Stick had once been able to guide Daredevil, but Stick was gone. Now there was no one left to replace him. Daredevil sought information from Kingpin, who mocked his desperation but admitted he had been trying to replace Elektra in his organization. Daredevil urged him to help locate the Hand's hideout, warning that Elektra's return would serve their enemies. Kingpin agreed, but only if Daredevil did something in return. Later, Daredevil took down Injun Joe and his thugs in a warehouse. In return, Kingpin's men gave him an address leading him to the church where the Hand had begun their ritual. Elektra's body lay in ceremonial preparation while the Hand chanted over her. Stone and Daredevil crashed in, breaking through windows as the battle reignited. The Hand was prepared, overwhelming them with numbers. Stone ignited a fire, intending to disrupt the ceremony. Black Widow fought in the rafters, taking down archers. However, she was hurt as one of the arrows pierced her shoulder. Daredevil pressed forward, watching the ritual intensify. As the flames spread, he sensed something: Elektra's heartbeat. Stone was wounded in the battle and desperately called out for Daredevil's help. Despite the chaos, Daredevil clung to hope, attempting to channel energy as Stick had once taught. He swore he would bring Elektra back, even if it killed him. In the final moments, he knelt beside her, struggling with the knowledge that he lacked the ability to save her. Overcome with failure, he held her body as the battle raged around him, uncertain if she could truly be revived. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. A team of armed men, following specific orders, targeted only the Hand ninjas. Amid the chaos, Black Widow lay injured, but she was swiftly taken away for safety. Zeke was tasked with dealing with Daredevil, who was too weak to resist. When asked about Stone, Daredevil referred to him as a friend, but their rescuers were skeptical. Their leader revealed that they were sent by the Kingpin, leaving Daredevil questioning his motives. As the fire spread, the battle ended. Stone, gravely injured, remained behind. He was burdened with the heavy task of killing Elektra. He inspected Elektra's body and was surprised. Somehow, she had been purified. He realized Daredevil's attempt to revive her had succeeded in cleansing her soul. Weary, he accepted this outcome. Daredevil confronted Kingpin outside, who explained that his intervention had quelled a mutiny, reinforcing his control over the city's underworld. He pointed out that Daredevil had chosen to work with him rather than involve the police, emphasizing their twisted partnership. Daredevil and Black Widow ran inside. He realized Stone had disappeared and Elektra's body was gone. Later, as flames consumed the ruins, Daredevil and Black Widow speculated that Stone had taken Elektra. Black Widow remarked that everyone did what they had to do. In the epilogue, a figure scaled an impossible icy cliff. It was Elektra, reborn. With her soul cleansed, she embraced her new path, determined to carve out a future free of past burdens. Roulette. Daredevil examined a .38 caliber revolver, reflecting on its purpose. It wasn't a target pistol, nor useful for hunting. It existed solely to kill. He placed it against his head and pulled the trigger. The cylinder clicked, empty. He was playing Russian roulette. He sat in a hospital room across from a paralyzed Bullseye, explaining the game. 1 gun, 1 bullet, and 2 players. But Bullseye, immobilized and unable to speak, could only watch. Daredevil did the honors, spinning the cylinder and pulling the trigger against his own temple. Click. He reminded Bullseye of Elektra's murder, the woman he had loved, but he clarified that her death wasn't what drove him to this. It was Chucky. A flashback revealed that Matt Murdoch had met Chucky while working as a public defender. Foggy suggested taking the case as therapy. Matt arrived at a house where Chucky, a boy fascinated by Daredevil, was watching a tape of him fighting Bullseye. Chucky's father dismissed his son's admiration, urging him to be more normal. At dinner, Chucky's father, Hank Jurgens, rambled about morality and his innocence in an embezzlement case. When Chucky misheard his command to pass the rolls and handed him beets instead, Hank scolded him. Chucky, frustrated, declared that he was Daredevil sometimes. His father erupted in anger, accusing him of acting crazy. Chucky, intimidated, apologized and fell silent. Daredevil reflected on his encounter with Jurgens, who proudly showed him his revolver, calling it a peacemaker and assuring Matt that he had a license for it to protect his family. However, Matt's real interest was in Jurgens' son, Chucky, so he visited him at school a few days later. Chucky, convinced he was Daredevil, played out scenarios with other kids, insisting one girl was Black Widow and he was her partner. The other children mocked him, calling him weird before running off. Daredevil, recognizing the boy's need for validation, decided to take him on an adventure. He swung Chucky across rooftops, giving him a taste of what he imagined being Daredevil was like. Chucky was thrilled, believing himself free and powerful. He repeated a lesson he had apparently learned. When someone gets in your way, you hit them. That troubled Matt, but he had been too charmed by the admiration to think critically at the time. Back in the present, Daredevil pulled the trigger of the revolver at his head and then Bullseye's. 2 more empty chambers. That made 4 out of 6. Matt admitted that Chucky's words had bothered him, but not as much as they should have. He regretted not getting the boy professional help, instead indulging in his admiration, his first mistake. Later, while tracking Jurgens' case, Matt encountered Chucky again. The boy, believing he was Daredevil, tried to intervene in his father's situation. Matt urged him to go home, but Chucky, determined to help his father, refused. Chucky sneaked onto Jutter's car. Daredevil committed his second mistake by not seeing where Chucky went. At present, Daredevil pulled the trigger again, the gun pointed at his chin. Click, it was blank. He pointed the gun at Bullseye, the last chamber. Bullseye's fate was sealed. But Daredevil decided to finish his story. When Jurgens met with a man named Jutter in Central Park, Daredevil identified him through his radar sense. Jutter was blackmailing Jurgens, demanding payment or threatening to expose him. Jurgens hesitated and pulled his gun. Chucky, now witnessing his father's corruption, called out in shock. Daredevil confronted Jurgens, asking if he would really shoot his own child. Daredevil disarmed Jurgens and struck him hard, taking his time as he let his anger guide him. He threw him to the ground and beat him down, losing himself in the violence. But Chucky was watching, eyes wide, witnessing everything. Daredevil later realized this was his third mistake. A week later, Murdoch visited Chucky at home. His mother explained that Chucky had been obsessed with watching the videotape of Daredevil's fight against Bullseye, replaying it constantly and muttering strange things. Chucky believed his father was bad because Daredevil had hit him, and if his father was bad, then he was bad too. In his mind, the battle between Daredevil and Bullseye never ended. Months later, after Jurgens' trial left the family broke, Murdoch paid for Chucky's therapy. The trauma seemed to fade, or so they thought. But on the day Jurgens was sentenced, a classmate taunted Chucky, pushing him too far. Something snapped in the boy's mind, and he found a .38 revolver, just like his father's. Nobody knew where he had gotten it, but guns were too easy to come by. He shot the other child, who survived. So did Chucky, in a way. In the hospital, Daredevil questioned himself. Was he fighting violence or teaching it? Did Chucky become like him, or his father, or Bullseye? Daredevil reflected on his father, Jack Murdoch, a second-rate boxer, but a good man. Jack had refused to throw a fight, winning his greatest bout, and his last. He died, proving himself, shaping the man Daredevil became. As he kept his gun pointed at Bullseye, his memories drifted back to his youth. As a boy, Matt had been bullied for studying instead of playing with the other kids. When they tore his book, something his father had bought for him with the last of their money, his anger exploded. He fought back for the first time, reveling in the release of his rage. But when he got home, his drunken father, instead of praising him, lashed out, berating him for fighting. That night, Matt sat on the Brooklyn Bridge thinking about justice, rules, and the law. By morning, he knew his path. He would become a lawyer. Holding the gun, Daredevil reflected on his own hatred, how he could justify his actions in his mind, seeing men like Bullseye as irredeemable. The smell of fear on his enemy was almost intoxicating, reinforcing his belief in justice. His grip on the gun tightened as he contemplated pulling the trigger, savoring the idea of finally ending Bullseye. However, when he pulled the trigger, the gun clicked, empty. There were no bullets. Daredevil simply sat there, acknowledging their twisted connection. He realized they were stuck with each other, locked in an endless cycle of conflict. Badlands. Broken Cross, a bleak refinery town in New Jersey, sat under a dark sky as a lone stranger arrived, walking with an easy confidence that hadn't been seen in years. He paused outside Papa's Olympian Palace. Inside, the diner hummed with tension. Beaver, volatile and reckless, taunted Papa with a gun, ordering him to empty the cash register. Katie, a waitress, worked behind the counter, focused on her task. The stranger stepped in without hesitation, barely acknowledging Beaver's aggression. When Beaver pulled a gun, the stranger didn't flinch, nodding before calmly sipping his coffee. Beaver's bravado faltered. Katie, watching closely, seemed intrigued. Katie, fed up, smacked Beaver across the face with a spatula. He snarled and threatened her, but the stranger moved fast, smashing Beaver's wrist against the counter and kicking a knife from his grasp. The chaos escalated until Beaver was sent flying through the window. Lieutenant Costello stood outside, waiting. He dismissed any real consequences for Beaver, making it clear the Stillwell family, Beaver's kin, had protection. After searching the stranger and finding no weapons, he let him go with a warning. Later, Katie picked up the stranger in her car, offering a ride and insight. She warned that Beaver wouldn't be jailed, that the Stillwell boys controlled everything. She mentioned Beaver's brother, Billy, hinting at bigger trouble. She directed the stranger to Cozy's motel so that he can find room for the night. Back at the Stillwell house, their mother, Myrtle, lashed out at Beaver while Costello worried about what the stranger's presence might mean. Myrtle warned Costello that his hands were equally dirty. The stranger arrived at Cozy's motel late at night, finding Cozy deep in her drinking. She mistook him for someone named John before dismissing the thought, though she noted his similar presence. She offered him a drink on the house, but he declined. She reminisced about someone special, reflecting on how ironic it was that she thought of him that night. Tears slipped out as she anticipated the stranger's assumption that she was mourning a lost lover, but she insisted he was wrong. The man she thought of was the only one in town who never loved. Upstairs, the stranger chose a room that Cozy had forbidden others from using. As he slept, memories stirred, visions of a man being torn apart by bicycle chains, reduced to pulp. Restless, he awoke in the dead of night, as if something had called him up. At a nearby bar, word of the stranger had spread, putting Beaver on edge. Some dismissed the newcomer as harmless, but Beaver, seething with paranoia, tried to provoke a reaction. The biker, who had seen enough, defended the stranger, telling Beaver to back off. When confronted, Beaver froze, staring at his reflection before lashing out, shattering a bottle and threatening the stranger. The tension erupted when the stranger struck, countering Beaver's aggression with swift, precise force. The biker stepped in again, trying to de-escalate the situation, but Beaver was too consumed by rage. A fight broke out, with the stranger taking on multiple attackers, demonstrating deadly skill. The chaos ended only when a shot rang out, Lieutenant Costello, gun drawn, ordering them all to go home. Later, at the Stillwell house, Beaver's mother, Myrtle, took out her frustration on him, furious over his failures. The sheriff warned her that the stranger's presence was becoming a problem, especially with his apparent interest in someone named Fagin. Myrtle saw trouble brewing and decided it was time to clean the house. The stranger and the biker were locked up together in a jail cell after the bar fight. Deputy Pliskin sat outside, eating chips and ignoring them. The biker reminisced about his old bike, claiming he had to sell it to the deputy, which broke his heart. As the night went on, he kept trying to place the stranger, convinced he reminded him of policeman John Fagin, though he didn't look like him. He described Fagin as a tough cop who had been beaten to death with bicycle chains. The biker admitted that he and his crew had once stormed into Broken Cross just for laughs, treating it like a playground. Meanwhile, Cozy sat alone in her motel, running out of booze and sinking into memories. She tried counting sheep to fall asleep, but the only face she kept seeing was John Fagin's. She blamed the stranger for making her think about him. When a noise came from the door, she thought for a moment it was John, only to see his ghostly image dissolve. Instead, Beaver appeared, stepping into her room with a knife in hand. At the jail, the biker reflected on everything that had happened, initially blaming Beaver for what went down, but then reconsidering. He described Beaver as an unstable kid who had always been looking to kill someone, desperate to prove himself. The biker also blamed Ma Stillwell for leaving her gun where Beaver could find it, and killed a wino to show nerve. Fagin, being a straight cop, investigated honestly and decided to arrest Beaver. Having already bribed Costello, Myrtle tried to bribe Fagin, but Fagin refused, and so Myrtle and Costello beat Fagin to death with chains. The biker blamed Fagin for being a fool, trying to clean up Broken Cross and standing up to corruption. Right then, Costello walked in, taunted the biker in the cell. He mocked the biker gang's failed escape and the blood they left on the retaining wall. He let Biker out of his cell. When the biker asked to go home, Costello simply shot him in the chest. He then turned to the stranger, blaming the biker for what happened, and preparing to shoot again, but the stranger moved first, punching Costello down. The biker, barely alive, urged the stranger to hurry to Cozy's, warning that she was next. With no time to lose, the stranger ran. As the biker bled out, he tried to hold on to something, maybe pride, maybe a final moment of defiance, but it was too late. Costello hit the biker and ran to his car, pursuing the stranger. The biker struggled and got on his bike. He had said it earlier, and it still held true. What happened had to. The stranger reached Cozy's place faster than he expected, but it was still too late. Cozy was dead, her body left drained by Beaver's brutality. He barely had time to process before a Molotov cocktail came flying at him. Billy, giggling in the background, set the place ablaze and shut the door, trapping the stranger inside. As the flames grew, Ma Stillwell gathered her boys, reminding them they shouldn't think this was a good thing. However, she was already orchestrating their next move. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Costello arrived in a panic, warning Myrtle they needed to run, convinced the stranger was something unnatural. The burning house erupted as the stranger emerged from the flames. Costello fired wildly, but nothing stopped the stranger. In a frenzy, Costello shoved Myrtle and the boys into the car, peeling off as flames consumed the motel. Meanwhile, the biker, bloodied and barely holding on, drove his motorcycle with grim determination. With his dying breath, the biker clashed head-on with Costello's car. All of them went up in flames. The stranger arrived at the scene and watched the massacre. Slowly, he walked alone into the industrial skyline while the legend of Broken Cross lingered. At a diner, Katie was ready to tell the story to anyone willing to listen, but only if they didn't stay long enough to start believing in ghosts. Warriors. Melvin Potter, also known as the Gladiator, found himself caught up in a jewelry heist. He had been promised there would be no guards, but as he struck down one with brutal force, the reality sank in. He was a thief now. He tried not to think about the sickening crack of the guard's jaw or the heat suffocating him in his costume. Confused and overwhelmed, he struggled to make sense of how he got there. Meanwhile, Gloriana O'Brien made her way across the cold streets, determined to confront Matt Murdoch. She wasn't expecting the heavy atmosphere surrounding Nelson and Murdoch's law office, a gloom thick with sadness. Inside, she ran into Foggy Nelson, who was packing up the office. He awkwardly greeted her, fumbling with boxes. When she asked what was happening, he admitted they were closing down. Gloriana pressed further, concerned about Matt's absence, but before Foggy could respond, Becky Blake interrupted with urgent news. Melvin Potter had just robbed a jewelry store. Gloriana refused to believe it, insisting he had reformed, while Becky argued that it would devastate Matt if true. As Gloriana insisted someone must be framing Melvin, Foggy, clearly exhausted, tried to change the subject and asked her to dinner, hoping to discuss Matt's deteriorating mental state. Elsewhere, Matt Murdoch, as Daredevil, leaped across the rooftops, lost in thought. He marveled at his own agility, but was suddenly struck by doubt. He wasn't even 30, yet life had become a series of relentless struggles. He thought of Foggy and his late father. Even Heather had taken her own life after their breakup. The city weighed on him like a burden. A memory of his mentor, Stick, resurfaced. Lessons about strength, survival, and the constant fight. His thoughts were interrupted by a police radio. Melvin Potter, armed and dangerous. Furious at the betrayal, he sprang into action. Meanwhile, Betsy Beatty, tied up in a chair, listened to her captors discuss Melvin. They had beaten her, threatening more violence unless he did as they demanded. She remained calm, warning them not to push Melvin too far. He was dangerous when scared. The thugs, dismissive, argued over money and whether Daredevil would get involved. After another blow knocked her down, she noticed the Chrysler building through the window. Now she knew where she was. Before she could act, they taped her mouth. Melvin Potter sat in a filthy room, trying not to think about the mess he was in. He had been told to stay put, away from Daredevil and the police, until midnight. He spent 4 hours in the shower, convincing himself the cold was just making him shake, not fear. His gladiator armor lay on the bed, a reminder of how everything had gone wrong. Daredevil arrived at Potter's costume shop under the cover of night, searching for proof that Melvin was innocent. Hearing a noise inside, he broke in and quickly identified the men inside. Not Melvin's Melvin's friends, but they would do. He launched into them with precision, taking them down with brutal efficiency. When the dust settled, he grabbed one of them, Chigger, demanding to know Potter's plan. Chigger, panicked, insisted he was just a small-time crook and had nothing to reveal. Meanwhile, Foggy and Glory sat in a diner reminiscing about college and Matt. Foggy explained how he and Matt had once been inseparable, with Matt as the inspiration and Foggy the hard worker. Glory, growing frustrated, revealed how Matt had been shutting her out, disappearing, and making her wait endlessly. Foggy sympathized, but when Glory said it would take a saint to deal with Matt, he deflected, suggesting they get some air. Elsewhere, Daredevil broke into his office, left vacant after the firm's closure. He considered his past, the job he had done for his father's sake, and picked up his name plaque from the table. Daredevil, filled with frustration and unresolved emotions about his past, smashed his attorney plaque through a window, setting off an alarm. He left the scene, letting the sirens ring out into the city. Meanwhile, Foggy and Glory walked through Columbia University, where Foggy reminisced about his past and a prank played on a senior who hazed him. He recalled how Matt, though indifferent to fraternities, had subtly taken revenge on his behalf. As they walked, Glory noted how strangely romantic the place seemed. On his way back to his apartment, Daredevil caught a mugger in the act and stopped him hard. However, the lady being mugged screamed like she had seen Dracula. That frustrated Daredevil more. Back at his apartment, he ignored his answering machine until it rang again, revealing a message from Melvin Potter. Melvin, clearly distressed, asked for help, but hesitated to say more. When Daredevil arrived at the museum, Melvin was already inside, dressed as the gladiator, looting a priceless gem. Daredevil confronted him, making it clear he wasn't there to listen to excuses. Melvin, breathing heavily and already exhausted, hesitated before attacking. Daredevil taunted him, knowing Melvin wasn't in his best shape. Their fight began with Melvin charging, only for Daredevil to dodge easily and counter with precision. Melvin struggled, his movements sluggish, his strength failing him. Daredevil noted that while Melvin was giving it everything he had, it wasn't enough. The fight continued with Daredevil methodically wearing Melvin down, proving that the once dangerous gladiator was no longer the threat he used to be. Using a pillar for leverage, Daredevil flipped Melvin over, slamming him hard. Melvin collapsed against the pillar, clutching it as if seeking comfort. He admitted his fears. He had been forced into this, with Betsy's life hanging in the balance. He begged Daredevil to help her. Daredevil realized Melvin had tried to reach out, but hadn't known how. The realization struck a nerve, filling Daredevil with guilt. Daredevil sent Melvin home and prepared for the rescue. Under a darkened overpass, he set up a meeting where Melvin's captors arrived, confident in their control. When Daredevil and Melvin stormed their hideout, Betsy was on the verge of being killed. Melvin, filled with rage, unleashed his full strength, channeling his fury into devastating blows. Daredevil fought alongside him, dismantling the thugs with brutal efficiency. Melvin caught one of the thugs, but controlled himself. He hurled the thug aside, and Daredevil took care of him. Melvin let go of his bestial side and instead walked slowly to the woman he loved. Meanwhile, Daredevil took down all the kidnappers. As the dust settled, Melvin, though victorious, carried himself with an air of apology. He freed Betsy, and she reassured him, speaking softly yet firmly. Daredevil watched as they reunited, their bond unshaken. He was left standing alone, his knuckles raw, wondering if he had said the right things. Love and War. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, reflected on his empire built on corruption and crime. He controlled both the powerful and the desperate, yet something, or rather someone, had unsettled him. His wife, Vanessa, lay in bed, distant and unresponsive. He recalled their first meeting 20 years ago when she had been a lost, amnesiac 15-year-old girl taken as chattel by criminals. Unlike them, he had seen something more: grace, spirit, and the possibility of escape. Now, desperate to reach her, he pleaded with her to speak, but she only muttered incoherently. He swore to give her the chance to live again, even if it meant doing something unforgivable. Victor, Kingpin's henchman, watched a couple, Cheryl and Dr. Paul Mondat, for 40 minutes as they walked through the crowded streets of New York. Cheryl, blind, spoke about Paris, while Paul was enticed by a mysterious offer from Fisk. When Paul momentarily stepped away for a hot dog, Victor struck, chloroforming Cheryl and making her disappear into the crowd. He later confronted Paul at gunpoint, giving him an address, telling him not to act smart as Cheryl was with him. At Josie's Bar and Grill, a known haven for criminals, Daredevil entered. The room fell silent, but he could hear the fearful heartbeats, the movements of guns being drawn. As the tension rose, he moved through the city, reflecting on his heightened senses, emphasizing that while his hearing was extraordinary, he remained blind. His identity? Daredevil. Turk and a group of thugs chased someone, suspecting he might have gone down a manhole. He hesitated before being pushed in. Right then, Daredevil pulled him inside. The other thugs watched and deduced that the mole people might have taken Turk. Turk, desperate to save himself, revealed that the Kingpin had drawn a brain doctor named Paul to town to cure Vanessa. Victor had hidden Cheryl in a rundown motel, considering her too perfect to be found there. Watching her sleep, he viewed her as untouchable, an angel. When she stirred, he prepared a sedative, convincing himself that she was safe with him. However, his own body betrayed him with uncontrollable shakes, and he reached for the phone, hoping the Kingpin would fix him up with something. At the given address, Paul was outraged, demanded to know what was happening, but Fisk silenced him, stating that Vanessa lived in a kind of death. He forced Paul into compliance, making it clear that Cheryl's life depended on his cooperation. Cheryl would live only if Paul cured Vanessa. Meanwhile, Daredevil tracked Victor's operation, eavesdropping on Kingpin's men. Wesley's voice over the phone suggested dissatisfaction with Victor's methods, confirming that he was unpredictable and dangerous. Victor, lost in his delusions, imagined himself as a knight and Cheryl as his queen. Right then, Turk arrived to give him his pills. Daredevil had followed Turk. He ordered Victor to put the gun down. Victor leaped through a window, cursing Daredevil as the evil prince. Daredevil pursued him. Victor, overcome by his fantasy, swore he would return for Cheryl. Daredevil pursued Victor, who fired wildly until he ran out of bullets. Bleeding and desperate, Victor scrambled into a manhole. Daredevil gave him a head start, expecting to corner him in the tunnels, but then he heard a deep rumble. He hesitated, caught off guard by the overwhelming noise, and lost Victor in the chaos. Meanwhile, Victor, still caught in his delusions, imagined himself as a fallen knight, determined to reclaim his queen. Kingpin managed his criminal operations with efficiency, while watching Paul work on Vanessa the whole time. His men reported a warehouse fire and a suspected mutiny. Kingpin had already dealt with it, orchestrating the deaths of those who crossed him. As he watched Vanessa on a monitor, he urged her to act on her motor skills, speaking to her as if she could still hear him. Victor, soaked in blood, boarded a subway unnoticed. His mind drifted, fixating on Cheryl. When he saw a woman who resembled her for a split second, he called out in agony, convinced he had failed her. Meanwhile, Daredevil carried Cheryl through the city. She stirred, becoming aware of his presence. At first, she tensed, but as she recognized his strength and safety, she relaxed in his arms. Victor made his way to his sister Stacy's home. She cleaned his wounds, but remained wary. Victor demanded pills, his paranoia intensifying. At night, he imagined himself talking to Stacy. He imagined Stacy using derogatory curses for Cheryl. When Stacy approached him to calm him down, his delusions spiraled. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a knife and killed Stacy. Later, the Kingpin was informed that Turk had been found tied up under the bed, and Victor and Cheryl had escaped. Turk blamed Daredevil. Kingpin ordered them both found, stating that Victor must die. Meanwhile, Dr. Paul continued working with Vanessa, engaging in psychological conditioning. He dismissed Fisk's interruptions, asserting that his process required patience. Vanessa hesitated, but began responding to Paul, revealing a cube marked with an X. At dawn, Matt watched Cheryl sleep, reflecting that Kingpin likely knew he had her. He mentally prepared for an infiltration, noting the defenses around Kingpin's building. As Cheryl slept off the drugs forced into her, he reassured her when she woke in confusion. He reminded himself that she was married and resolved to avoid any emotional entanglement, hiding his own blindness from her. Meanwhile, Victor traveled to Manhattan, intending to research Daredevil, but ultimately decided against it. He acknowledged that his obsession with Cheryl had spiraled, blaming the pills he took. He resolved to report back to Kingpin and stop using them. At the library, he distracted himself by reading newspapers, but noticed Nelson and Murdoch's names frequently appearing. Though he suspected they were Daredevil's lawyers, he decided he didn't care. Meanwhile, the closeness between Paul and Vanessa increased. It hurt Kingpin as he watched them. That night, while crossing the street, a taxi suddenly struck him. The driver didn't stop. Injured but conscious, he noted the license plate, planning legal retaliation. His psyche guided him to Nelson and Murdoch's office, where he arrived after hours. A man dismissed him, but he sneaked in, looking for information. When a cleaning woman arrived, he hid under a desk, dismissing her presence as unimportant. However, he started shaking as he clutched his knife. Moments later, he was covered in blood. He had killed the cleaning lady. Then he discovered Matt's address from a card. Matt watched as Cheryl stirred awake in front of the fire. She smiled momentarily at the smell of espresso, but quickly became serious, asking about her husband. Matt reassured her, but remained vague in his response. She curled up on the couch, holding her cup, and asked who he was. He told her he was a friend. She acknowledged that she was his prisoner. Meanwhile, Paul continued his psychological conditioning on Vanessa, guiding her to spell something with the lettered cubes. Kingpin observed them closely through a monitor, his expression unreadable. Matt prepared his gear: rope, wire cutters, brass knuckles, and tear gas for his upcoming infiltration. He assured Cheryl that her husband would not be harmed and instructed her to stay put. When she asked if he was going to see Paul, he confirmed it. Handing her the fire poker, he urged her to keep the fire going. Under Paul's direction, Vanessa hesitated before arranging the cubes to spell out a message. Escape! She looked at Paul and then at the camera, tears forming in her eyes. Kingpin, watching, remained silent, but the moment was a clear blow to him. At Kingpin's estate, Daredevil moved swiftly, using a cat to divert the guard dog's attention. The guard dismissed the distraction, thinking it insignificant, giving Daredevil an opening to scale the fence. As he climbed, he noted his grappling hook's instability, but continued upward. Paul turned to the camera and issued a direct challenge to Kingpin, stating, "You have my wife, and now I have yours." Kingpin, watching, remained expressionless. Meanwhile, Victor attempted to break into Matt's home. Cheryl, sensing the danger, tightened her grip on the fire iron, preparing herself for what was coming. Daredevil's hook faltered, and he fell. However, he grabbed a ledge swiftly and climbed up. Victor broke into Matt's home, smashing the door. He raised a knife as he spotted Cheryl. His mind fractured, hallucinations consuming him. He staggered forward, feeling euphoric after stopping his pills. Daredevil encountered Turk, who was posing as a janitor. Turk panicked but played along, revealing details about the building's security. Daredevil moved ahead, learning that the elevator would stop at level 50, where a gunman was stationed. Turk gave Daredevil away, causing gunfire to erupt. The security alarm triggered as Matt slipped into the elevator shaft, narrowly evading the bullets. He noted he had 12 floors left to reach his target. A thug reported Daredevil's break-in to Kingpin. Kingpin was engrossed in pain, heartbroken from Vanessa's will to escape. Victor chased Cheryl, spouting delusions about her being his queen. She panicked and became tangled in the curtains. He fixated on her obsessively. Fear overwhelmed her, but she prepared to defend herself. Victor's delusions deepened as he grabbed Cheryl. She struggled, but grabbed the fire iron and killed Victor. Victor's last thoughts were of himself riding into the sunset like a knight. Daredevil climbed the cable, pushing through pain as he reached level 62. Aware of the soundproof walls and hidden guards, he used tear gas to clear his path. Meanwhile, Paul and Vanessa escaped unnoticed, with resources prepared for her treatment and a new life in Europe. Matt acknowledged that Kingpin would never see his wife again and silently prayed for him. Kingpin had secretly given Paul enough money to create a good life for Vanessa with a new identity. Kingpin sat in solitude, reflecting on his empire built on crime and control. He recognized his influence over both the corrupt and the fearful. Yet, despite achieving everything he desired, his loss was absolute. Vanessa was gone. Daredevil, Born Again, Chapter 1, Apocalypse. Karen Page, desperate and disheveled, sat in a dimly lit room, her posture slumped and her expression weary. She had become a drug addict after losing the limelight of the silver screen. The man sitting opposite her, confident and smug, leaned back in his chair with a drink in hand. Karen admitted she had sold Daredevil's name, her voice shaking as she clutched a strip of film containing his secret. The man spoke casually, emphasizing the potential value of the information, encouraging her to take it to the United States to fetch a significant price. Karen, overwhelmed and visibly distressed, declared the name aloud, her voice carrying the weight of her regret as she admitted to giving everything away. 6 weeks later, in a pristine high-rise office, Raldo handed over a slip of paper to Tonio. Tonio, seated behind a polished desk, examined the note with an impressed expression. Despite his interest, he cautioned Raldo about the dangers of possessing such sensitive information. On a luxury yacht cutting through the ocean under a fiery red sunset, Wilson Fisk, known as the Kingpin, received a report from an underling. The subordinate explained that Karen had sold Daredevil's name for drugs. Fisk, towering and dressed impeccably, listened carefully. Skeptical but intrigued, he ordered the information to be verified, his commanding presence underscoring his authority. 6 months had passed. In a modest Manhattan apartment, Matt Murdoch lay in bed under a tangle of sheets. Winter's chill seeped into the room, and Matt stirred, his face tense. Battling a dull ache, he moved to get up, reflecting on his role as Daredevil and the injuries he needed to recover from. A sudden draft from the mail chute pulled him from his thoughts. He picked up envelopes from the floor and sorted through them with practiced fingers, finding bills, IRS notices, and a cassette tape from an ex-girlfriend. Matt set the mail aside and headed for coffee, his movements deliberate but strained. Matt prepared coffee in his kitchen, his routine interrupted by a series of phone calls. Gloria, exasperated, told him she had been trying to reach him for days and expressed her frustration over his absence and emotional distance. Sid, his accountant, called next, informing him of the IRS investigation, which Matt insisted was baseless. However, Sid revealed his inability to help further, severing ties with him. Gloria, losing her patience, expressed her disappointment, hinting that Matt's inability to let her in emotionally had pushed her to the breaking point. The tension in the calls escalated as Gloria said she would no longer be reaching out to him. Matt answered a knock at the door to receive a subpoena. He was summoned to a grand jury hearing, not as a witness, but as the accused. He later met with an official in a lavish office who explained the allegations against him. Lieutenant Manolis had testified that Matt bribed a witness in a past case. Matt, shocked by the accusations, maintained his innocence. The official dismissed him, warning against harassing Manolis. That night, Foggy Nelson visited Gloria's apartment, finding it ransacked. Gloria explained that everything had been stolen. She expressed her fear and dismay, saying she could no longer stay there. Foggy reassured her and tried to comfort her with a cup of coffee. At the Daily Bugle, Bin Urich received a tip about Matt facing criminal charges. Bin called Matt, offering his support, but Matt, sounding distant and cynical, refused to engage. Bin felt troubled by the changes in his friend. Matt, struggling with mounting financial troubles, reflected on his despair. Grabbing his Daredevil costume, he ventured into the snowy night, seeking solace in the familiar chaos of the city. He leaped across rooftops, embracing the danger and distraction. Foggy Nelson and Glory sat by the fireplace in a warm apartment as snow fell outside. Glory thanked Foggy for his kindness, sharing how much she appreciated his support when she felt utterly alone after returning to find her home ransacked. Foggy tried to comfort her, assuring her that she had nothing to fear. They exchanged a moment of tenderness, holding hands briefly before Glory suggested they call it a night. Foggy, flustered, opted to sleep on the couch. Elsewhere, Daredevil infiltrated an apartment building with music blaring obnoxiously loud. Observing a drunken man, Nick, rummaging through his refrigerator, Daredevil confronted him about his involvement in a scheme against Matt Murdoch. Nick reacted defensively, yelling for Daredevil to leave, but the vigilante persisted, demanding to know why Nick was lying and accusing him of attempting to ruin Murdoch. Nick, under pressure, lashed out with a bottle, but Daredevil swiftly disarmed him and sent him crashing into a table. Daredevil left Nick to wrestle with his guilt, overhearing him make a desperate call about his son's need for medical treatment. This confirmed Nick's role in the conspiracy, but left Daredevil questioning the orchestrator's identity. Meanwhile, Daredevil resumed his patrol, leaping across rooftops despite the stormy weather. Back at home, Daredevil struggled with mounting frustrations. The power had been cut off, leaving his apartment in darkness. Attempts to contact the electric company were futile, further isolating him. He collapsed onto his bed, worn out by the relentless challenges. The following morning, Foggy woke to the smell of bacon and pancakes. Glory, in the kitchen, silently cooked breakfast for him. The peaceful moment was interrupted by a call from Matt, who informed them about his subpoena and the grand jury hearing. The day's troubles loomed. Wilson Fisk, seated in his high-tech surveillance room, observed Matthew Murdoch's life unraveling through meticulously gathered intelligence. He reflected on the web of chaos he had spun around Murdoch, his stooges reporting on Matt's struggles and deteriorating state. Photos documented Matt's downward spiral, showing his desperation and increasing instability. At a bar, Daredevil interrogated patrons with relentless ferocity, demanding information about those targeting him. Despite his forceful approach, none could provide useful leads, as Fisk had ensured no one knew enough to implicate him. Meanwhile, Fisk reveled in his success, pondering how the psychological assault had destabilized Murdoch. He noted the wedge driven into Matt's psyche, observing with satisfaction as his rival descended into madness. Matt faced a court hearing where the judge delivered a tempered verdict. While he avoided prison, he lost his license to practice law, leaving him financially and professionally ruined. Fisk reflected on the situation, contemplating whether to hire Matt as a valuable asset once the man fully understood his helplessness. He admired Matt's dedication and skill, even as he took pleasure in his misery. Karen Page, shaking from cold and desperation, descended a staircase in a rundown building. Inside, she encountered a man who had exploited her for information. Tensions escalated, and in a moment of chaos, a gun discharged. Karen fled, haunted by guilt and memories of Matt, the one person who had always helped her. Matt, burdened with a foreclosure notice and only a few dollars to his name, wandered through the snow-covered streets. He resolved to return home to rest and regroup. As he approached his apartment, an explosion erupted, reducing his home to rubble. Matt stood amid the destruction, holding his Daredevil costume, and realized the extent of Fisk's orchestration. He understood that Kingpin knew his secret identity. He vowed to fight back, no longer willing to endure the torment. Chapter 2. Purgatory. In a modest apartment, Foggy Nelson and Glory O'Brien tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. Foggy attempted a light-hearted task, climbing a chair to adjust something, but toppled over, landing on the floor with a groan. Glory rushed to check on him, relieved he wasn't hurt. As they bantered, the phone rang. Glory answered, and her demeanor shifted as she realized it was Matt. His voice was incoherent, his words jumbled, and his distress clear. Glory, shaken, hung up, her face pale with worry. Foggy asked what was wrong, but Glory could only whisper that Matt didn't make any sense. Matt Murdoch's life had collapsed. He woke in a cramped room with no heat and 6 inches of snow outside. The IRS had rendered his credit cards useless, leaving him with only $10 and a seedy hotel room. Once a respected member of his community, Matt had lost his job, home, and livelihood. Reflecting on his situation, he recognized the signs that had led to his downfall. Small, coordinated attacks targeting every aspect of his life. Despite his misfortune, Matt was determined to uncover the source of his suffering. He identified the Kingpin as the mastermind, suspecting that the crime lord had discovered his dual identity as Daredevil and orchestrated his destruction. Matt resolved to confront him, promising himself he wouldn't resort to killing, but would do whatever it took to reclaim his life. Exhausted, he planned his next move, wrestling with the desire to act, but succumbing to his weariness. Elsewhere, the Kingpin stood in his high-rise office, surveying the city. He reveled in Matt's torment, recalling how Daredevil had once been a thorn in his side. Now, with Matt's life in ruins, the Kingpin found sadistic pleasure in his misery. Knowing that Matt was already teetering on the edge of madness, the Kingpin saw this as his ultimate victory. Matt, unable to sleep soundly, finally stirred. He prepared to leave, putting on his clothes with a sense of resolve. Yet, the weight of his situation bore down on him, and his thoughts returned to the Kingpin. He questioned his strength and motivation, but deep inside, he knew he had no choice but to face the man responsible. Matt Murdoch, now spiraling further into despair, lay in his decrepit room, still fantasizing about confronting the Kingpin. His mind painted a scene where he beats the crime lord, restores his life, and emerges as a celebrated hero. Reality, however, shattered these illusions. Instead of leaving his room, Matt simply reached for the phone. He called Gloriana, his former lover, unable to articulate his anguish. Glory, heartbroken, passed the phone to Foggy Nelson, Matt's best friend and law partner. Foggy tried to reason with him, but Matt hung up abruptly, leaving Foggy and Glory alarmed by his deteriorating mental state. Back in the hotel, Matt's paranoia deepened. He imagined Foggy being complicit in the conspiracy against him, fueled by his growing mistrust of everyone around him. A knock at his door heightened his anxiety. It turned out to be the hotel manager demanding overdue rent. Matt's anger flared, and he knocked the man unconscious in a burst of frustration. Declaring his intent to confront the Kingpin, he left the hotel, consumed by a vengeful resolve. Meanwhile, Kingpin's surveillance continued. Observers noted Matt's increasingly erratic behavior, describing him as a shadow of the man he once was. They trailed him as he wandered aimlessly, a man untethered from reality. On a subway train, Matt's journey took a violent turn. When armed youths attempted a robbery, he unleashed his Daredevil skills with terrifying precision. His attacks were swift and brutal, showcasing his combat prowess, but also his unraveling state of mind. The chaos on the train underscored Matt's descent into desperation. He fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness, his actions shocking those around him. Wesley narrated the whole incident to Kingpin, whose sadistic satisfaction only grew as he watched Matt crumble. Kingpin, reveling in his perceived victory, anticipated Matt's next move, confident his enemy was marching toward inevitable destruction towards him. Broken and disheveled, Matt continued his descent into despair, fixated on confronting the Kingpin. After beating a police officer in his delusional state, he called Foggy Nelson for help. Matt's paranoia was evident as he rambled about everyone working for the Kingpin. The call went into the answering machine, but Matt went on. He said that he needed to go to Kingpin's tower and try to kill him. Meanwhile, Karen Page, trapped in Mexico and consumed by guilt, desperately sought Matt's aid. Remembering his phone number, she tried calling him, only to discover the line disconnected. The realization of Matt's fall from grace left her distraught. Determined to reach him, she resolved to find her way to New York by any means necessary. Elsewhere, reporter Ben Urich confronted J. Jonah Jameson at the Daily Bugle, arguing that Matt was framed by the Kingpin. Urich's conviction in Matt's innocence clashed with Jonah's skepticism, who dismissed the case as a mere scandal. Undeterred, Urich vowed to uncover the truth, despite the looming threat posed by the Kingpin's reach. Matt, driven by desperation, arrived at the Kingpin's headquarters, where the tension between the two adversaries reached its peak. As Matt prepared to confront his nemesis, Karen journeyed through her turmoil, reflecting on her betrayal and dependence on Matt as her anchor. Her resolve to reunite with him grew stronger, even as her circumstances worsened. Inside the gym, Matt attacked the Kingpin in a ferocious and relentless fight. Despite his weakened state, he fought with raw determination, striking the Kingpin repeatedly. But the behemoth stayed on his feet. The Kingpin's brutal counterattacks left Matt bloodied and battered, but he refused to give up. Driven by an unyielding will, Matt endured the onslaught, embodying his mantra, never give up. But then he slowly drifted into senselessness. The Kingpin reflected on his primal desire to kill Matt Murdoch, but curbed it with calculated precision. Murdoch's death, he decided, had to appear as a tragic, unremarkable accident. He orchestrated an elaborate plan. An unconscious Murdoch was placed in a stolen cab, its safety mechanisms sabotaged by corrosive chemicals and sent plunging off Pier 47 into the East River. Whiskey was poured over Murdoch, a broken bottle planted, and the scene staged as a drunken crash. As the cab sank into the murky water, the Kingpin reveled in imagining Murdoch's last moments, a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Days turned to weeks, but the memory of Murdoch's demise lingered in the Kingpin's thoughts, a source of perverse satisfaction. His mood lightened, and his day-to-day dealings became almost joyous. However, the cab was eventually discovered. Investigators found signs of a violent struggle, blood, broken glass, and clear evidence of an effort to escape. But there was no body. The absence of Murdoch's corpse unsettled the Kingpin, transforming his satisfaction into simmering unease. His intense focus on the discovery left him pondering Murdoch's fate, knowing that without a body, questions would remain unanswered. Meanwhile, Murdoch, battered but alive, emerged in the city's shadows, determined to endure. Chapter 3, Pariah. Matt reflected on the pivotal moment when his life changed forever. He recalled a bright, sunny day where a courageous act had a catastrophic consequence. As a young boy, he leapt in front of a hazardous materials truck to save a man, inadvertently spilling radioactive material that blinded him. This act of bravery, despite its consequences, left an indelible mark on Matt's spirit. The substance coursed through his blood, altering him fundamentally. Every nerve in his body screamed with pain. But this transformation also brought extraordinary changes. As he lay in a hospital bed, Matt struggled with the agony coursing through him. The sterile environment, sharp needles, and the knowledge of his mutilation overwhelmed him. His heightened senses, newly awakened, made the world unbearable. Every smell, sound, and sensation was amplified. Despite the excruciating pain, he found solace in a warm, reassuring voice. A mysterious woman whispered comforting words, calling his transformation a blessing. She promised that it would become his strength and urged him to keep it a secret. Later, Matt's father visited him, delivering devastating news about the accident. He explained that the corporation behind the truck had been evasive about the radioactive material. His father marveled at Matt's resilience, noting his calm demeanor despite his blindness. Matt, however, revealed his heightened awareness, emphasizing that he knew much more than he let on. He promised his father to keep pushing forward. Reflecting on his journey, Matt remembered the pivotal moments that shaped him: the tragic loss of his father, the honing of his new abilities, and his transformation into Daredevil. But now he lay among the ruins of his life, stripped of everything by the Kingpin. Even in defeat, Matt vowed not to give up, carrying the weight of his loss and the resolve to rise again. In the bustling streets of Uptown, Foggy Nelson and Glory O'Brien strolled through the Christmas decorations, the cheerful carols contrasting with the turmoil they would soon face. Glory teased Foggy about his efficiency in shopping, attributing it to his busy life, but their light-hearted exchange turned tense when a thief attempted to snatch Glory's purse. Reacting swiftly, she grabbed the attacker and took him down. As the thief retaliated with a knife, Foggy intervened, improvising with a bowling ball he'd bought as a gift. He struck the thief, incapacitating him momentarily. The commotion drew onlookers, but no one seemed inclined to assist, leaving Foggy and Glory frustrated with the indifference of the crowd. Later, Bean Urich, a reporter, narrated his own Christmas story, one that took him to Bellevue Hospital. He described it as a place that treated everyone, from corrupt cops to children with heart conditions. Visiting a patient, Ben encountered Lieutenant Nick Manolis, a cop with a tarnished conscience. Manolis was racked with guilt over his role in framing Matt Murdoch, revealing he'd testified against him under Kingpin's influence, driven by the financial burden of his child's medical needs. Despite the bitterness of his confession, Manolis remained defensive, unwilling to fully confront his complicity. Meanwhile, Karen Page, battling withdrawal in the sweltering Mexican heat, reflected on her actions, selling Matt's secret identity for a fix. Desperate and on the run, she robbed a blind man but panicked when he screamed, forcing her to attack him and flee. Simultaneously, Matt, disoriented and struggling, wandered the snowy streets. He collided with a car, but the driver, unwilling to deal with the hassle, callously drove away. Bruised and battered, Matt clung to the last threads of his resilience, determined to keep moving, no matter the cost. Matt Murdoch struggled onward, reflecting on his pain and the betrayal that led to his ruin. Meanwhile, Foggy Nelson spoke to his mother, mentioning Matt's troubles and his new love interest. In another part of town, Turk Barrett and Grotto dressed as Santa Claus to gather money from the wealthy, mocking the Christmas spirit. As Matt encountered them, he demanded one of their suits, his resolve steeling despite his injuries. Inside Bellevue Hospital, Bean Urich continued his investigation. Manolis' son did not survive the surgery. Determined to know about his betrayal of Matt, Bean took Manolis outside to know how the Kingpin manipulated him into lying and testifying against Matt. He pressed on the situation that left Manolis desperate and indebted to the Kingpin. Urich pressed for answers while Manolis wrestled with his guilt and took him outside to the parking lot. In Mexico, Karen Page grappled with her choices and addiction. Seeking a way back to Matt, she ended up with Paolo, an obsessive fan. She offered everything to Paolo for a trip to New York. At the table, tensions erupted into violence when other people tried to kidnap her. Paolo shot down the others, leaving Karen even more vulnerable but determined to reach Matt. Back in Hell's Kitchen, Matt trudged through the snow toward his childhood home. Weakened but resolved, he reflected on the life stolen from him. Arriving, he found the area demolished, his past reduced to rubble. As Urich smoked outside with Manolis, a hugely built nurse approached with a clear warning, delivering a brutal blow to Manolis before stating her employer's intent to silence him. She warned him to stop speaking Matt Murdoch's name and broke his fingers. Her intimidation escalated as she tortured Nick Manolis, ensuring Urich understood the gravity of her employer's power. Despite his fear, Ben silently resolved to persist. Matt Murdoch stumbled into Fogwell's gym, the place of his early training. Memories of his father and his own path as a fighter flooded back as he stood before a punching bag, recalling promises he broke and the identity he lost. He punched the bag with intense emotion, clinging to the discipline that had kept him alive through his recent suffering. Karen Page faced her own peril. Held by Paolo, she struggled to maintain her composure. Matt's name lingered on her lips, a desperate plea for salvation amidst her despair. In the gym, Matt collapsed from exhaustion and injuries, only to be discovered by the nun who recognized him, the one who had visited him after his accident. She held Matt with a motherly embrace. In this tower, the Kingpin lifted weights and obsessively reflected on the revelation that Matt Murdoch, whom he believed dead, was still alive. His determination to crush Matt burned even brighter. He knew that he had taken away all hope from Matt, and a man without hope was a man without fear. Chapter 4. Born Again. Matt Murdoch struggled between life and death. His heartbeat faltered, but revived, symbolizing his resilience. In a moment of awareness, he recalled the Kingpin's machinations, the loss of his identity, and Turk's attack disguised as Santa Claus. He realized his suffering was not a nightmare, but a grim reality orchestrated by the Kingpin. His will to survive persisted. Karen Page found herself in the company of a man she sought to escape, yearning to reunite with Matt. She carried the guilt of betraying Matt's secret for a drug fix, knowing the repercussions. She held on to hope that Matt would save her before the killers pursuing her succeeded. Meanwhile, the Kingpin trained vigorously, reflecting on Matt's survival. He acknowledged Matt as a formidable opponent and prepared for their inevitable confrontation. His resolve to destroy Matt only intensified, viewing him as a symbol of defiance that needed to be crushed. Foggy Nelson signed a new job contract, expressing doubts about his decision. Gloriana reassured him, though her thoughts lingered on Matt's absence, now stretching into weeks. Ben Urich recounted his pursuit of justice for Matt. He wanted to forget Matt's name. Witnessing the condition of Manolis deepened his fear. Karen said a calculated goodbye to Paolo at Penn Station, her desperation to escape outweighing any lingering ties. She knew Paolo would not easily let her go. Resolving to find Matt, she clung to the belief that he could save her and offer her a path to redemption. Determined to end Matt once and for all, the Kingpin ordered Wesley to locate Nuke and assign him to kill Matt, underscoring his desperation to finish what he had started. Despite Wesley's warning, Kingpin ordered him to do what he had said. At home, Bean's wife urged him to stay away from Matt's case, warning him about the danger it posed to their lives. Despite the threats and violence inflicted upon him by the Kingpin's enforcers, Bin remained determined to expose the truth. Matt lay in a haze, slowly piecing together his surroundings. His senses, dulled by pain, began to focus on the world outside himself. The muffled sounds of snow-covered New York and the familiar smells of Hell's Kitchen stirred his memories. Realizing he was in a church basement, he struggled to rise from the cot. His legs, weakened from his injuries, buckled, and he collapsed. A nun intervened, insisting he remain and recover. She said that her name was Maggie, a Maggie that Matt's father, Jack, spoke about when he was drunk. Karen, desperate to reconnect with Matt, contacted Foggy Nelson. Initially surprised by her call, Foggy tried to be cordial. Karen, sensing her vulnerability, pleaded for his help. Foggy, though concerned, agreed to meet her in a rough part of town. At the Daily Bugle, Ben Urich faced Jonah Jameson, who chastised him for losing focus on his work. Ben, burdened by his fear of the Kingpin and haunted by his injured hand, endured Jameson's berating. Jameson, unimpressed by Bean's excuses, reminded him of the power of the press and urged him to keep digging into the Kingpin's corruption. Karen, caught in Paolo's violent grip, suffered both physical and emotional abuse. Paolo's threats loomed large, but Karen's determination to escape him and reunite with Matt remained unshaken. Ben, determined to uncover the truth, received a critical call from the hospital. It was Lieutenant Manolis. Manolis, racked with guilt over his role in framing Matt, prepared to reveal everything. The newsroom chaos made it difficult for Ben to decipher what Manolis was saying. As Ben spoke on the phone, he was forced to listen to the brutal murder of Manolis by the imposing nurse working for the Kingpin. She strangled Manolis to death in his hospital bed while keeping Bean on the line, making it clear that his investigation into the Kingpin must end. Her menacing tone left no room for doubt about the consequences of defiance. Matt, recovering from his injuries and battling a fever, experienced fragmented memories of his past. He recalled the day of his accident, the hospital stay that followed, and the comforting presence of a woman who had given him hope. He realized that Maggie, his current caretaker, had been the same woman who had visited him then. The cross she wore confirmed this connection, as it matched the one he had touched on that fateful night. Karen Page, desperate and afraid, reached out to Foggy Nelson. After speaking with his wife, she learned of their separation and managed to arrange a meeting with Foggy. When they met, Foggy was visibly shaken by Karen's disheveled appearance and the bruises on her face. Meanwhile, the Kingpin, cold and calculating, continued his relentless pursuit of Matt. He decided to employ Nuke, a deranged and violent soldier, to force Matt out of hiding. Delighted in his control over people and systems, the Kingpin's plan aimed to destroy Matt utterly, stripping him of any remaining strength or dignity. He called for a person specializing in psychotic drugs. At the Daily Bugle, Ben struggled with the psychological weight of the threats he had received and the murder he had witnessed. Despite pressure from from his editor to produce a story, Bin was deeply shaken by the chilling phone call. In his mind, he promised never to speak Matt's name again. During her conversation with Foggy, Karen confessed to her addiction and revealed that she had sold Matt's secret, putting her life in danger. She begged Foggy to tell her where Matt was, explaining that he was her only hope. As they continued talking, Karen admitted the depths of her despair while clinging to the belief that Matt could still save her. Foggy shared recent events, including Matt's disappearance. Foggy attempted to comfort Karen as she broke down, blaming herself for Matt's downfall. She spoke cryptically about the events, brushing off her statements as the ramblings of a junkie, though her pain was evident. When Foggy insisted on taking her back with him, Karen warned him of Paolo, the man she was entangled with, claiming he would kill them both if provoked. Still, Foggy declared that they were family because of their connection to Matt and refused to abandon her. Karen hesitated, but her emotions betrayed her resolve as she fell into Foggy's embrace. Elsewhere, Sister Maggie knelt in prayer beside Matt Murdoch, whose fever had worsened. She pleaded with God for his survival, asserting that Matt had a pure soul despite his struggles. She offered to bear any punishment for her past sins in exchange for his life, her devotion clear as she prayed under the shadow of a golden cross. At the same time, Bean Urich faced the aftermath of his harrowing phone call, a chilling reminder of the power Kingpin held over his informants and enemies alike. He sat despondently on a snow-covered bench. He removed the cast from his hand and thought about not bringing Matt's name into his mouth, but then he looked up and whispered, "Matt Murdoch." He would save his friend. Meanwhile, Felix Manning confronted Melvin Potter at his costume shop, coercing him to produce a replica of Daredevil's suit under the threat of violence and destruction. Manning's cold intimidation underscored the lengths Kingpin's agents would go to enforce their will. Back at the church, Matt began to recover as the fever broke. Sister Maggie tended to him, her care unwavering. Matt recognized her scent as the same from his hospital stay years earlier. When he asked if she was his mother, Maggie denied it, but her accelerated heartbeat betrayed her lie. Matt smiled. Chapter 5. Saved. At Fogwell's gym, Matt trained with relentless determination, throwing powerful punches into the bag. Each strike symbolized his fight to regain control and confront the devastation caused by Kingpin. Meanwhile, at a meeting with his associates, Kingpin addressed concerns raised by Mr. Switzer, who questioned the resources allocated to targeting Matt Murdoch. Kingpin, unmoved, demonstrated his authority by buying out Switzer's shares on the spot and dismissing him. As a chilling final act, he ordered Wesley to ensure Switzer suffered a skiing accident during his upcoming weekend trip. Bin Urich, shaken but resolute, took a major risk and reported Nick Manolis's murder to the police, implicating Kingpin's vendetta against Matt. While Bin stopped short of revealing Matt's secret, he knew his article exposing Kingpin's operations would have serious consequences. Bin, aware of Matt's extraordinary abilities, anticipated that Matt would read the newspaper by feeling the impressions on the ink. He hoped Matt would recognize the danger and come to him. As Matt pushed himself to rebuild, he found a discarded newspaper reporting Manolis's death and Bean's expos. Realizing Bean's life was now in grave danger, Matt prepared to act. At the same time, Kingpin's enforcer, Lois, expressed frustration over her reassignment. Her supervisor assured her it was temporary, but hinted at harsher actions to silence Bin permanently. Bin, seeking safety, retreated to a quiet diner under Officer Hegerford's protection. From a nearby table, Matt listened intently to Bin and Hegerford's conversation, his resolve solidifying further. At home, Bin called his wife, Doris, to inform her he was bringing company, but their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Doris, opening it, was confronted by Lois, who threatened her with chilling words. Her husband had been very bad. Bin and Officer Hegerford reached Bean's apartment after a tense 40-minute subway ride. As they entered, Lois ambushed them, using her massive strength to overpower Hegerford. Despite his efforts, she knocked him unconscious. Bin hurried toward Doris, only to find her hanging from the shower curtain rod in the bathroom, struggling to breathe. Acting quickly, he grabbed a straight razor and cut her down, cradling her as she gasped for air. Before Lois could escalate further, Matt arrived, swiftly incapacitating her with calculated strikes. When Bin emerged from the bathroom, he found Lois handcuffed and Hegerford still out cold. Bin realized Matt had saved him, as he received a phone call from Melvin Potter, urgently requesting a meeting about Daredevil. Meanwhile, Kingpin continued scheming, planning his next move with chilling precision. He discussed employing a violent, unpredictable individual to attack Foggy and Karen, disguised as Daredevil. Kingpin's associate detailed the lethal potential of this psychopath, whom Kingpin intended to release. Later, Matt arrived at Potter's house, listening from the shadows as Potter nervously spoke to Betsy on the phone. Potter detailed Kingpin's plan, warning Betsy about the danger to Foggy and Karen. As Potter ended the call, Matt spoke from the shadows, startling him. With quiet reassurance, Matt promised that everything would be taken care of. Potter, now relieved, smiled and said, "Good to have you back, Daredevil." At the same time, Karen struggled through withdrawal, leaning heavily on Foggy for support. Her physical and emotional state left Foggy deeply concerned as he grappled with the stark contrast between the Karen he once knew and the person before him. Despite her pain and self-destruction, Foggy resolved to help her. Karen stood by the window, drowning in guilt over Matt's presumed death, which she believed was her fault for selling his secret identity to fuel her addiction. Her despair turned to terror when she spotted Paolo, her abusive ex, waiting on the street. She frantically told Foggy, who identified Paolo as her abuser. Despite Foggy's insistence on calling the police, Karen feared Paolo would harm them both. Elsewhere, Felix Manning introduced the lunatic to a Daredevil costume and gave him specific instructions to kill Foggy and Karen while framing Daredevil. Unbeknownst to them, Matt, perched stealthily on their car, observed the exchange. As the lunatic left, Matt leaped silently into the snow, watching the escalating events. Meanwhile, police attempted to stop Paolo, but he fired a shotgun, killing 2 officers and creating chaos outside. Inside the apartment, Karen clung to Foggy as the gunshots shattered their fragile sense of security. At Kingpin's headquarters, his men reported the unfolding chaos. Kingpin, undeterred, saw the incident as an opportunity to force Daredevil's appearance and frame him for Foggy and Karen's murders. He instructed his men to push forward, using the confusion to their advantage. Felix Manning sent the lunatic to carry out the assassination. However, his instability became evident as he obsessively muttered 5B, the apartment number. His rage turned on Felix, whom he brutally killed before climbing the fire escape to execute his mission. Inside, Karen, desperate to save Foggy, knocked him unconscious with a flower pot, intending to surrender herself to Paolo to spare his life. As the lunatic attempted to enter through the rooftop, Matt ambushed him with ferocious determination. Karen later confronted Paolo downstairs. He slammed her head into a wall before grabbing her and fleeing amidst gunfire. Though hit in the arm by a stray bullet, Paolo pulled Karen away as chaos continued around them. Matt and the lunatic fought fiercely on the rooftop, exchanging brutal blows. Using his agility and tactical precision, Matt overcame the lunatic's raw power. He kept muttering 5B obsessively as Matt struck him with a decisive kick, leaving him incapacitated. The confrontation ended with Matt standing victorious but visibly strained by the effort. Meanwhile, in the alley below, Karen encountered Paolo. Their confrontation was interrupted by gunfire from Kingpin's men, who shot Paolo in the chest. Injured and desperate, Paolo still threatened Karen with a gun. In the chaos, Karen salvaged a syringe from the dying Paolo, her addiction overpowering her judgment. As Paolo aimed at her, Matt intervened, knocking him out and using his billy club to disable the shooters. He swiftly jumped into the fray, protecting Karen and subduing the remaining threats. Amid the turmoil, Matt embraced Karen, who clung to him, overwhelmed by the events. Her fear and guilt were palpable, but Matt's presence brought her a moment of solace amid the chaos. In the aftermath, Bean Urich documented the fallout in his report. The lunatic was left stripped on the rooftop. 5 deaths were confirmed, including 2 officers and 3 criminals, among them Felix Manning. The evidence tied Kingpin's operations to the carnage, further implicating him in the events. Paolo, barely alive, was arrested and faced multiple life sentences for his crimes. Doris recovered slowly, her voice regaining strength despite the visible scars left by the ordeal. Been reflected on the events, his resolve solidified to uncover Matt's whereabouts and understand what he had become. Chapter 6: God and Country. In a helicopter, Nuke demanded a red pill, which heightened his aggression. His delusion led him to believe he was back in Vietnam. The colonel, attempting to ground him in reality, reminded him they were in Nicaragua, not Vietnam. Despite his instability, Nuke's mission to decimate the enemy was clear. The colonel armed him and prepared for chaos, while Nuke obsessively repeated his focus on "our boys." The colonel reminded him that they were not in Vietnam anymore. As the helicopter approached its target, target, Nuke unleashed carnage. Armed with heavy weaponry, he began indiscriminately firing, causing massive destruction. Explosions erupted, and vehicles were obliterated, showcasing Nuke's unchecked brutality. His pill-induced aggression intensified, driving him to wreak havoc without hesitation. The timer tracking his actions ticked upward, reflecting his escalating destruction. After the mission, Nuke, still under the influence of the red pill, demanded a white pill to stabilize himself. The colonel informed him of his next destination, New York City. The order had come from higher-ups, and Nuke was to board a civilian plane for his next mission. Unbeknownst to Nuke, his mission was orchestrated by the Kingpin, who monitored events remotely. Kingpin's plan was to use Nuke as a weapon against Matt Murdoch, targeting the man he feared and hated. Karen reflected on her past mistakes and her descent into addiction. She thought about once they almost got married, and then her betrayal of Matt, selling his secret identity for drugs, and the cost of her actions. Despite her guilt, she found solace in Matt's presence and strength. Matt and Karen embraced on the rooftop, finding comfort in each other amidst the chaos. Karen confessed her betrayal, but Matt reassured her with laughter and forgiveness. Their bond, tested and scarred, remained intact as they held each other, providing a glimmer of hope in their tumultuous lives. Bean Urich introduced himself as a reporter investigating the Kingpin and Matt Murdoch. He met Foggy Nelson on a park bench, discussing Matt's current state and their concerns for him. Foggy reflected on their college days and admitted Matt's tendency to distance himself. While Foggy trusted Bean, he expressed unease about Matt's recent behavior, recalling a confusing phone call from Matt after his apartment exploded. Bean reassured him, urging patience while working on Matt's appeal. When Foggy clumsily dropped some photos, Bean was alarmed by their content and urgently asked where they came from. Foggy revealed they were taken by Gloriana O'Brien, who had been close to Matt. Bean requested that Gloriana contact him immediately, suspecting her work might hold valuable clues. Gloriana, meanwhile, photographed a menacing man wielding a jackhammer, pondering the raw intensity of her subjects. Elsewhere, Nuke, the volatile mercenary with an American flag painted on his face, demanded a blue pill to calm his nerves. During a flight, he became agitated when offered a substitute beer and obsessively questioned its origin, relenting only when assured it was American. The Kingpin monitored these developments, receiving updates about Lois's betrayal. After her apprehension for attempting to kill Bean's wife, she began cooperating with authorities, threatening to expose Kingpin. He instructed the commissioner to manage the situation discreetly, emphasizing the importance of loyalty and control. Later, Matt and Karen tried to rebuild their fractured lives. Matt prepared for his day, shaving as Karen slept beside his Daredevil costume. Karen reflected on their shared past and Matt's inner struggles, sensing a cold, dangerous determination in him. Despite her fears, she clung to hope, yearning for the warmth they once shared. Both were haunted by their transformations, but resolved to move forward, driven by love and resilience. Meanwhile, Gloriana joined Ben and Hagerford at the city jail to meet Lois, reluctantly taking photos despite her discomfort. They were accompanied by Slander and shown into Lois' cell by Officer Coogan. As they settled down inside, to their shock, Coogan and Slanders pulled out their guns. It was all a setup. Gloriana snapped photographs as chaos unfolded. Coogan fired, striking another officer, while Ben and Gloriana struggled to avoid becoming targets. Slander shot Lois and killed her. Coogan shot Hagerford, but Hagerford shot back and got Coogan in the shoulder. As Slander was about to shoot Hagerford, Bean tackled him, wrestling him to the ground despite the officer's larger size. Slander managed to keep his grip on the weapon, but Ben fought ferociously. Gloriana captured each intense moment on camera. Finally, Ben disarmed Slander, smashing his face with the gun's handle. Bloodied and furious, Ben emerged victorious, while Slander was incapacitated. As the dust settled, Gloriana was shaken but resilient. Ben, adrenaline fading, struggled to regain composure while reflecting on the violence. The situation was dire, yet they had survived. Meanwhile, Nuke had a meeting with the Kingpin in a patriotic, propaganda-filled office. The Kingpin ranted about America's decline, blaming politicians and legislation for the weakening of the nation's strength and values. He painted himself as a protector of American ideals, claiming the media misrepresented him as a criminal. Despite the grandiose rhetoric, his intentions were clear. He aimed to use Nuke as a weapon. Nuke listened, absorbing the Kingpin's words while fixating on his orders. The Kingpin revealed Nuke's next target, Hell's Kitchen. He described it as a place of chaos where Matt Murdoch could no longer hide. This attack was meant to force Daredevil out into the open. In Hell's Kitchen, Matt worked in a diner, blending into the struggling neighborhood. He served customers while grappling with his role in the chaos surrounding him. Ben arrived, visibly distraught and unsure of his actions during the jail altercation. The two men exchanged words about their shared struggle to confront injustice. A helicopter hovered ominously over Hell's Kitchen, signaling Nuke's arrival. Armed and ready for destruction, Nuke prepared to unleash chaos in the streets, shouting about our boys and his mission. Residents fled in terror as Nuke descended, his destructive path imminent. Nuke unleashed devastation on Hell's Kitchen, firing relentlessly with a massive weapon. His bullets tore through the streets, hitting bystanders and causing destruction. A mother cradled her child as she heard his last breaths. Amidst the chaos, Nuke launched a rocket, obliterating parts of the neighborhood, leaving wreckage in his wake. Bean and Gloriana navigated the destruction, with Ben urging her to capture the carnage on camera. As another rocket fired, Matt intervened, rushing to protect Karen. He shielded her from the blast, and though shaken, he reassured him that everything essential in her was safe. Karen gave Matt his Daredevil costume, telling him that she had kept it safe. Their bond, though tested by the chaos, remained strong as Matt prepared to confront the escalating threat. From the helicopter, Nuke continued his assault. He targeted the area indiscriminately, launching attacks that shook the city. Suddenly, a flying billy club hit Nuke's face, disorienting him. Nuke demanded another red pill to sustain his rampage. As the confrontation intensified, Daredevil stood ready amidst the flames and destruction. He was back. Chapter 7: Armageddon. Chaos and destruction engulfed Hell's Kitchen as Nuke continued his assault. Daredevil leapt into action, dodging falling debris from a collapsing water tower amidst fiery devastation. Nuke, wielding monstrous weaponry, unleashed havoc, while a helicopter circled ominously overhead. Glass shattered, buildings crumbled, and terrified citizens fled as Daredevil weaved through the chaos. Daredevil confronted Nuke, whose twisted sense of patriotism drove his violence. Nuke's handlers attempted to abort the mission, but he refused to stand down, determined to fulfill his orders. The pilot reluctantly complied, leaving Daredevil to battle Nuke alone. Using his agility and precision, Daredevil fought to counter Nuke's brute strength and relentless firepower. From a distance, Kingpin observed the destruction with calculated indifference. Wesley warned of the escalating chaos, but Kingpin dismissed the concerns, confident that the U.S. Army would shield him from any consequences. Meanwhile, Daredevil attempted to disarm Nuke, targeting weak points in his nerve joints and striking his eyes. Despite these efforts, Nuke's resilience and disregard for pain rendered the attacks ineffective. Nuke retaliated with raw power, swatting Daredevil away and continuing his path of destruction, firing bullets and rockets indiscriminately. Amid the chaos, Bean Urich and Gloriana O'Brien documented the carnage, capturing crucial evidence of the devastation and Daredevil's relentless efforts to protect the city. Their work became vital to exposing the truth behind the attack. Realizing he was out of options, Daredevil made a desperate move. Knowing Nuke's invulnerability, he hurled him into live electric wires. Sparks erupted as Nuke tore through the cables and crashed onto a taxi below. Even as he fell, Nuke fired another rocket. Daredevil, leaping behind him, dodged the explosion and landed on Nuke, determined to end the rampage. Daredevil hurled Nuke's massive weapon into a burning car, causing it to explode. The blast forced Nuke to stumble, while Ben Urich struggled to save Gloriana O'Brien amidst the chaos. Nuke, still relentless, stood amidst the fire, his deranged mind fixated on his mission and his fallen comrades. Daredevil seized the opportunity, striking him with a powerful blow to disarm him. A helicopter with a mounted machine gun descended. The colonel opened fire from inside. He targeted Daredevil, but Daredevil evaded, using his surroundings to his advantage. Gloriana was hurt by one of the bullets as Ben dodged. Daredevil had no other way. He used Nuke's gun to shoot a rocket at the helicopter. The helicopter was destroyed in a fiery explosion, causing devastation across the street. Daredevil whispered an apology for the destruction, burdened by the demise of the colonel. Captain America arrived unexpectedly, commanding immediate attention. He calmed the scene, ordering medics. Thor also appeared and brought rain, extinguishing fires. Captain America's authoritative presence brought a semblance of order. Daredevil confronted Nuke, demanding confirmation of Kingpin's involvement. Iron Man intervened, claiming federal jurisdiction over Nuke. Recognizing the futility of resistance, Daredevil stepped back, though he was unwilling. Meanwhile, Kingpin reveled in his control, despite Wesley's warnings about the fallout from the destruction. Kingpin dismissed concerns, asserting that their organization was untouchable. One of his subordinates, Mr. Glazer, criticized him for recklessness, saying that Kingpin had lost his mind after his wife was lost. Kingpin responded with violent authority, strangling and killing him, ensuring silence and compliance among his men. At a church, Daredevil found solace, reuniting with Gloriana and Foggy Nelson. Gloriana, relieved by Foggy's arrival, shared her fears and injuries. Daredevil, despite exhaustion, reassured Sister Maggie and Foggy of his resilience. He insisted on staying to protect those in need, hinting at a favor he needed from Foggy, who promised to help. The night had been long, but the fight was far from over. Matt met Karen at the church. Glory talked to him about the film roll, containing critical evidence for Ben Urich. Matt arranged for the film roll to reach Ben Urich. As Foggy arrived, Matt reassured him, but remained distracted. Matt walked out with Karen, but suddenly, he detected a familiar presence. Matt excused himself, pursuing a figure he believed to be Captain America. His heightened senses tracked the man through an alley, observing the precision of his movements. Matt confronted Captain America on a rooftop. The two exchanged words, with Captain America explaining he meant no harm and sought answers about the events in Hell's Kitchen. Matt revealed his suspicions about Nuke, noting his unnaturally engineered body, describing its toughness and partial humanity. Captain America admitted the government labeled Nuke as a terrorist, but expressed doubts about the truth. Their discussion hinted at deeper systemic corruption. As the sun rose, Glory delivered her photographs of the devastation to the Daily Bugle, just meeting the deadline. The front page headline declared a mystery killer attacks Hell's Kitchen, accompanied by Nuke's painted face. Meanwhile, Kingpin met with a military general, demanding the situation be contained. The general appeared nervous, but assured Kingpin the matter would be stabilized. Captain America visited the general to learn more about Nuke. The general's demeanor was evasive, insisting on Captain America's loyalty. However, Captain America firmly stated his allegiance to the ideal of the dream, not to any individual or institution. He left, escorted by a corporal. Meanwhile, at Hell's Kitchen, the grim aftermath of the diner destruction reflected the human cost of the chaos. Captain America asked the corporal to take him to sub-level 6, the vault, but the corporal said that he did not have the clearance. Cap knocked him out. In that same building, Nuke was detained in a military facility, restrained but defiant. He demanded another pill, symbolizing his dependence on the drugs that fueled his violence. Military personnel tried to pacify him, hinting at his future relocation overseas. Nuke, however, declared the enemy was present in his own country. Captain America reached the vault and accessed confidential files, uncovering Nuke's origins in the Project Rebirth program. He discovered Nuke was Agent Simpson, the only survivor of a failed attempt to replicate the super soldier formula. This revelation left Captain America shaken, realizing the human cost of past experiments and their implications for the present. The military personnel attempted to contain Nuke, who refused to be subdued. As tensions rose, Nuke proclaimed his patriotic loyalty while resisting the officers. When they tried to restrain him, Nuke overpowered them with brutal force. He seized a firearm, leading to a chaotic shootout that left several officers wounded. He ingested a lot of red pills and broke his handcuffs. His strength and aggression allowed him to overpower his captors further, culminating in an explosive breakout. Meanwhile, Captain America broke into classified military files, uncovering the dark history of Project Rebirth and Nuke's origins. The revelations painted Nuke as a twisted byproduct of experimentation, blending human fragility with destructive enhancements. Captain America lamented the loss of ethical boundaries, pondering the impact of such experiments on the ideals he once upheld. Right then, the alarms went up. As the chaos unfolded, Daredevil remained vigilant in Hell's Kitchen. He donned his costume, reiterating its psychological advantage against criminals. He reflected on the Kingpin's manipulation and the web of power the crime lord wove to maintain dominance. At a public award ceremony, the Kingpin basked in his influence, receiving accolades from the business community. However, his inner thoughts betrayed his calculated nature as he plotted to intertwine his criminal empire with legitimate ventures. Nuke, driven by rage, confronted military forces in a frenzied assault. Captain America engaged him directly, directly, using his shield to neutralize Nuke's relentless attacks. The clash highlighted their ideological divide, with Captain America embodying the idealistic dream and Nuke representing its corrupted counterpart. The confrontation escalated, with the two combatants crashing through walls and rooftops, leaving destruction in their wake. Daredevil uncovered a key piece of information. $30,000 from a destroyed diner, fed by compulsive gamblers, were to be funneled into the Kingpin's legitimate financial operations, strengthening his empire. Right then, he answered a call. The voice from the other side talked about the kill order on Nuke. When the US Army sent air support to kill Nuke, Captain America decided to save Nuke's misled soul. He carried Nuke's unconscious body to a rooftop, determined to protect him from both himself and the misguided forces hunting him. On the rooftop, the helicopters fired relentless machine gun rounds. Daredevil jumped into the fray, helping Captain America to deflect attacks and help the almost battered Nuke. Daredevil's agility allowed him to dodge bullets, but he could not stop Nuke from getting shot in the chest. Amidst the chaos, Daredevil took the wounded Nuke and carried him off the rooftop. Captain America confronted a line of soldiers who attempted to intervene, respecting their orders, but moving past them to continue the mission. On the streets below, Daredevil stole a taxi, put Nuke beside him, and went on driving. Civilians shouted in panic as he recklessly drove through the rain-soaked city. Daredevil used his radar sense to navigate through the overwhelming noise and chaos. Using his enhanced senses, he read Nuke's heartbeat, realizing the soldier was critically injured. Daredevil assured him that he would take him home, determined to help the broken soldier. Daredevil wanted to take Nuke to the hospital, but he thought that in his dying moments, Nuke could do some good in speaking the truth. Meanwhile, Captain America tracked their movements from a helicopter, coordinating with the military. As Daredevil redirected the cab, Captain America urged the military to stay focused, eventually locating the pair at the Daily Bugle building. Kingpin called his man Winch and ordered him to activate the crew at the Daily Bugle building, but Captain America jumped right in time and subdued Winch before he could execute Kingpin's order. Inside the Bugle, Daredevil and the staff worked to stabilize Nuke, whose injuries were severe. Nuke had divulged all the secrets and his connections to the Kingpin. Despite their efforts, Nuke passed away. In the next few weeks, the Kingpin's manipulation unraveled as media reports tied him to the chaos. Facing mounting pressure from various groups and government investigations, the Kingpin's empire began to falter, and his once loyal subordinates grew restless. While working out in his gym, he found solace in the fact that he was able to take away Matt from his law practice. In the aftermath, Matt walked happily with Karen through the streets of Hell's Kitchen. He reflected on his mission to protect Hell's Kitchen, with renewed determination to uphold justice, no matter the cost. Daredevil, the Man Without Fear. Chapter 1, Blind. Matt Murdoch grew up in the gritty streets of Hell's Kitchen. One summer day, a police officer reprimanded a group of kids for using a fire hydrant to cool off. Among them was Matt, masked and mischievous, who zipped by on his skateboard and swiped the officer's nightstick. He stashed it in the gym where his father, Jack Battlein Murdoch, trained alone. Jack, a seasoned boxer, spent the night holding a photograph of a woman named Maggie, tears streaking his face. Matt gently guided his father to bed. At the gym, Jack faced a brutal beating from Slade, one of the Fixer's goons. The Fixer himself proposed a deal, offering Jack a job as an enforcer. Jack refused outright, daring them to kill him instead. But the Fixer raised the stakes, threatening Matt's life as well. Reluctantly, Jack continued his boxing career, but outside the ring, he worked for the Fixer as a debt collector. Jack dreamed of a better life for his son, urging Matt to focus on school and become something greater. One afternoon, Matt came home, proud that he had stood up to a bully and fought back. Jack, however, was furious and struck him, sending Matt on a new path. Determined to see justice prevail, Matt poured himself into studying law. Despite enduring relentless bullying at school, he refused to fight back, channeling his frustration into training at the gym when he wasn't hitting the books. On a bright, idyllic day, Matt's world changed forever. He saw a blind man in danger, crossing the street as a truck barreled toward him. Without hesitation, Matt leaped to push the man to safety. The truck veered, and chemical barrels spilled their contents into Matt's eyes. Blinded and in excruciating pain, Matt was rushed to the hospital. As the pain subsided, he discovered that while he had lost his sight, his remaining senses had become superhumanly sharp. During his hospital stay, a nun visited him, offering comfort. At home, Matt overheard his father in a tense conversation with representatives from the company responsible for the chemicals. They blackmailed Jack, threatening to expose his ties to the fixer. While most people pitied Matt, one man, Stick, saw potential. Stick, also blind, began training Matt to harness his heightened senses. Under Stick's guidance, Matt unlocked extraordinary abilities, surpassing even his sighted self. Meanwhile, Jack prepared for his next fight. While jogging, the fixer confronted him, revealing that his recent victories had been staged. The fixer demanded that Jack throw his upcoming fight, promising it would make him rich. On fight night, Jack sat in his corner as one of the fixer's men delivered the order to take a dive, but Jack, fueled by his son's presence in the crowd, refused. Defying the fixer, he knocked out his opponent, demonstrating his resolve to never give up. After the fight, Jack exited the arena and entered a shadowy alley where the fixer and his men awaited him. They beat him savagely, leaving him bloodied and broken. Despite the pain, Jack mustered a defiant smile. The fixer, unfazed, pressed a gun to Jack's mouth and pulled the trigger, silencing him forever. Chapter 2. Law. Matt stood before the coroner, faced with the grim task of identifying his father's lifeless body. He could still catch the scent of his father's killers lingering on the crime scene. Fueled by rage, Matt tracked Mikhail and Jillian, finding them drunkenly stumbling through the streets. He taunted them, leading them into a shadowed alley. An hour later, a police officer found their battered bodies, bloodied and unrecognizable. One of them weakly muttered to the officer that Jack Murdoch had attacked them, but they had killed him first. At the gym, Marcello and Slade were going about their business. Slade was training, hammering the heavy bag, when the lights suddenly cut out. Confused, he stumbled in the dark, calling for Marcello, only to trip over his body sprawled on the floor, brutally beaten. A single spotlight snapped on, illuminating the boxing ring where Matt stood masked, his bat clutched in one hand. He tossed the bat aside, and Slade, towering over him, climbed into the ring. Despite the size difference, Matt incapacitated Slade with precision, taking out his knee before landing a flurry of punches with a roll of pennies in his hand. Slade crumpled to the mat, unconscious. The gym door creaked open, and the fixer saw the scene before him. Panicked, he bolted, yelling for his driver Angelo to get them out fast. Matt pursued them, leaping across rooftops, following the fleeing car. He jumped onto its roof, causing the driver to lose control and crash. The fixer scrambled out and ran into the subway, his gun drawn. Matt followed, walking steadily toward him. Fixer's hands trembled as his heart pounded erratically, a sound Matt could hear with precision. Terrified, Fixer collapsed, clutching his chest as his heart gave out. The chase was over, leaving Angelo as the last loose end. Matt traced Angelo to a brothel. Bursting through the window, he landed on Angelo with force. Chaos erupted as several women attacked Matt, trying to defend Angelo. In the melee, Matt struggled to break free. In the frenzy, one of the women was flung out of the window, falling to her death. Stunned and horrified by what had just happened, Matt fled the scene. Back at the gym, he screamed for Stick, desperate for guidance, but Stick wasn't there. A few blocks away, Stick was talking to Stone, coldly declaring that after what Matt had done, he had failed and was no longer of any use. A year later, Matt was attending Columbia University, where he had become close friends with his roommate, Franklin Foggy Nelson. One evening, Foggy confided in Matt about being bullied by another student, Brad. The next night, Brad was found humiliated, tied up naked on the tennis courts with a warning to leave Foggy alone. The message was received loud and clear, and the next day, Brad apologized to Foggy. Meanwhile, a girl named Kathy flirted with Matt, but he brushed her off and headed to class. That night, after Foggy fell asleep, Matt slipped out, donning his mask and taking to the rooftops. The exhilaration of the night consumed him as he ran and leapt across the skyline, reveling in the freedom. Suddenly, he caught a scent, feminine and elusive. Intrigued, he gave chase, following her through the park. She left a trail of clothing, luring him deeper. The police eventually arrived, spotting Matt, but not the mysterious woman. Remembering the woman who fell to her death in the brothel, Matt chose not to resist and let himself be detained. The officers, realizing he was blind, let him go, commenting on the recklessness of being in the park alone. Watching from a distance, the woman, Electra, smiled as she got dressed, satisfied with her game. The next day, Matt walked with Foggy when Electra suddenly pulled up in her car. Without a word, Matt climbed in, leaving an annoyed Foggy behind, who muttered about how recklessly she had nearly run them over. Electra drove with wild abandon, and Matt couldn't help but enjoy the thrill of it. The chaos of her driving made him feel alive. She finally stopped at the edge of a cliff. As they stood overlooking the precipice, she told Matt they were kindred spirits, different from everyone else. They thrived on the edge, where the rules didn't apply, teetering on the brink and sometimes crossing over. She leaned back dangerously over the cliff, her words stirring memories of the woman Matt had accidentally killed. Chapter 3: Assassin. Electra plunged from the cliff, crashing through the ice into the freezing water below. Without hesitation, Matt dove in after her, frantically searching beneath the surface. Struggling to locate her in the murky depths, he was forced to surface for air. As he emerged, Electra's laughter echoed from the shore, where she had already climbed into her car and sped away, leaving him drenched and fuming. Soaked and frustrated, Matt returned home. Foggy, noticing his state, revealed Electra's address. Determined, Matt made his way to Electra's mansion. The property was bustling with a high-profile party, and security was tight. Undeterred, Matt slipped through the grounds and sneaked into Electra's private room. His heightened senses guided him as he explored her space, brushing against her collection of first-place trophies in swimming, track, aikido, kendo, and karate. Venturing into the hallway, Matt was met by a charging dog. He swiftly kicked the animal away, only to encounter a guard seconds later. He dealt with him as well, sending the guard crashing through a nearby window. Below, the guard landed on a grand piano in the middle of the party. Unfazed, Electra continued playing, never missing a note. Chaos erupted as the guards opened fire toward Matt's position. He barely managed to escape, frustrated by his repeated failure to stick to his moral code. A stray bullet struck him as he fled. Back at his apartment, Matt worked quickly to tend to his gunshot wound. Blocking out his enhanced senses to stay focused, he stopped the bleeding. As he allowed his senses to return, he realized he wasn't alone. Someone else was in the room. Foggy's voice came from the hallway, asking to be let in. Matt shouted for a moment to collect himself. 20 minutes later, Electra walked out of the apartment, brushing past Foggy. When Foggy finally entered, he found the place in disarray, and Matt sitting on the floor with a grin on his face. Later, Electra roamed the city streets, coming across a group of 5 gang members boasting about their horrific crimes against women. She trailed them into a dark alley, where she caught their attention and began to undress, promising she wouldn't scream. 2 of the men grabbed her as another brandished a knife, attempting to cut away her remaining clothes. In one swift move, she delivered a devastating kick to the knife wielder, shattering his groin and snapping his neck with a knee strike. He dropped dead instantly. The others attacked, but Electra systematically dispatched each of them, leaving no one standing. As time passed, Electra and Matt grew closer, training together and falling deeply in love. Matt found himself increasingly distracted, unable to focus in class. One night, Stick visited him, waking him abruptly with a warning. Stick demanded that Matt stay away from Electra, calling her dangerous. Matt refused to listen, ignoring the admonition. However, their happiness was cut short when Electra's father was killed. Grieving and burdened by circumstances she couldn't control, Electra left Matt behind, leaving him heartbroken and confused. Elsewhere, Don Rigoletto convened with his men to discuss their operations. They complained about being outmaneuvered by rivals. Rigoletto remained steadfast, refusing to engage in certain crimes, including harming children, exploiting depravity, or distributing crack cocaine. Frustrated by the discussion, he dismissed his men and attempted to relax. As he leaned back, Wilson Fisk appeared behind him, offering a massage to ease his tension. But the act of comfort was a ruse. Fisk snapped Rigoletto's neck and seized his power, proclaiming himself the new kingpin of the city. Chapter 4: Savior. In Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin's empire grew with ruthless efficiency. His operations spread like poison, consuming the city's underworld. Profits soared from human trafficking, drug trade, and the ruin of countless lives. The atrocities were unthinkable, with innocents condemned to unimaginable fates. Those within his organization who hesitated or questioned his rule faced execution by his elite death squad, a group of mercenaries known as his private Gestapo. Capo. Kingpin's control was absolute. Among his inner circle, the most feared was Larks, a silent and emotionless enforcer trained by Kingpin since boyhood. Larks thrived on cruelty, finding pleasure only in violence. Years passed, and Matt Murdoch graduated from Harvard summa cum laude, landing a prestigious law job. His boss praised his work, urging him toward a bright future, but Matt felt restless. Memories of his past in New York resurfaced, pulling him back to the city with unresolved emotions. Back in Hell's Kitchen, Matt revisited old haunts. The familiar smells and sounds reminded him of his childhood and his father. The gym, now abandoned, echoed with memories of his father's punches and the cheers of the crowd. He recalled his school days, tormented by bullies who mockingly called him Daredevil. While wandering the streets, Matt encountered a gang who taunted him for his blindness. They demanded he strip, mocking his expensive suit. Matt refused, and violence erupted. He fought back with precision, taking down the gang with swift, calculated strikes. Despite their curses and insults, Matt heard only the name Daredevil ringing in his mind. Later, Matt found solace in the abandoned gym, but was haunted by his memories. He discovered Mickey, a young girl using the gym as a hideout. She lied about being an orphan, but Matt saw her resilience, reminding him of himself at her age. They bonded, training together as he helped her channel her restlessness into focus. Matt Murdoch continued his training at the gym, punching a heavy bag as he recalled the nickname the bullies used to mock him with, Daredevil. Weeks passed, and Matt met his old roommate, Foggy Nelson, for lunch. Over their meal, Foggy commented on his work, saying how he was overwhelmed by people, comparing them to glasses of water against a sun lamp. Matt, still driven by his desire for justice, immersed himself in legal work at night. He shared with Foggy that he believed he had found something significant, tying it back to his reasons for becoming a lawyer, to stand up against bullies. Meanwhile, Kingpin's organization encountered difficulties. An enforcer suggested reducing costs in the film division, which caused hesitation among the subordinates. Kingpin's formidable presence loomed over them, his authority unquestioned. That night, Mickey, the young girl Matt looked after, walked alone. A group of criminals observed her from a distance, with one pointing out that she was the girl who frequented the gym. Mickey, feeling Matt's absence, was ambushed. She resisted and shouted for them not to fight her, but she was overpowered. At his hotel, Matt prepared to leave for Boston. When he found Mickey's hat on the floor, he realized something was wrong. He thought to himself that she loved the hat and never parted with it. Deciding to delay his trip, he resolved to find her. Mickey's kidnappers exploited her name, planning to demand a ransom from her father. Her father, terrified and desperate, agreed to pay and begged them not to harm his daughter. Matt tracked the kidnappers, observing their dubious actions. At the ransom exchange, Mickey's father handed over the money. One criminal arrogantly declared himself a genius, but Matt seized the moment to strike. From a rooftop, Matt pursued the criminals. His determination to save Mickey strengthened as he confronted the grim realities of Kingpin's ruthless world. When Kingpin learned of the failure, he ordered Larks to deal with the situation, ensuring no defiance would go unpunished. Matt evaded the enforcer Larks' gunfire in the stairwell by leaping and twisting, narrowly dodging bullets that shattered the walls. Larks methodically pursued him, scanning the stairwell with his weapon. Soon after, Larks reported to Kingpin's men, "Nothing, sir. Not a sound. No sign of him." Confidently, he confirmed, "Clay and the junkies are dead, and I have the girl. But this new man, he may be a cop." In Kingpin's headquarters, the possibility of a cop was dismissed. Kingpin determined the intruder was likely a vigilante or a rival gang member. He ordered Mickey to be taken to the main distribution center while Mr. Slaughter and his men prepared for further instructions. At the waterfront, the facility outwardly appeared normal, but inside, chaos unfolded. Mickey, restrained and terrified, was dragged along by Kingpin's men. Her captors taunted her, "Scream all you want, kid. Nobody can hear you." Matt had tracked Mickey to the distribution center. Dressed in all black and using his heightened senses, he pinpointed her location amidst the noise. He heard faint singing, bird-like voices from the children being trafficked. He subdued a few guards and made his way towards the captives. Meanwhile, Mickey hoped someone, anyone, would save her. Matt silently vowed to bring justice as he maneuvered through the shadows, preparing for the confrontation ahead. He said to himself, "Concentrate. Chapter 5. Devil. Matt moved swiftly, dressed entirely in black, his face set with determination. As he stalked the docks, his heightened senses caught every faint sound. Two thugs stood by the water, unaware of his approach. One of them, uneasy, asked the other if he had heard something. Before they could react, Matt struck. He hurled himself at them with precision, sending one into the water with a loud splash. Underwater, Matt engaged the thugs with lethal efficiency. The larger man struggled, his thoughts racing about how strong Matt was compared to his fat companion. Panic overtook the thug as his lungs filled with water, his heart giving out. The smaller man drew a knife, but Matt disarmed him with ruthless precision. He pressed the blade back into the attacker's hand before incapacitating him. The fat man's body, weighed down by grenades, began to sink. Matt retrieved the bag of explosives and tied it to the dock. Resurfacing, Matt pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it into a pile of crates. The explosion tore through the area, alerting the criminals inside. One of them shouted that it was an attack and ordered everyone to fan out. The gang scrambled to arm themselves. Matt, calm amidst the chaos, told himself to make no sound and concentrate. Launching into action, Matt tackled a large group of armed men. His nightstick swung with precision, knocking them out one by one. A whirlwind of movement, he ducked, dodged, and struck without hesitation. The guards were no match for his skill and determination. As the dust settled, Matt paused to assess his surroundings. The low groans of the injured filled the air, but he pressed on. From inside a building, an engine roared to life, and a reinforced truck burst through a wall. A hail of machine gun fire erupted, forcing Matt to evade the barrage, his focus unwavering. Mickey cried out in fear. She shouted that Matt was coming for Larks, who was dragging her. Larks, irritated, yelled at her to stop talking about Matt and his supposed magic powers. When Mickey tried to protest, saying Matt could do extraordinary things, Larks silenced her by shoving her into the car. Outside, Matt maneuvered through the streets with relentless focus. His pursuers eventually gave up, their tires screeching as they retreated, but Matt kept going, driven by his instincts. His progress was halted when police vehicles surrounded him. An officer barked at him to freeze and put his hands behind his head. Though Matt resisted briefly, his strength evident, the officers managed to overpower and cuff him. One officer muttered that Matt was incredibly strong, while Matt kept his thoughts on his goal, repeating to himself the need to find Mickey and focus. In the car, Mickey sobbed Matt's name in desperation, but Lark silenced her with a harsh command to stop calling for him. Meanwhile, the police focused on pursuing the criminals, leaving Matt detained. Inside the police vehicle, the officers spoke about him, describing him as a tough, masked vigilante who had taken a dozen officers to subdue. In that window, Matt kicked the metal mesh from the back seat and hurled the police car into the trash. During the chase, Larks flagged down a taxi and dragged Mickey inside. He mocked her, saying they were going for a ride to a nice place. The driver, oblivious, quipped about the fare, but Larks ended the exchange by shooting him point blank, leaving Mickey horrified and trembling. At the safe house, Larks tried to calm Mickey in a mocking tone, telling her everything would be fine. His confidence was shattered when Matt burst through the door. Larks fired a warning shot and grazed Matt, but he didn't move. Instead, he warned Larks to let Mickey go and stated firmly that he didn't want to kill him. Larks raised his gun and fired at Matt, but the agile vigilante deflected the shot mid-air with his staff, sending sparks flying. Mickey, terrified, clung to Larks, her small feet trembling as the fight intensified. Larks, startled by Matt's precision, demanded, "Damn, who the devil are you?" Matt's grim response was simple and unwavering. "Call me Daredevil." Larks sneered, mocking the name. "Sure, whatever. You're dead, Daredevil." He pressed his gun to Mickey, using her as a shield. Matt, his voice calm but firm, pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you. I don't want to kill you. Let her go." Larks fired again, forcing Matt to deflect another shot with his staff. The momentum shifted as Matt struck the bullet with precision. The bullet ricocheted and struck Larks between his eyes, killing him. Matt ensured Mickey's safety, as Larks lay dead and bloodied on the floor. Elsewhere, the Kingpin reflected on Daredevil's growing reputation. His empire, built over years, had been shaken by one man. As he smoked his cigar, the Kingpin pondered aloud, "Who is this Daredevil, and why does he worry me so?" Meanwhile, Matt, drenched in rain, laughed uncontrollably after being fired over the phone. Resolute, he turned his focus Octopus back to Hell's Kitchen, his true home. He and Foggy discussed their future, deciding to set up a law practice together. "We'll flip a coin," Matt suggested, to determine whose name would appear first. The coin flipped, landing heads. Later, while at a diner, Matt sensed a familiar presence. Stick, his old mentor, sat nearby, sipping coffee. Stick warned him subtly, "Watch your back, kid." Matt nodded, understanding the weight of the advice. As night fell, Matt donned his new red costume, fully embracing his role as Daredevil. Leaping across rooftops, he vowed to make his presence known. Matt Murdoch, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Watcher narrated the tale, presenting an alternate reality where Matt Murdoch did not become Daredevil. Instead, after saving a blind man, the radioactive canister still struck him, blinding him, but the course of his life took a different turn. His father, Jack Murdoch, urged him to study hard and avoid a life of violence, swearing he'd make something of himself. In this world, however, a key divergence occurred. Instead of the traditional path where Matt became Daredevil, Tony Stark intervened. Regretting the careless transportation of radioactive material, Stark took the injured boy under his wing. Rather than a hospital, Matt was taken aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s newly operational helicarrier, where Nick Fury assessed his condition. Knowing that Matt's enhanced senses could drive him mad, he was placed into a sensory deprivation tank, which helped him adjust. Fury, realizing Matt's potential, saw an opportunity to recruit him as an agent, rather than letting him grow into a vigilante. Meanwhile, back in Hell's Kitchen, Jack Murdoch worried about his son's disappearance. Matt, recovering, found himself under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intense training. His enhanced senses were observed, and Fury noted that Matt had developed a personal radar, making him more capable than any sighted operative. As Matt honed his abilities, Fury pushed for him to join S.H.I.E.L.D., promising training, education, and security for his future. However, Matt hesitated. He wanted to talk it over with his father, but when he asked, Fury and the others exchanged worried glances. Jack Murdoch had gone missing, likely kidnapped. With no word on his father's fate, Matt faced a defining moment, unsure whether to commit to a new life with S.H.I.E.L.D. or hold on to his past. Matt confronted Nick Fury about his father's disappearance, sensing deception through his enhanced hearing. Fury admitted that Jack Murdoch had been kidnapped by Hydra a month ago to lure Matt out. Furious at the cover-up, Matt refused Fury's offer to become an agent, declaring he would find his father alone. Dr. Frost, a double agent, secretly offered to help Matt, revealing she had contacts on both sides. That night, Matt and Frost stole a transport from the helicarrier, an act Fury considered treasonous. As they flew toward Hydra's base, Matt's inexperience became evident. While he evaded Hydra's security briefly, he was ultimately outmatched. He struggled to maintain control mid-air, but Fury intervened, unwilling to let Matt fall. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Matt told Fury that he was ready to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but he needed Fury's help to save his dad first. Matt infiltrated the Hydra facility underwater, using a mannequin decoy to mislead the guards. Once inside, he disabled security measures with his heightened senses and ambushed the guards, taking them by surprise. However, as soon as they regrouped, he was overwhelmed. He fought through their ranks, but underestimated their numbers. Finally reaching his father, Matt freed him, but their reunion was short-lived. Hydra's forces surrounded them, with their leader mocking Matt's blindness. However, Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. launched an attack, providing cover. Jack fought alongside his son, proving he wasn't out of the fight. After the battle, Matt officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D., choosing the codename Daredevil in honor of his childhood nickname. Marvelous verdict. That's a wrap on this deep dive into Frank Miller's Daredevil. If the legend ever returns to write stories about our fearless hero, you can bet the Long Reads crew will be right back to break it all down. In the meantime, go revisit the Daredevil Netflix series, still one of the best comic adaptations out there. And gear up for Daredevil Reborn, which promises to take Daredevil into his next chapter. Thanks for watching, and as always remember, see no fear,